Oye, muéstrame tu tierra, mami. Vamos para allá. Bueno, mira. Oye, llévame al campo, la tierra donde naciste. Carretero tira su carreta, que recuerda donde viviste. Contemplarte en la sierra, contemplarte en los valles, y lo hacemos juntos para capturar los detalles. Tierra, tierra, muéstrame tu tierra, mamá. Tierra, tierra, muéstrame tu tierra, mamita. Tierra, 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 tierra. Bueno, mira de nuevo, estamos viajando lejos, pero vale la pena. Recogemos recuerdos y siempre buscamos terrena. Esto es tuyo y siempre lo será. Siempre será tu tierra y siempre lo recordarás. Óyelo, tierra, tierra, siempre lo recordarás. Tierra, tierra, es tu tierra, mami. Tierra, 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 tierra. Bueno, mira, juntos vamos para allá. Tu tierra. Escucha. Aquí es tu tierra y siempre la será. Siempre la será, mamá. Aquí es tu tierra y siempre la recordará. Óyelo bien, mamita. Y siempre la será. Siempre la será, oye. Aquí es tu tierra y siempre la recordará. Siempre la recordará. Aquí es tu tierra y siempre la será. Vamos para allá, mamita linda. Y siempre la recordará. Vamos para allá, mamá. Tierra y siempre la será. Siempre la será, oye. Tierra y siempre la recordará. Camina, como dicen. Tierra y siempre la será. Siempre la será, mamá. Siempre la recordará. La tierra, tierra, tierra. Tierra, tierra. Vamos para allá, para tu tierra, mamita. Tierra, tierra, siempre será tu tierra. Tierra, tierra. Camina para allá, camina. Hoy siempre aquí estará. Se levanta la, 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 la. Oye, hoy siempre aquí estará. Suena la trompeta ahí. Siempre aquí estará. Ay, qué rico. Oye, nena, vamos para la fiesta.
Hey, what up, what up?
Contigo, para Habana Vieja.
Does it connect to Windows?
Sí, vamos a guarachar de nuevo. Contigo, para Habana Vieja. Juntos vamos a guarachar. Eso es la verdad. Contigo me voy. Para Habana Vieja. Juntos vamos a guarachar. Sí, para Habana Vieja. Vamos juntos. Contigo. Para Habana Vieja. Juntos vamos a guarachar. A guarachar. Camina. Camina, Cristian.
Hey, yo, what up? What's up, folks?
Sabroso.
Ready to learn some stuff? We got shit to talk about, man. We got stuff to do. We got things to ponder, politics to ponder, legal cases to think about, Trump news events to cover. How we doing? What up, Valerie? I don't need a tablet. They spell gruesome. Did I get that right? I don't even know if that's right. How are we doing, folks? Welcome everybody to the stream. A lot of stuff to talk about today. Hope you guys had a wonderful, wonderful Monday, Labor Day Monday. We're back at it again. Back at it again with the white vans. That's an old meme, huh? Gruesome. Did I spell it right? Gruesome? Pretty good, hey? What up, Common Good? What up, Tomato? What up, Aquila? What up, Only Pencil? Shout out, Only Pencil. Shout out, Blonde Philosophy. Shout out, Cognition _ What a sick little profile pic for Cognition, huh? Hope you guys are doing doing well. Pencil Vester is back. Yeah, we love Pencil Vester. We love our haters, don't we, folks? We love them. All right, quick housekeeping. Let's see if we got any housekeeping. Still organizing the Drew Pavlou discussion. Hopefully that'll be coming this week. Immigration-related matters always seems to be a topic. I'm always eager to discuss it. Yesterday we had the normal stream where we went over a bunch of new stuff and the legal issue related to now I'm not fucking remembering. The immigration situation of the Guatemalan kids who are being illegally or attempted to be illegally thrown out of the country without their rights. Then we had the Live and Learn episode where we dwelled a little bit more on the chorus drama / discourse. And then I had a discussion with Ryan Mullally yesterday about more Trump United States stuff, which I thought is super interesting, for all the bravado and all the whatever. I think the actual discussion was interesting and will help you guys think about how I think about these issues. Thank you so much, Dunk Pacino. Pisco, does a district court ruling have any impact on a Supreme Court decision? Because it's ultimately going to go to the Supreme Court, right? I imagine it will. And the answer to that is a well-written opinion might have some persuasive authority to the Supreme Court. They're supposed to give deference to the factual findings of the lower courts. Appellate courts typically don't want to, right? When I say appellate court, we're saying, lower trial court. Trial. Or the court below, right? And then we have an intermediate in the federal context, intermediate appellate court, and the overall Supreme Court, the highest court. In the federal system, that's SCOTUS. In the New York system, it's the New York Court of Appeals. So, in general, these higher appellate courts are supposed to give deference to the factual findings. They don't have to give deference to the legal conclusions of the lower courts, but they're supposed to give deference to the factual determinations of the lower courts. And depending on the particular legal issue at hand, they're supposed to basically Just look for clear error in the findings below. There are other complications, nuances that are beyond the scope of what I'm talking about right now, but that's one way in which you could imagine a faithful Supreme Court applying the normal rules of judicial review would be affected by the lower court proceedings. That they're supposed to give deference to whatever the factual conclusions are of the trial court. And basically, that serves to insulate and give a lot of power to whoever is running the trial. So Eileen Cannon, who was in charge of the I'm sorry. Now I'm wondering if I mistook the clear error standard. The clear error standard applies to a bunch of different legal doctrines. For example, like an evidentiary ruling by a trial court where we're not going to overturn it but for clear error. If there are a lot of these discretion-based systems to give to the judges in trials. So there are certain determinations that they'll give deference to the trial court. Factual conclusions are supposed to give some amount of deference. I don't know if it's clear error. Now, as I said here, I'm not remembering. All that is to say is there are ways in which a trial court can affect the ultimate appellate decision, either by issuing orders where they're supposed to get deference and subject to the clear error standard, or in the case of factual determinations, we're supposed to largely defer to the trial court. That said, it's a little bit hit and miss the extent to which the Supreme Court actually does defer to the trial court. Oftentimes, I feel like they just do their own thing. A case that I'm trying to remember now where there was a huge critique of Justice Gorsuch for not doing this, I think was an establishment or free exercise case where there was like a coach. Do you remember this case? There was a coach who was starting these prayer circles. You guys will help me out. And let me try to see if I can find the case real quick. It's a good question though. Prayer coach Supreme Court case. Kennedy versus, yeah, that was it. Bremerton. And I can just real quick talk about the dissent. The dissent is like basically, let's take a look. Doo-doo-doo. The court says factual. Huh. I almost could have swore that. Okay, sorry for the dead air. I could have swore that at some point in the dissent, and I'll look at it later, the dissent criticizes the majority for basically doing their own fact finding. So the Supreme Court has been criticized before for not deferring to the factual determinations of the trial court. But that is what they're supposed to do. Sometimes upper appellate courts act as a trial court. So if you remember the Texas versus Pennsylvania case, v. Penn, this is the case where a bunch of lawmakers signed on to try to steal the election in 2020. You guys remember this? Texas was suing Pennsylvania, even though they had no cognizable interest in the way in which other states ran their elections, and the Supreme Court denied them review based on lack of standing. But this was a case in which Texas was trying to use the Supreme Court's original jurisdiction as a trial court to quickly bring a case before the Supreme Court. So there are some determinations where the Supreme Court will be forced to act as a trial court. And usually what they'll do is they'll appoint some kind of special master to do that. And then they'll defer to whatever the special master finds with respect to the facts. But yeah. But all that is to say, the trial court does have a great deal of power. And it's important, but it's not binding on the Supreme Court of the United States. And you shouldn't expect this to be the last word on Posse Comitatus, the Posse Comitatus Act. Anyway, for those of you guys living under the rock, we have big news, big news. The federal court overseeing the Gavin Newsom litigation against Donald Trump vis-a-vis the National Guard deployment in LA issued a ruling. This is Judge Breyer, who I believe is actually related to Justice Breyer in the Northern District of California, issuing a decision that Trump violated the Posse Comitatus Act. So we're going to take a little bit of look at this decision, make sure that you guys understand facts and knowledge about this case. Later on, we'll be taking a look at Trump's press conference. I don't think it's a press conference, actually. An Oval Office address of some kind. There have been a lot of rumblings that he's sick, he had a stroke, he's been away from the camera, I think now a full week. We've seen him, like, photos of him where he's not looking good. And the press secretary, name of, oh my God, what's her name? I always forget her name. Someone will know it. It's not Kayleigh McEnany, because she was the old press secretary. Caroline Leavitt, thank you so much. Caroline Leavitt said that this has to do with announcing Space Force will be in Alabama as opposed to Colorado or something. So it's probably going to be a big snore. Incidentally, Thomas Massie, representative from Kentucky, and Ro Khanna, rep from California, announced at the very same time they're going to try to force a vote on the release of the Epstein files at 2 p.m. That, I think, was announced after Trump's speech was announced, or his address was announced. But a lot of people are saying, oh, he's just trying to hide from the Epstein files. A lot of rumblings. Okay, he was going to resign. I don't think he's going to resign. I don't think he's about to announce that he had a stroke. It'll be interesting to see whether the clip is edited or whether they're like using AI or something to make him look better, or whether he actually does look better. Some people were speculating there was going to be an announcement of an engagement, military engagement with Venezuela, which I would not support, and I don't think that you should support either. So that was kind of talked about. But a lot of odd things coming out of the White House, I'll have to say. The government seems a little bit stun-locked. Not totally. Excuse me, folks. 1 second. Big sneeze. Big sneeze. Something's wrong with me, guys. I think I need a Claritin. Folks, I'm going to get a Claritin. I'll be right back. Okay, we're good. Enough of this. I'm alive. I'm alive, bitches. That's what Trump is going to say at at the press event. So there's some speculation that maybe it has something to do with the sickness. Maybe he was going to step down. Maybe he was going to invade Venezuela. Perhaps he was going to announce some other measure or deployment into Chicago, perhaps. It seems like he's insistent on attacking Chicago, by which I mean deploying the National Guard in a way that I think violates Posse Comitatus. But yeah, I think it's going to be a big nothing burger, a big snore. And the things that I'll be looking at are going to be basically his demeanor, Does he look like he's stroked out? And what does his drip appear to be? Any thoughts on that before we actually get into the opinion? Oh, and we'll be doing that with friend of the show, Straighterade. We'll be watching it. So that'll be in about an hour. The press conference is in 2. We'll join up with Straighterade in about an hour. Okay. On to the opinion, huh? This is Judge Breyer out of the Northern District of California after a trial. There was a factual trial on posse comitatus. Congress spoke clearly in 1878 when it passed the Posse Comitatus Act, prohibiting the use of the U.S. military to execute domestic law. Nearly 140 years later, defendants, President Trump and his cronies in the Defense Department, that was another, by the way, theory that he was going to rename the Defense Department to the Department of War, which is what it used to be named back in the olden days, deployed the National Guard and Marines to L.A., ostensibly to quell a rebellion and ensure that federal immigration law was enforced. There were indeed protests in L.A. and some individuals engaged in violence, yet there was no rebellion, nor was there civilian law enforcement that was unable to respond to the protests and enforce the law. Nevertheless, at defendants' orders, and contrary to Congress's explicit instruction, federal troops executed the laws. The evidence at trial, remember this was a trial that took place, established that defendants systematically used armed soldiers whose identity was often obscured by protective armor and military vehicles to set up protective perimeters and traffic blockades, engage in crowd control, and otherwise demonstrate a military presence in and around L.A. In short, defendants violated posse comitatus. And I do have before we get to the legal analysis part, if this doesn't violate posse comitatus, what does? I'm just struggling to think if this kind of deployment, where we're basically using the military to help enforce state orders, state disturbance of the peace laws. There is maybe some federal component to it, but largely to enforce the peace of a state that didn't request it, and where there isn't this massive obstruction of federal law. If this doesn't violate posse comitatus to have a military deployment in this context, what would? Certainly, I think the proposed Chicago one would. I mean, there's not even an accusation that there's been a rebellion or anything of the sort. By the way, Trump earlier, either today or yesterday, said that Chicago was the most dangerous and worst city in the world. I'll tell you a little bit about what Donald Trump thinks about one of the marquee cities in the country and therefore the world, and put aside the fact that I saw CNN do a report here. Chicago isn't even in the top 10 or top 25 most criminally dangerous cities in the country. Almost 3 months after defendants first deployed the National Guard to LA, 300 National Guard members remain stationed there. Moreover, Trump and Hegseth have stated their intention to call the National Guard troops into federal service in other cities across the country, including Oakland and San Francisco, here in the Northern District of California, thus creating a national police force with the president as its chief. Is there any doubt that this is Trump's intention to use the military? And it's a testament to how far we've fallen as a country and how far the MAGA sycophants have fallen as a country, that they're accepting this. But they're openly stating they want to use the military as a federal police force. There is no reading between the lines that I'm doing there. There is no parsing out of ambiguous statements that I'm doing here. It is crystal clear that Trump and his sycophants want to use the military as federal law enforcement. and to deploy them in response to crime or alleged crime. That is precisely what the Posse Comitatus Act was designed to prevent, was to prevent the military from becoming a federal law enforcement agency under the command of the president. That's what all of these supposed Second Amendment people were trying to prevent too. This unification of authoritarian tyrannical government and these kinds of national police force deployments. What you'll find is that these supposed frontiersmen, supposed freethinkers, libertarian types don't really care about excesses of government authority. And you're seeing it right now. By and large, they're standing by their authoritarian, tyrannical leader, and they're not saying a peep other than to support the president explicitly adopting the military to be used as civilian law enforcement under his direct control. Because there is an ongoing risk that defendants will act unlawfully and injure plaintiffs, Governor Newsom and the state of California, the court enjoins, that is, they prevent them, ordering them against violating the Posse Comitatus Act as detailed below. If you recall some of the procedural history, we're going to kind of glance over it, but there was another part of this case that dealt with not whether it violated the Posse Comitatus statute, but whether Trump had the authority to even federalize in the first place. There were claims being brought about ultravirus, whether or not you have the power to do something, which were somewhat coextensive with the 10th Amendment argument and the statutory criteria of 12406. We examined that, and Breyer also found that the president's invocation and federalization of the National Guard was unlawful in that he didn't have the authority to do it, and that it violated 12406. The Ninth Circuit reversed, basically holding that this kind of thing was not within the judicial authority to review, except to have, there was some amount of cursory review that's allowed. So there's some aspect of judicial oversight that is allowed under the Ninth Circuit's opinion, but they reversed the district court's decision. They also basically signaled, in my mind, I think it was obvious, that in their mind, the Supreme Court had overturned the precedent that they were relying on, but that it wasn't up to them to apply it here. They had to wait for the Supreme Court to explicitly overrule the precedent that they were relying on. Basically allowing the courts to assess whether some of these preconditions, the statutory criteria, were within the judicial power to review, like whether courts were allowed to review the preconditions to determine whether the president's invocation of an authority was acceptable. So they signaled that, the Supreme Court had moved away from the precedent they were relying on, for example, in the alien enemies cases. Why, right? In the alien enemies cases, the Supreme Court said that you're allowed to have court review through a habeas action of whether you meet the statutory criteria of an alien enemy and whether the president can invoke the Alien Enemy Act regarding whether or not you're dealing with an invasion or some kind of, you're at war with another country, that this was within the judicial power to review. And so even though it seemed like the Supreme Court had stepped back from the precedent, basically saying that courts can't review these kinds of determinations, and I think that they had, that it was up to the Supreme Court ultimately to undo that ruling. Separate and apart from that, there were judges on the Ninth Circuit who, sua sponte, on their own accord, asked Gavin Newsom and the parties whether they wanted in-bank review. That is, to have not just a panel of the Ninth Circuit, but to have the entire Ninth Circuit weigh in on these questions, right, that are being referenced here. And I think that that is still being litigated as we speak. I'll check the docket real quick while you guys are here. This would be Newsom v. Trump. Thank you so much for the follow on Twitch. So we're still in the briefing stage for whether or not this should be reheard in bank by the Ninth Circuit. So a lot of these questions are yet to be resolved. But separate from these questions, right, whether or not this was ultra-virus outside of the president's authority, whether or not it violated the 10th Amendment, when I say it, the deployment, whether or not they satisfied the criteria of 10 USC 12406, right? Putting aside those questions, because the Ninth Circuit right now is like dealing, should we rehear this case with the entire Ninth Circuit? Putting that aside, there was a separate part of the case dealing with posse comitatus, which is an active, an affirmative ban on using the military as civilian law enforcement in the country, basically. The Ninth Circuit heard expedited argument with respect to these other questions, and it reversed. It declined to weigh in on posse comitatus, and they had a trial on posse comitatus. These are findings of fact. So these are not just a summary of facts, assuming a set of facts. These are not sort of just going by one side versus the other. This is a judicial finding of fact that is supposed to be afforded substantial deference by appellate courts. So these are the facts of the trial court. In early June 2025, this would be like the equivalent of a jury finding something as a factual matter, right? This is not a criminal trial or anything, so don't assume that like everything about a criminal trial's factual findings applies in this context. Typically it's it's even harder to undo a determination by a jury with respect to a criminal matter. So I'm not trying to imply that, but just that these are judicial findings of fact, not just assumptions of fact, not just assuming facts in the best light for one side or the other. They are actually judicial findings of fact after a trial. In early June 2025, ICE initiated a series of enforcement actions. They targeted a bunch of different places. CBP helped them. Protests followed. A group of people gathered and tried to prevent ICE from leaving. That evening, crowds of people in downtown LA protested against ICE enforcement actions at the Royal Federal Complex, which houses the detention center. Some protesters threw concrete chunks, bottles of liquid, and other objects at Federal Protective Services. Protests continued downtown and in several cities on June 7th. At protests in Paramount and Compton, some protesters threw rocks and other objects, including mangoes, fireworks, and a Molotov cocktail, burned a vehicle, barricaded a street, briefly trapped an ICE agent in a car, and vandalized property. The LAPD and the Sheriff's Department responded to these protests and maintained control of the situation. Even before the protests downtown on the evening of June 6th, LAPD had reassigned additional officers to the area. When some protesters acted violently at the Roybal complex, LAPD officers successfully pushed the crowd away. Shortly thereafter, LAPD declared an unlawful assembly, and most protesters departed the area. As for the June 7th protests, so these are June 6th, The LA Sheriff's Department dispatched 200 deputies to Paramount and Compton, including a team with specialized training in handling civil unrest, and LAPD was fairly in control of the protests downtown. As a result of these protests on the 6th and 7th, 2 federal buildings were vandalized and sustained minor damage, and a DHS fence and 3 government vehicles were also damaged. These protests led to 1 recorded injury to a law enforcement officer, a CBP officer, whose wrist was struck by a thrown object. LAPD made 29 arrests. On June 7th, Trump issued a memorandum to the Secretary of Defense, AG, and the Secretary of Homeland Security, in which he called the National Guard into federal service. So like a day after. Trump's memorandum cites 10 U.S.C. 12406 as legal authority for federalizing the National Guard and stated as a factual basis, numerous incidents of violence and disorder have recently occurred, and it's preventing the execution of federal immigration law. Trump did not invoke the Insurrection Act. Trump's memorandum called the National Guard into federal service to temporarily protect ICE and other U.S. government personnel who are performing federal functions, including the enforcement of federal law, and to protect federal property at locations where protests against these functions are occurring or likely to occur. Trump also authorized the Secretary of Defense to employ any other members of the regular armed forces, so not just National Guard. He's saying, Hegseth, you can use other military officials to do your dirty work. He purported to authorize the military to perform those military protective activities that the Secretary of Defense determines are reasonably necessary to ensure the protection of federal property and personnel. The memorandum never specifically mentioned LA or California. To the contrary, it instructed the Secretary of Defense to coordinate with the governors of the states and National Guard Bureau in identifying and ordering into federal service the appropriate members and units of the National Guard. So this is not particularized to LA or California. Not just. And as we have seen on the news, this is going to be extended, possibly likely, to other locations within the country. Folks, just give me one more second. All right. Back to where we were. The same night, Secretary Hegseth issued a memorandum in which he implemented Donald Trump's directive. He called 2,000 members. So this is down now to 300. But he initially called 2,000 members of the California National Guard into federal service and instructed that they be placed under the command and control of U.S. Northern Command. 2 days later, Hegseth issued another memo in which he federalized an additional 2,000 members and posted on social media that approximately 700 active duty Marines from Camp Pendleton are being deployed to LA. So they're deploying actual Marine members as well as 4,000 National Guard individuals. On June 7th, a briefing took place at U.S. Army North with the Army North Commanding General, Chief of Staff, Operation Officers, and Deputy Chief of Staff William Harrington present. So this guy Harrington is present. Harrington has over 2 years of experience in his role at Task Force. He previously worked for 2 years as an instructor for U.S. Northern Command, teaching a course called Defense Support to Civilian Authorities, which included material on the Posse Comitatus Act. At the June 7th briefing, Mr. Harrington stated, based on his experience and training with the DoD, that if any National Guard troops were federalized as part of the deployment, they would lose the ability to conduct law enforcement activities because of the Posse Comitatus Act. Everyone at the briefing agreed with Harrington's assessment, and the commanding general assured him that the federalized National Guard troops involved in the mission would not be performing law enforcement functions. To Mr. Harrington's knowledge, everyone in the U.S. Northern Command knew that the Posse Comitatus Act applied, and no one expressed a contrary view. Task Force 51 troops, both the federalized National Guard troops and the U.S. Marine, so let's learn this terminology, Task Force 51, received training on the permitted scope of their activities under the Posse Comitatus Act. Quote, the standing rules on the use of force brief that was given by our legal personnel was given to every soldier and Marine. The training materials for Task Force 51 provided that active duty military personnel may not provide direct active assistance to civilian law enforcement authorities by performing law enforcement functions, unless a constitutional or an act of Congress exception specifically permits it. So we have these slides going around that I'm sure they introduced at trial. Major General Scott Sherman, so we have this guy, Harrington, he's part of these meetings that are taking place about how to actually enforce what's coming down from on high. And then we have this guy, Major General Scott Sherman, the Deputy Commanding General Support for U.S. Army Northern Commander of Task Force 51. So this guy's the leader of Task Force 51, oversaw the training of Task Force 51. He testified that his number 2 priority, after the troops' welfare and safety, was to ensure that they followed the standing rules on the use of force exactly as was written. Accordingly, he ensured that Task Force 51 troops knew that they were not allowed to do any law enforcement actions. Law enforcement had to do it themselves. Among other instructions, Task Force 51 troops were told they could not impede vehicle or pedestrian traffic or block public roads because those are law enforcement functions. And understand why this would be different, potentially, if this were a state deployment. If it's a state National Guard deployment, then this same issue of Posse Comitatus doesn't apply. But Major General Sherman's instructions were not absolute. For instance, the Task Force 51 training materials specified the law enforcement functions prohibited by the Posse Comitatus Act. No pursuits, no arrests, no apprehensions, no searches, seizures. Apparently these might be different. Although the training material lists 12 prohibited functions, Task Force 51 troops were orally instructed. Even though these were, all right, let's make sure these are the 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay. The Task Force 51 troops were orally instructed that the 4 functions listed in red, security patrols, traffic control, crowd control, riot control, were subject to a so-called constitutional exception to the Posse Comitatus Act. So, orally, they're like, heh, but not really. Orally, we don't have to follow Posse Comitatus. This instruction came all the way from the top of the DoD. Defendant objected to this testimony as privileged. Of course you would. So, Trump and Hegseth are saying, tell the troops, as Commander-in-Chief, tell the troops there's a executive constitutional exception that basically says part of the Posse Comitatus Act, or as it's interpreted, is unconstitutional, or there must be a constitutional exception. The Department of Defense instructed U.S. Northern Command and Task Force 51 that the President and Secretary's June 7th memo created a constitutional exception to the Posse Comitatus Act and authorized Task Force 51 to engage in those four red functions. So the DOD said, hey, this memo creates a constitutional exception. Interesting, hey? So I didn't know that a memo from fucking Hegseth can create a constitutional exception. What do you guys think? You think that makes any sense? Not so sure about that one. That's a nice little trick, isn't it? Biden should have wrote a memo. You know, there's a constitutional exception to me getting rid of student loans. Oliver says, me thinks it's some bullshit. I'm inclined to agree. Anyway. The instruction was initially not put in writing. Eventually, Secretary Hegseth issued a memo that explained the scope of the alleged constitutional exception to the Posse Comitatus Act. Secretary Hegseth's memo, issued to U.S. Northern Command, directed Task Force 51 to deploy the federal government properties, including federal buildings and monuments. When deployed to federal government properties, service members will support federal law enforcement and may take reasonable measures to prevent the destruction or defacement of federal government property, including crowd control, temporary detention, cursory search, measures to ensure the safety of persons on the property, and the establishment of security perimeters. So directly doing civilian law enforcement. Deploy to support federal law enforcement to protect federal functions and to protect federal personnel from harm or threat of bodily injury, including federal law enforcement officers and other federal government officials and employees. This may include temporary detention, cursory search, etc., protective perimeters, crowd control measures. This memo, in particular, the second bullet point, asserts that wherever federal personnel go, Task Force 51 can accompany them and establish perimeter control, engage in crowd control, and otherwise perform any functions necessary to ensure the execution of federal functions. So they're basically saying, we can follow these civilian cops wherever, basically DHS people, right? And anywhere they go and just do whatever we need to protect them. And by putting it in terms of protecting the DHS, they're essentially doing immigration enforcement. Defendants took the position at trial that there didn't even need to be an actual threat to deploy them. In fact, defendants contend that the potential for unexpected threats would be sufficient to deploy Task Force 51, even where the military's own assessment is that it is low risk or no risk. So Trump is arguing in court is, we don't even need a real risk in order to do these deployments. We're allowed to just use the military basically for anything in the country. I mean, what's the limiting principle here? What is a limiting principle that the Trump administration would accept? If you're a Trump supporter watching this, what is your limiting principle? Do you think it's based that the military can just do whatever, just enforce the law? You're okay with like a militarized enforcement of civilian law? And to have the military deploy on the home front to do basic civilian law enforcement functions. If you're allowed to deploy the military to follow around cops and protect them even in no risk situations, then there is no limiting principle. at that point, why not just have the military do the function itself? Like, they are, in essence, doing the federal law enforcement function. There's some, just going to respond to some of the haters who are also cowards, right? Because they don't call in. Troops are routinely deployed overseas to restore order in cities and towns, yet using them to protect Americans at home is treated as controversial. It is, right? That's something that they train the military, that we don't want military operatives, military troops acting as civilian law enforcement. That's not just a value that is expressed within the military. It's expressed in our law, in posse comitatus. It's in our history, where the framers were specifically worried about this. They were worried about standing armies. They were worried about quartering of troops. So all of this is well established in our history and laws, that we treat deployments domestically with much higher scrutiny than foreign deployments. That's not anything that's surprising. It is found in our constitutional structure. It's found in our laws. It's found in our history, our tradition. So none of that is odd to be concerned about. And the military itself, I know because I talked to these people. I grew up in a town which had a lot of vets, a lot of military people, and they all said, it's instilled in us. We don't deploy in the United States. The military is for abroad. But if you take the Trump administration at their logical conclusion, they're saying even when there's no risk, we can use the military for civilian law enforcement. Defendants go still further, proposing that even when there is no threat to safety or security, the mere possibility that federal law enforcement agents might not be able to do their jobs could justify deployment of Task Force 51 as a preventative measure. So even if there's even like no threat whatsoever, right? And that really is the argument that we should handle. We need to address this. This is saying there is no limiting principle whatsoever. Even when there is no threat to safety, right? Citing specifically the transcript where the Trump lawyers are saying this. So there's basically nothing you could order the federal military to do that could not be encompassed by this. Right? This same logic could say, well, to protect, and someone says, this guy says, to protect civilian law enforcement, right? But this protection rationale to protect civilian law enforcement, understood and interpreted the way the Trump administration is doing, that could justify them saying like, okay, you bring the DHS officer, but the DHS officer, if he were to execute the warrant himself, it would be very risky. And so in order to protect this ICE officer, because if he were to try to execute the warrant, his life would be in danger. Let's have the military do it to protect ICE. Why would that be unacceptable under this rationale? Genuinely, I'm asking, genuinely. Why would it be unacceptable in order to, quote, protect the ICE officer who's given an administrative warrant? Why would it be unacceptable to say to the military, the Marine, right? We're not even just talking about National Guard, the deployed Marine, hey, you go do this, because if I were to do it, there's a mere possibility that there could be a threat to safety, even if there's not. And then, of course, I think you have to grant that. I mean, they're really going to make a distinction, say, okay, actual execution of the warrant, even if it were potentially dangerous, that the military couldn't do that. I don't think that there's a limiting principle here. And this protection rationale, it's a pretext. All of this is a pretext. Just like the crime rationale, it's a pretext. It's not actually real. And what they're arguing for is more than just, we want to protect federal installations. They're basically saying we want to use the federal military as a posse comitatus. We want to use them as a posse comitatus. We want to use them as civilian law enforcement. That is what they're doing and arguing in court. And there's this little semantical, oh, we're not enforcing the law. We're just protecting the people who are enforcing the law. But we're interpreting protecting the people who are enforcing the law in a way that would stretch that term to include practically anything. But I totally encourage, if you disagree, right? We see some people who are disagreeing. Come into the voice chat. It's open. I'd love to discuss this with you. Would totally love to discuss this with you. I think it's pretty shameless that people are trying to justify this deployment within the country of the military. And once we start having like military tribunals that are issuing summary justice onto people for crimes and stuff, even then they would justify it. I mean, there is no limit to what they will justify to protect their dear leader. They are government bootlicking shills who worship power. They worship power and they love the government and they just trust daddy government. It happens a lot in a lot of authoritarian states, is that you have this devotion to the government, this devotion to power, and a shill-like attitude, right? So they become bootlicking shills who just believe the government, whatever they say. It's a sickness, and I don't know how to treat it. I think bullying might be the best approach. That's why I want to bring some of these guys on. I've actually had some difficulty finding people who will defend it in BC. Maybe I'll reach out to Tim Pool to have a debate about it. I trust the military, not the government. I mean, if you trust the military, it's the military who was, for years and years and years, warning about the potential dangers of using the military for civilian law enforcement. Everyone I talked to when I bartended who was a military, like a vet, or even people who are they would always be really proud of that fact. We don't deploy in America. We don't deploy in America. It's not the same thing. This is why it's different, blah, 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 blah. So if you trust the military, I mean, America has, I think, a more honorable tradition, unlike places like Egypt where there's military coups d'etats and stuff. There's a culture of separating civilian law enforcement from military functions. These are separate things. So I think it's quite sad to see the government bootlicking shills, defending the government, right? The government is using the military and co-opting the military for their own dirty ends, trying to glorify and involve them and dirty them up. I actually think it's an abuse of the military. What did the founders say about standing armies? Right, yeah, so the founders put a limitation, so this is in the appropriations clause of the Constitution, quoting from Article 1, Section 8, Clause 12. The Congress shall have power, quote, to raise and support armies, but no appropriation of money to that use shall be for a longer term than 2 years. That is expressly adopting the fear of the framers. And here, I'll show this to you. One sec. The fear of standing armies. And why is that a fear? The fear is that you'll use that standing army to infringe on the rights of the states and of the people. Very mistrustful of despots to use the military for those ends. Task Force 51 troops were trained to report violations of the standing rules, including violations of posse comitatus. There are no known reports by Task Force 51 of troops violating the standing rules. That said, in spite of the troops' training, Task Force 51 troops were openly instructed that they could, consistent with Posse Comitatus, engage in some law enforcement actions as long as they were doing so to protect federal property, personnel, or functions. The first federalized Task Force 51 troops deployed to LA on June 8th. In these early days, it was not clear what role they were to play. Task Force 51 troops were initially stationed at the Roybal complex at the Metropolitan Detention Center, while protests against ICE activities continued in downtown LA. On June 10th, several days after the first Task Force 51 troops arrived in LA, a representative of U.S. Army North sent an email coaching federal law enforcement agencies as to what language to use when submitting requests for assistance. Take a big sip. And again, I totally encourage people who disagree with me to jump on the horn. We'd love to hear from Trump supporters, people who, trust the government, people who want to be shills for the government. I would really appreciate, any government bootlicking shills to jump on the horn, give us an earful, let us know what you think. We would love this. So they're sending emails around about how to ask for help from the military to enforce the law. Law enforcement agencies were instructed to substitute protection for security and, quote, detect, monitor, and report for surveillance. So they're trying to be like, all right, these are the buzzwords you use to hide the fact that you're doing civilian law enforcement. Just use these buzzwords and we'll be good. You're not going to change what we mean. You just got to use the buzzword. If the requested activity cannot be converted to a protection term, then we cannot perform it. The Department of Defense did not explain what, quote, protection meant, nor did it clarify for federal agencies which functions troops could lawfully perform. Pursuant to the email instructions, though, federal law enforcement agencies' requests for assistance included requests for, quote, protection of federal property and for force protection of law enforcement agents conducting search warrant operations. So you're helping law enforcement agents conduct search warrants, execute search warrants. While on the ground in and around LA, Task Force 51 troops wore military uniforms. It is difficult, even for someone familiar with military uniforms and insignia, to differentiate between the uniforms from a distance or where there is a lot of commotion. DoD regulations require federal troops to have their name displayed on their uniform, yet some Task Force 51 troops wore body armor that obscured their names. Federal law enforcement personnel in LA did not display their names on their uniforms. In fact, many wore plain clothes instead of a uniform that would identify them as law enforcement at all. That's cool. Indeed, Major General Sherman and Ernesto Santa Cruz, the LA Field Office Director for ICE's Enforcement and Removal Operations and veteran himself, were both unable to determine whether multiple individuals in photographs of ICE enforcement actions were Task Force 51 troops or federal law enforcement personnel. So we're commingling military and civilian law enforcement. So even the leaders of this deployment, even the head of Task Force 51 is unable to distinguish between ICE and military. Seemed like a bit of an issue. I don't know. That's just me. That's just me, though. Task Force 51 responded to 64 requests for assistance in and outside LA County. These requests for assistance came from various federal law enforcement agencies, many but not all within the DHS. Task Force 51 troops accompanied ICE officers on approximately 75% of their enforcement and removal operations in mid-July. The presence of Task Force 51 deterred engagement by the public, especially by those who might have attempted to hinder or protest an arrest by ICE agents. The Marines, who were part of Task Force 51, were tasked only with protecting federal property in LA. One such facility was the Wilshire Federal Building, which houses the Veteran Affairs Office. On June 12th, a Marine briefly detained a veteran who twice attempted to enter the building but who did not stop when asked, provided identification, or state his business. The Marine restrained the veteran's hands in flex cuffs and detained him for 25 minutes, after which point federal law enforcement arrived and took custody. The Marine did not question the veteran or otherwise engage with him. Not all of Task Force 51 deployments in LA were related to ICE or other DHS agencies. For example, on the morning of June 13th, Task Force 51 troops accompanied DEA and FBI officers on a joint operation at a private residence in Long Beach. So we're sending the military to do FBI work. Legit civilian law enforcement. The record is unclear as to whether Task Force 51's blockade, which they implemented, prevented civilians from using Long Beach Boulevard, a public road, while the operation was ongoing. Nor was Task Force 51 deployed only in support of federal enforcement actions. So not even just federal enforcement. On July 7th, 80 Task Force 51 troops participated in a DHS operation titled Operation Excalibur. This was DHS's third attempt at the operation, and Secretary Hegseth himself approved it. Excalibur is, of course, a reference to the legendary sword of King Arthur, which symbolizes his divine sovereign as a king. Initially, Operation Excalibur was planned to take place on Father's Day and have run through MacArthur Park. Major General Sherman objected to the request for assistance, expressing concern that there would be a large number of people in the park for Father's Day. Wilshire Boulevard was in the middle of the park, the operation law enforcement area, and the initial proposal to use helicopters would attract large crowds in opposition. Chief Bavino of the DHS criticized Major General Sherman for his opposition, questioning his loyalty to the country. This is relevant because Chief Bavino's accusation of disloyalty go to the state of mind of decision makers who are tasked with ensuring that the Posse Comitatus Act is followed. So the DHS, right, is calling military officials who are in charge of this deployment insufficiently loyal when they contest aspects of the operation. So it's an example of now civilian law enforcement berating the military for disloyalty by not following through the command of the Department of Homeland Security. So DHS is trying to dominate military operations in the interior of the country. They're commingling their leadership structures. They're commingling their individual agents such that we can't even tell the difference at a glance. Even the leader of that operation. They're hiding their names. This is a recipe for disaster. This is exactly what the framers were worried about, is that we would use the armies of the United States to enact the vision of a executive gone rogue. And that's what's happening. And you see, even in my little comment section, in my little channel, plenty of loser, degenerate, bootlicking shills defending it, because there's nothing that they'll criticize the administration for. They are merely government bootlicking shills that trust and believe in the government. They don't care about state sovereignty. They don't care about state rights. They just care about power, owning the libs, and trusting the government. And even when the DHS is questioning, right, Chief Bavino of DHS, this degenerate scumbag, and I'll show you a picture of this degen. This scumfuck brown shirt DHS guy is criticizing the military for being insufficiently disloyal to his commands, to his operations, to what he wants to do. This is the brown shirt in charge of the DHS operation here. and who was accusing the military of being insufficiently loyal. And again, totally, I would love to have some of these bootlicking chills come on stream and we can chat it out. Excalibur involved federal law enforcement officials marching across MacArthur Park while Task Force 51 remained stationed outside in military vehicles. Humvees, tactical vehicles. Excuse me. Including at 2 traffic points to prevent vehicular traffic along a stretch of Wilshire Boulevard. DHS's mission in executing Operation Excalibur was to demonstrate, through a show of presence, the capacity and freedom of maneuver within LA. So this is like a Tiananmen Square type situation. A show of force. Literally using the military as a show of force. It's like when Trump went to Lafayette Square or Lafayette Park, wherever, to hold up the Bible. It was a show of force. And this is, I mean, what is this? Is this a not acting as a posse comitatus? And the operation's purpose was to enable and protect the execution of a joint federal law enforcement missions in a high visibility urban environment. Demonstrated federal reach and presence. I mean, this is some fucking Hitler shit. Operation Excalibur was rated high risk for DHS agents due to, among other things, likely crowd and concerns about international gang presence. So Task Force 51 conducted numerous rehearsals, which were very large and involved all key leaders of the operation. Despite the risk associated with Operation Excalibur and the numerous rehearsals, DHS planned to give LAPD only 2 hours of notice of the operation. Why? Why only 2 hours notice to LAPD? Further, the risk of inaction, that is the risk of not performing the operation at all, was low due to the lack of any high-value targets or threats to federal functions at MacArthur Park. So we're not talking about a courthouse. We're not talking about a DHS facility. It's just going to a park to fuck around and to do, like, ops. The only identified risk to inaction was a hypothetical concern that it could weaken the public's perception of federal responsiveness and reduce deterrence. I mean, if that's the only rationale you need to deploy the military, then might as well have the military patrolling every street in America by that rationale. If it's a legitimate federal function to just increase public perception of responsiveness, I mean, that would justify using the military on every street in America all the time. As I mentioned to you before, there is no limiting principle. If you accept the government at face value, the only thing, they wouldn't even need to show any threat. They wouldn't need to show any danger. They wouldn't even need to show any federal function. They could create their own federal function by just saying, we want to increase perception of federal responsiveness. And that by itself would like justify marching and doing a military march in any location in America. There legit is no limiting principle to this theory of military domestic deployment. You get me? If you believe the government here, and if you're just a government bootlicking chill, if you accept this, I mean, you're just going to accept any federal deployment at any time by the military. If this does not violate posse comitatus, what would? I literally don't know, like, what would violate posse comitatus? If this doesn't, right? No federal function in the sense of no federal installation, no pre-existing federal deployment of, like, civilian law enforcement there. Just a park. They wanted to do it on Father's Day, where the only asserted federal interest is the potential public perception of federal responsiveness. and to reduce deterrence. If that doesn't violate posse comitatus, what would? I'm struggling here. I mean, anything, right? You could make an argument that anything the federal government does could bear on public perception of the federal government and its responsiveness. It's kind of circular in some sense. By definition, anywhere you go is going to like draw attention because you are the federal government. So pretty degenerate arguments here. Operations outside LA County. Excuse me, one sec. I don't know what's wrong with me. Am I like dying? Would you care if I died? Be nice. Would you care? Yeah, of course. Thank you. I would. Appreciate it, guys. Duh. Thank you so much. Okay. Task Force 51 and their assistance to federal law enforcement operations in Southern California expanded beyond LA. The evidence at trial showed that federal troops were deployed 3 times in support of federal law enforcement operations targeting marijuana farms. So now we can use military deployments to do drug enforcement. How is this not operating as a posse comitatus? You're basically saying we can send the military to any federal action because there's a federal person there. Like this logic, understand this logic. We've already talked about one of these, which is this kind of like presence. This kind of presence argument that has no limiting principle. And then this kind of like federal accompaniment that has no limiting principle either. Anywhere a federal person goes, I guess you can send the military to help them. And I ask again, what is the limiting principle here in terms of posse comitatus? On June 18th, over 300 Task Force 51 troops were deployed to support a DEA operation at a marijuana farm. There was no specific threat or risk of riot in Mecca. The troops were stationed several hundred yards outside the farm itself, where they established a security perimeter. The DEA operation was targeted at illegal narcotics activity. They seized drugs and human trafficking victims, disrupted illegal marijuana cultivation. Civilian law enforcement sounds like that to me. Troops were deployed to a cannabis farm in Carpinteria, California, 80 miles from downtown LA. No specific risk. The risk of inaction was low. Task Force 51 troops and federal law enforcement officers together blocked traffic on Casitas Pass Road on the outskirts of Carpinteria. So they once again are creating security perimeters, helping civilian law enforcement. Here's another example of a cannabis farm deployment. The future of the National Guard in California. As of August 11th, 300 federalized California National Guard members remain part of Task Force 51. Those 300 troops are responding to 4 requests for assistance, 2 for protection of federal property and 2 for the protection of federal personnel and functions. Hegseth extended the deployment in LA by 90 days. LA was the first but not the last city where Trump and Hegseth deployed troops. Following criticisms by Trump of the crime rate in DC, Hegseth announced that National Guard troops would be deployed there to stand with their national enforcement partners. Trump has since raised similar criticisms about Oakland, Baltimore, Chicago, and San Francisco, insinuating that he intends to send the National Guard or military to these cities. And he's saying that they destroyed it. We would clean that up too. We'll clean that up. Conclusions of law. The court begins with a discussion of the historical context in which the Posse Comitatus Act was passed. I'm going to, folks, we'll take a pause here because we're going to have Aaron come in a second, and we'll be doing some reacting stuff and eventually going back to the press event or address from the Oval Office that Trump is going to do at 2:00. So this is, I think, is a good place to pause. We've gone through the facts, the conclusions of fact. The lion's share of this is going to be the conclusions of law. But before we get there to conversation with Aaron and then to the Trump press event or announcement, any questions? I wouldn't be surprised if that's what the announcement is today. They mentioned that it's going to be about Space Force. I'm more interested in seeing how he looks, you know? Does he look sick? Does he look like stroked out? The president makes an announcement related to the DOD. That's what it says in the schedule now. Okay, cool. Also, if there are people who are conservatives that want to jump in to the live channel, just let me know. I'm gonna react. So I had the Silly Serious send me a memer. I don't know what this is gonna entail, but I want to react to this guy. Let's see, which of these videos you we're just gonna react to Goobers until Aaron arrives. All right, let's see what he has to say about tariffs.
For many years, tariffs were allowed to be used against us by our uncaring and unwise politicians. And we had it in our budget for most of the history of the country until 1913 when we got the stupid income tax. Trump found that there was a national emergency, and he took action under the law as he's allowed to do and imposed tariffs. And IEEPA's language does not contain the additional limits on which the majority's holding relies. So they're reading it very narrowly, right? You can only do
All right, this is going to suck. Let me go to another one. He's gonna look at the dissent.
So alarm, anger, so you get charged with because you anger somebody. Like, I don't give a crap about how angry they are. It's their problem. This is a big, wide world. People can be angry and alarmed about a lot of things. That doesn't mean you can...
Oh, okay. This one is funny. I haven't seen this, but I assume he's gonna defend the woman who called like an autistic minor the N-word. So let's see.
Charged me with a crime for it. Although the defendant denied that she had called, Freeman recognized her voice. The defendant proceeded to loudly call Freeman a fat, ugly B word and a C word. Defendant became very angry while chasing the boy and shouted at him and repeatedly used a racial epithet called the N-word because YJ is of Somali background. Criminal charges for bad words and maybe a little bit more, but that's going to be subject to a lot of debates. This is the case in the state of Minnesota versus Shiloh Marie Hendricks, and this case went viral. New York Post tells us Minnesota mom who called a 5-year-old with autism the N-word in a viral video is now facing criminal charges months later. And so we have to ask ourselves about the criminality of using the N-word. And it's a real issue. There's a bunch of case law on this. I have a lot of it queued up. We'll go through it. We'll see what the courts say about it in other cases, including the Supreme Court in Minnesota. What is a fighting word? And is using the N-word at a 5-year-old something that constitutes fighting words? And it's going to be a battle, I would imagine, because this woman allegedly...
What do you guys think? You think you should be allowed to call autistic 5-year-olds the N-word? I mean, I'm a free speech guy, you know that. But I do think that there's... If a comment is tailored to an individual, we should consider whether they're a minor and harassment is not protected under the First Amendment. I can imagine yelling racial epithets directed at a child might trigger, a harassment exception here.
Is it raised hundreds of thousands of dollars, and I tried to find her Give Send Go on the internet and I couldn't find it. I think they took it down, but she's raised hundreds of thousands of dollars. A lot of people are defending her, saying, we don't want bad things to happen to our kids on the playground, and that this woman was misinterpreting the situation, didn't know he had autism, and the kid had taken something from her, and so she was just going to protect her kid. And so there's a lot that went down in this case, but the New York Post gives us some background on it. It says the Minnesota mom hurled a racial slur at an autistic 5-year-old Somali child and raised money from supporters. Now she's getting charged. So she was in Rochester, 3 counts of disorderly conduct. We're going to look at the law, which carries a maximum sentence of 90 days. Here's a photo of the woman who was there on the scene. scene. And Rochester is now coming out, and it seems like they're very upset about that one particular word, which of course I believe is a reprehensible word. We never use it, have never used it, would never use it, even if, and we've talked about this, even if there are some people in the African American community we saw back in California was talking about reparations, who said that their reparation total would have been like $4 quadrillion. Even if we paid $4 quadrillion, which we don't have, it doesn't exist, and we had full unequivocal license to use the word because reparations were paid, still wouldn't use it, especially at a 5-year-old. But the question is it a crime? Is it disorderly conduct? Would other people using other words towards other individuals, particularly a white person, if they were on the receiving end of this, would the county charge that person with a crime for that behavior? If the situation was reversed, if it was a black person calling a white person something, would the state charge somebody for the words? Because we've got case law on this, and the First Amendment is broad. And let's see what we've got. So back in April, there was a video of Hendricks unapologetically using the N-word. When the videographer will read the criminal complaint, a black man named Mark Omar confronted her over the use of the word. Hendricks doubled down. Then she called him that. She said, if that's what he's going to act like, and then she called him that. Hendricks claimed the young boy was going through a bag of her child's belongings, right? She's like, what the hell's going on over here? Which she felt justified her using the slur. Now, after the shocking clip, she got a wave of harassment, but then she raised hundreds of thousands of dollars. Hendricks raised over
wild, by the way. She made $300,000 off of calling a 5-year-old autistic child the N-word. What do you guys think of that?
Well in excess of any potential fines. The mom was asking for money, saying her private information had been leaked. She set the goal at $1 million, but she's got other citations. Okay, so DUI, disorderly conduct, brawling, all of these things. Hendricks' sentence is yet to be determined, but she got charged. And so let's go through the criminal complaint. We'll see exactly what's inside. State of Minnesota versus Shiloh Marie Hendricks. And the charges are 3 counts of disorderly conduct. And disorderly conduct in Arizona, and as we're going to see in Minnesota, is one of these laws that I have a lot of problems with because it's so broad. It doesn't really articulate what the criminal conduct actually is so that you're on proper notice about what's allowed and what's not allowed. For example, let's take a look at the actual statute itself because it is right here. And part of this is interesting. This is over from revisor.mn.gov. Here's 60972. She's getting charged under subsection 1.3, which is right here. So it says, whoever does any of the following in a public or private place, including on a school bus, knowing or having reasonable grounds to know that it will or will tend to alarm, anger, or disturb others, or provoke an assault or breach of the peace, is guilty of disorderly conduct, which is a misdemeanor. Very broad. Okay, if you do something that you have reasonable grounds to know that it will alarm others, that's enough, according to this statute. Would tend to alarm or breach of the peace. It doesn't have to provoke an assault. It doesn't have to really do anything. You're guilty of disorderly conduct, which is a misdemeanor. Okay, and this happens all the time. Like, I've represented so many people charged with disorderly conduct for doing nothing, like literally nothing. There was one case where the cops came and arrested a guy in his house for breaking a bowl in the trash can. He just dropped it in there, cracked it. Neighbors called the cops. Cops come in.
She made $800,000.
Your own bowl, your own property. You're under arrest for disorderly conduct because you disturbed your neighbor. Like, what the hell? Crazy.
That's
time.
wild.
So he didn't even do anything wrong. Like, nobody complained. It was just a neighbor called cops. Who was a maniac, just showed up and made the arrest. So I'm not saying that's this case, but it is broad, and you can see it's not that you have to alarm and provoke an assault. No, it's or. So alarm, anger. So you get charged because you anger somebody. Like, I don't give a crap about how angry they are. It's their problem. This is a big, wide world. People can be angry and alarmed about a lot of things. That doesn't mean you can charge me with a crime for it. But here you see under subsection 3, engages. Okay, so there's various subsections. 1, engages in brawling or fighting. Right now, you're actually fighting. Right, that's actually
not an issue.
In your actions, not your words. Right, there's physical action happening. Number 2, which is deemed unconstitutional. Okay, if you disturb an assembly or a meeting, not unlawful in its character. Okay, so if like you're just like outside loudly screaming at your committee members, they say that's disorderly conduct. But guess what? That's unconstitutional. Right here, State versus Hensel. Clause 2 was held unconstitutional under the First Amendment to the United States because it's way overbroad. Right, so part of the statute has already been deemed unconstitutional. Now we'll have to ask the question: if as applied to this woman, is it unconstitutional? Explaining. Number 3, if she engages in offensive, obscene, abusive, boisterous, or noisy conduct in an offensive, obscene, or abusive language that's tending reasonably to arouse alarm, anger, or resentment in others. Okay, and now that one I think fits absolutely. You're like, oh yeah, I mean, if you go out and start screaming the N-words at somebody, or any words really, go up to somebody and say, you're a fat, ugly loser. Like, what? What'd you say to me, punk? Right? Yeah, I don't think you take too kindly to that. But are those fighting words? And the N-word, right, has a special place in its vileness, and right, that alone causes resentments, right? Like, you can imagine how you just go.
All right, let me see how I think about something. All right, should you have the right, in general, to call a little boy the N-word? I'm going to go out and say, I think yes. So what I'm interested in here is whether or not this would fit an exception of either, fighting words or harassment, or whether you're, like Jen mentioned, the way in which it was done, you were putting someone in fear that there were going to be like imminently an offensive touching or something, such that it would be like an assault or, like I said, harassment.
Somebody say that in the face that you could expect to be popped in the head, and probably deserve it, right? Depending on the context of the situation. But here you can see engaging in an offensive, obscene, or abusive, boisterous, noisy conduct. Is this constitutional at all? How is this going to work as applied to words? We got a couple of other cases here, all right? This case came down in the Supreme Court of Minnesota. It's called In the Matter of the Welfare of SLJ.
I'm going to go ahead and say I am glad that we have this might be like the first Trump lawyer that I've found who's like going through case law. So you know what? Instantly, I appreciate this guy for like pulling up relevant constitutional, state precedent. So already he's like on another level compared to some of the goobers we tend to look at. So appreciate that.
Supreme Court of Minnesota back in 1978. This is an appeal from an order of a juvenile division of the district court confirming the finding of delinquency. Okay, so these young kids got charged basically with juvenile delinquency because these young kids were saying "F you pigs" to police. They got charged with disorderly conduct for that back in 1978. Because we find that the conviction for disorderly conduct cannot stand under subsection 3 as narrowly construed, it can only punish fighting words. And fighting words are very clearly defined. All right, so now you can...
All right. Okay, then I think if that's the only way you can construe the disorderly conduct to fighting words, I probably agree with this guy. Holy shit.
Distinguish this case from Shiloh's case because these are kids and these are police officers. So we got different parties, right? But still, saying "F you pigs" is not enough. And so any person, it's about fighting words. And so it's a big, long decision here. But this can be overbroad. A statute can be overbroad if it deters the exercises of First Amendment rights. And the guarantees of freedom of speech forbid the states to punish the use of words or language not within a very narrowly limited classes of speech. Now, in the criminal complaint, we're going to see that they're also going to say it's beyond speech because they're going to have to find something else, right? Speech alone is hard to criminalize. But if you have speech plus an action, like speech plus the brawling, speech plus maybe a threat to attack or aggressive maneuvers or something like that, maybe they can add on to the speech to criminalize it. But the line between guaranteed speech is finely drawn. And ever since this happened in 1942 in this Chilimsky case versus New Hampshire, which I might have queued up, the Supreme Court examined a First Amendment challenge there. New Hampshire said you can't use offensive, derisive, or annoying language. And we say it's only allowed for fighting words. Now, fighting words, okay, so fighting words is kind of the constitutional term of art. So is Shiloh Hendricks's words fighting words? They have been defined as those personally abusive epithets, which when addressed to the ordinary citizen are as a matter of common knowledge, inherently likely to provoke a violent reaction. Okay, so that sounds like it fits. Here, words which by their very utterance inflict injury or tend to incite an immediate breach of the peace.
Yeah, but I don't even like this doctrine. I think it's stupid.
Now, words that do not fit this definition, no matter how offensive they may be, are not subject to criminal sanctions. If the statute being scrutinized punishes more than fighting words, then it must be struck down as facially overbroad. Words by which their very utterance inflict injury or, like, is it an injury? The word inflicts an injury? Or they incite an immediate breach of the peace, which...
Yeah, I hate this doctrine. I hate the Chiplinsky doctrine. I think it should be and if that's the case, then I don't think that this statute should be applied as to this woman. Interesting.
Didn't, right? So like that didn't happen. So the words didn't cause the breach of the peace. So you can't punish the words. Is kind of how her argument will go. Now that's just one case. So we're going to come back to her complaint in a second, but here's another one. MAH versus JLW. This one's also out of Minnesota Court of Appeals. This is also about fighting words. And 30 children were watching. I think that actually might be the same case. This is another case. State versus Bacala. Yeah, here, this was another Connecticut case. And if I can click appropriately, then I can share it with you. The Connecticut Supreme Court reversed a conviction for breach of the peace. Okay, somebody got sued. This is in a different state. Second degree in connection with a customer dispute. The court held, and I think the N-word was used in this case too. The defendant was convicted of breach of the peace because she used words to denigrate the manager of a supermarket in the course of a customer service dispute, right? So she goes in. Fundamentally, we're called to determine whether the defendant's speech is protected under the First Amendment of the Constitution. This distinction has profound consequences for our constitutional republic. Only certain types of narrowly defined speech are not afforded the full protections of the First Amendment, including fighting words. What are those? Words that have a direct tendency to cause acts of violence by the person to whom individually the remark is addressed. And there was no physical violence that we know of in response. The broad language of Connecticut's law has been...
Oliver says expansive N-word case law. No, this is super interesting. You know what? I misjudged this. I mean, this is an interesting thing to talk about. I don't know.
Limited accordingly, because the words spoken by the defendant were not likely to provoke a violent response under the circumstances in which they were uttered. They cannot be proscribed. You cannot limit those consistent with the First Amendment, and so that is reversed. Freeman approached the defendant, 40-year-old woman who used a cane during a medical condition. Although the defendant denied that she had called, Freeman recognized her voice. The defendant proceeded to loudly call Freeman a fat, ugly B word and a C word. F you, you're not a manager, while gesticulating with her cane. Despite her crude and angry expressions, Freeman remained professional. Have a good night. Okay, so maybe not the N-word. Now, thereafter, the defendant was arrested. And
not the N-word.
You can't call somebody a fat, ugly B and a C word. F you. You can't say that stuff, right? You can't actually on appeal. She says, you can't charge me with breach of the peace here. These aren't fighting words. It wasn't going to incite him to imminent violent response. And so the fighting words exception came out in the seminal case from the Supreme Court. There are certain well-defined, narrowly limited classes of speech, the prevention and the punishment of which have never been thought to raise any constitutional problem. These include the lewd and obscene and profane and libelous and insulting or fighting words, which by their very utterance inflict an injury or tend to incite an immediate breach of the peace. And one more case here, also out of Minnesota, state of Minnesota. And here is the question. Can this person be charged with disorderly conduct? And it's all about fighting words. Now, without a doubt, they say, this person's statements or vulgar? And we're trying to see what he said. Can he be charged with this? Is it vulgar or is it an actual fighting words? Here, the recipient of the remarks was wearing a National Guard uniform, was only in town for a visit. It appears that Bridges was reacting to the recipient's National Guard uniform and directing most of his comments at the military in general. In addition, he was walking with either his son or daughter, shouted remarks, not in direct confrontation, but over his shoulder as he walked away. It's like not imminent to a fight. By the time Bridges made his last remark, he was 50 yards away in his own yard, and somebody said he was just babbling senselessly. And the recipient of the speech was shocked and offended, but just told him to keep on walking. And so under these circumstances, we cannot conclude that Bridges' remarks, while vulgar and offensive, rise to the level of fighting words that tend to provoke an immediate violent reaction or breach of the peace. And so, construing the disorderly conduct statute narrowly, as we must, Bridges' remarks are insufficient for conviction. Okay, so again, reversed. So in other words, Shiloh Hendricks has some pretty good case law on her side here. And if she can make the argument that this was not...
What's her name? Shiloh Hendricks? Shiloh Hendricks complaint. But let's see what the allegations... Hang on, the draft complaint... She engaged in offensive, obscene, abusive, boisterous, or noisy conduct in a manner tending to arouse alarm, anger, or resentment in others. So she was charged with disorderly conducts. So 3 disorderly conducts. All right, hang on. Let me pull up the statement of facts, statement of probable cause. Let's take a look real quick. Now I'm actually kind of curious. Your complainant is a peace officer employed by Rochester Police Department who was advised by his LT, a law enforcement officer within that agency, known to your complainant to be truthful and reliable. He became aware of an incident. He learned that an individual had taken a phone video of his encounter with an adult female. The female had engaged in a hostile and racist manner with a child who was at the park. This is Shiloh Hendricks, referred to as the defendant. Attempts to make contact with the defendant were unsuccessful. Further investigation included a statement by a man that explained that he was at the above referenced park with 3 of his children. One of his children is 8 years of age and is profoundly and visibly autistic. Oh, he's 8, not 5. Okay. Due to his disability, he does not understand typical boundaries and requires intensive parental supervision. He explained that at some point while at the park, he approached a diaper bag that belonged to someone else, and he took an applesauce pouch from the bag. He saw his child take the item and attempt to retrieve the item from his son. The defendant also saw his son, defendant being the woman, saw him take her diaper bag and began chasing him. The son climbed around the playground equipment in an attempt to get away from his father and from the defendant. The defendant became very angry while chasing. The defendant shouted at him and repeatedly used a racial epithet, the N-word. They're of Somali background, causing him to freeze. Based on her anger and her words, he feared that the defendant might strike him. The defendant angrily grabbed the food item from him. An individual identified as SBO saw this encounter and heard defendant call the child the N-word. Approached the defendant with his phone recording. He asked the defendant why she called the child the N-word, and he pointed out that the child is autistic. Defendant admitted to calling the child the N-word, stating that she can call him that if he acts like one. Yikes. When pressed further, defendant turned her anger toward the man taking the video, raised her middle finger, cursed at him repeatedly, used the same epithet against him, the N-word. When asked if she was about to hit the child, she said, "Yeah, he took my son's stuff," and said that little effing kid did. When confronted about her use of hate speech, defendant twice said, "I don't give a shit," followed by "fuck off." The witness explained that his son, as well as other children, were very scared and troubled by her hateful words and conduct. At the time of this incident, there were multiple other unidentified individuals in the park, including children. In summary, defendant wrongfully and unlawfully engaged in offensive, obscene, abusive, boisterous, or noisy conduct, or an offensive, abusive, obscene language that would reasonably tend to arouse alarm, anger, or resentment in others. What are you guys' thoughts? I think the admonition about whether she was about to hit the child, like I was trying to hit the child. Now it's like, are you allowed to hit a kid to get your applesauce back? Thoughts on this, folks? If a kid is running off with your applesauce, can you hit the kid to get your applesauce back? Or do we have to like infinitely accept applesauce theft? Nope, says I love idiots. Absolutely, says Aquila. I have. You've hit a. Oh, sorry, talk about something else. I mean, it's applesauce. I'd slap him, charge me. Well, it's an autistic child. What'd they steal? I think they stole applesauce. Punt him like an NFL player? Did they hit you to take the sauce? No, they just like, they went in your bag and grabbed the applesauce. If it's like chips, no way, but applesauce? I don't think you can hit them, but tripping accidentally is... Hey, no memes. If a child is threatening a blade of grass on your lawn, infinite force is... infinite force to get your applesauce back. All right, so there's... Hang on, let me try to think of this. I'm going to draw something. So there's... For the disorderly conduct, we have the like attempt to hit, maybe, and the racial language. Now, she didn't actually end up like hitting him, just like snatched it, right? So did she really have an attempt to hit the child if she didn't actually do it? And I'm like, well, what can I do? Like, imagine this were a thief, a human, like it wasn't an autistic 8-year-old, but it was like a fully formed human being who is socially normal, who was stealing my applesauce. I'm pretty sure I could hit him. Right? So the only difference between hitting a thief who stole your applesauce and this incident would be like, well, it's an autistic child. And she didn't actually hit him. And wouldn't you be justified to forcibly snatch applesauce that's been stolen from you? Like, we obviously disagree with the use of this, but we're just talking about whether it's criminal. I think that it should be justified, legally justified, to forcibly snatch your applesauce from an autistic 8-year-old. Because it would be justified if this was like your iPod, you know, or your phone. If you're an autistic 8-year-old and you snatch my phone, I'm going to snatch it back. I'm going to snatch it back. And again, maybe I would like ask the parent or something. Sorry, I'm not saying this is what I would do. I'm saying it should be legally protected for me in the moment, seeing an autistic 8-year-old child snatch my phone, to grab the phone and forcibly snatch it back. And I don't think that we should distinguish that and like my applesauce. If you can't get back an applesauce from an autistic kid without hitting, you have a bigger... Okay, so here's what I would say. Here's what I would say. The use of force needs to be reasonable. Always. I think the use of force in forcibly snatching applesauce is justified because it's reasonable. I don't think punting or striking the child would be reasonable. But she didn't do that. Is making a child like be in fear that you might hit them unreasonable? I don't even know that that's... No. I think that putting a child in fear who stole some of your stuff, isn't that like what cops do? So I think that like the actions, the physical actions the woman took to steal her applesauce back, to take it back, should probably be protected. Do you guys disagree? I'm just thinking about it. How big is the child? I don't really care how big the child is, right? Maybe the size of the child should bear on whether the use of force is reasonable. I think it says in the Bible, if thou child hath grabbed someone's applesauce, they are committing a sin against me, and thus shall be punished with a lash. So saith the Lord. And so I think she didn't actually hit him. I don't know. I think this physical conduct probably not enough for me. I think it should be protected. I think you should be allowed to take your applesauce back. You shouldn't be able to use deadly force, though. And these are like the source of endless fun hypotheticals that we do, like use deadly force to steal a blade of grass, if that's the only way to get it back. Uh-oh, Oliver, who is usually, by the way, Oliver is usually a lib. Very lib-pilled Oliver. He tends to agree with me that this seems justified. That is, chasing a child in the park, snatching your applesauce back is justified if a kid tries to steal your applesauce. If I could take the kid, I'm getting my sauce back. You guys, where's the heart? Where's the love? Where's the love? I don't like it, says Oliver. I don't think that I'm chasing the child, though, if it were my applesauce. I think I'd be like, is this anyone's child? Can I get the applesauce back? And maybe if the child eats the applesauce, you know what? Maybe call me a cuck. I'm letting him have the applesauce. But if it's my phone, or if it's my slice of pizza, suplex the kid. Motherfucker, I'm getting my pizza. Imagine you. What up, false? Probably let go of the applesauce, but I wouldn't want to be illegal for her to try. Yeah, that's a good distinction, Oliver. 100% if it's a peach cup. You got that one, kid. That's not a hard question to answer. And they're having, I don't know what you're referencing. Deadly force? Deadly force? And now let's talk about the racial language. Let's take the First Amendment analysis that I kind of bandied about. Is the N-word, or kind of a racial slur, is that speech? Yes, it is speech. So we got that step one, it is speech. 2, would restricting this as applied be content-based restriction? Yeah, it would be a content-based restriction. So we proceed to step 3. Are there any categories of unprotected speech that this could fall into? If the chase is justified, right, then you can't add a justified chase and snatch to this overall situation. And I think the chase probably is justified. So what's the category of unprotected speech? I don't think it's incitement. I don't think it's like a criminal conspiracy or criminal attempt. I think the only one it could conceivably fall into is like some kind of fighting words situation, right? The fact that it's an adult versus child makes such a huge difference to me for the First Amendment analysis. Well, maybe you would say it's strict scrutiny, but a narrowly tailored rule, which is no yelling of racial slurs at children. That doesn't seem that narrow to me. And I don't believe in N-word supremacy in terms of like that word is the only word that we can ban. I feel like other racial slurs, you can't treat the N-word on a category. Certainly, like interpersonally, we can treat that as different. But as a category, I don't think that we should legally distinguish that racial slur from others. So I don't know. I think I'm kind of convinced that this should not be a crime. Did I just take this person's side? What do you guys think? I might take a poll. This will actually interest me. And I'm going to try to make the poll very specific so that we don't, because none of us like that she used the word. So don't get confused on that. So I don't want to be misheard to say like I support what she said. But I just want to take a poll real quick to see where the chat is at here. And we'll see what the results are. Engage with the audience. Let's see. Do a chat. Should her speech racial slur against child be legally protected? Legally. Start that poll. I'm very curious what you guys are going to say. Should her speech, the racial slur against the child, be legally protected? Not morally, not ethically, just legally. I think I'm leaning towards yes. I'll put that in Twitch as well. I think I'm leaning towards yes. Unless there are obscenity laws, I can see harassment as the only thing. But even then, harassment, if it's just the words, I think harassment, you need like continued privacy infringements. You know, like you're calling the child, you're stalking the child, that kind of stuff. You know, you're following the child. We'll do it in Twitch as well. We'll do 2 minutes. Boom. So I would want for harassment to be more evidence of like, you're trying to put them in fear. You're trying to infringe on their privacy. You're following them. You're stalking them. You're disturbing them in their place of business. You're disturbing them in their place of residence. You're putting them in reasonable fear that you're going to hurt them after this encounter, where the chase, I think, is justified. Wow. We have 70%, close to 70% of my chat thinks that she is being charged for something that should have legal protections over. Damn. That's crazy, huh? And Twitch chat, it's even more stark. 83% say that they support her legal right here, even if you disagree with it. Damn. I think that's where I'm at. What do you guys think? Would you threaten a child? %66% still on YouTube. Wow. All right. I think that's where my community's at. I think that's where I'm at. You know, I was like, I was kind of yelling at this dude a little, Reno, because apparently he was some goober, but this video wasn't bad. Why don't we finish it?
Language that was directed towards imminent violence or to provoke a breach of the peace, then she might have the right to say those words, right? If she wants to, under the First Amendment, as reprehensible as the words are. Now, here is the actual criminal complaint. And before we get there, this is what the city announced. And here is their press release. They say, the Rochester City Attorney's Office is now filing a complaint and summons from an April 28th incident. They give us the complaint. They say 3 counts of disorderly conduct under Minnesota law. This matter involved a large amount of evidence, they write, and required careful consideration of potential charging options across multiple offices. Interesting. Additionally, under Minnesota law, prosecutors are required to involve and consider the perspective of a crime victim. And the crime victim say, I want charges, I want prosecution, so they got to listen to them. Given the sensitive and complicated nature of this case, along with the high level of public attention, because a lot of people are mad about it, completing the necessary reviews and talks with the victim's family took longer than usual. The city attorney's office remains focused on the legal process and is committed to ensuring a fair process. We're not going to speculate about the length of the court process or the outcome. Now, as the legal process moves forward, the city recognizes not only the significant attention and emotion surrounding this case, but also the complex and lasting impact situations like this have on communities of color and our broader community. Conversations and activities are unfolding across many different spaces, reflecting both immediate reactions and long-term needs. These ongoing efforts will continue regardless of the outcomes of the legal proceedings. And so the city attorney said this. This was a situation, said Mayor Kim Norton, that deeply affected many people, especially our communities of color, and caused real turmoil in our community. Mayor Kim Norton in Minnesota, we acknowledge the lasting impact this incident has had, and not only on those directly involved and across our community, but also in the broader conversations happening at the state and national level. These moments remind us of the complexity and far-reaching impacts of situations like this. The city remains committed to staying engaged. Blah, blah, blah. The city remains committed.
We have a fucking badass here. Just kidding, Eugene. But Eugene says she can say it, but if the kid's mom gave her a reasonable ass whooping, I wouldn't find her guilty in a jury. You wouldn't find someone who assaulted another person because of their protected speech guilty of assault because you don't like the speech that she was assaulted for? Uh-oh. I don't know about that. Sounds like Democrat shenanigans. Jen says, I just don't see how we benefit from protecting the right of an adult woman yelling at a child that isn't her own like that. The racial slur is, I don't know what that means, special needs also. I wish we had a video of, like, I wish we could see what the kid did. Well, the complaint, assume that the complaint is accurate, I'll say, for purposes of the legal analysis. Jury nullification believers up big league. They are up big. Super big. But no, I think that I think if the mother or father beat this woman for her protected speech, I would vote to convict. I think this person has a right to say it. I hate that she said it. I abhor it. But I don't think that you can count the chase against her because she's, I think, within her legal rights to try to reclaim her property. And so I don't think you can add that to like the harassment aspect of it because she's, I think, within her legal rights to chase someone to get their property back, even if they are an autistic child. I don't think there's like an autistic child exception to theft. And I think the reasonable amount of force of just like snatching something back, that's reasonable under the circumstances. Like if a dog did a similar thing with my applesauce, I would chase the dog and get it back instead, I understand it's different than a person, whatever, right? But assume that the dog has some rights, not, it's the other person's property. You have a right not to have that damaged. I think that you could use that amount of force, okay? And so the second part here is whether the words themselves, whether that is an exception to the First Amendment, those statements to autistic childs or regarding them that are offensive. I don't think so. So you know what? I would vote to convict not this woman, but any person who tried to attack this woman. Not because I support what this woman said, but because I support her right to say it. And that's why we're based here, because we are First Amendment enjoyers. And I was talking all this shit about this guy. I didn't ever watch any of his content before. And, I don't even think that this video is that bad.
To a fair and transparent court process, and that was all coming out from the city attorney. We saw him submit the complaint somewhere in here. There it is. Michael Spindler Crage is the prosecuting attorney who brought this case. Don't know how familiar he is with the other case law, but let's see what he's got for us. So, 3 charges. Count 1, saying on or about April 28th, Shiloh, while in a public or private place, disturbed other people, having reasonable grounds to know that it would alarm, it's exact language from the statute, and this related to the victim, YJ. And so we've got 3 victims. That's the 3 counts. That's what I was waiting for. So it's gonna be the same thing. Count 1, count 2, count 3. All the same things, but for different victims. So one is gonna be the boy,
and this is even worse because now it's not even as to the child, it's also to the other people there. So now we're not even doing like a autistic child specific First Amendment rule. It's like to everyone there. I think this is garbage. You know what? I think this is all garbage.
SBO, whoever that is, and the other for count 2 is this guy right here, SHJ. So we got 3 people who were victims of her crime. They all want prosecution, so they're charging her. Here is what this establishes. That your complainant is a peace officer. The officer who signed off on this is called Dylan Beck. He's out of Rochester, Minnesota. So he writes this report. I'm a peace officer employed with Rochester, and I was advised by a following lieutenant, a law enforcement officer with the agency, known to be truthful, that he became aware of an incident on April 28th at the playground, which is in the vicinity of our jurisdiction. Now, this officer learned that an individual had taken a phone video of his encounter with an adult female shortly after the female had engaged in a hostile and racist manner with a child who was at the park. The video had been uploaded to social media platforms where it was receiving significant attention. So the original video does not capture the incident, right? It's after. Through further investigation, including a review of the video, as well as social media activity related to the video, the suspect adult female was identified as Shiloh Marie Hendricks, born 1989, now called the defendant. Attempts to make contact with the defendant were unsuccessful, so never got this.
All right, I'm not I'm not pro N-word. I'm just pro your right to use racial slurs in America. And I'm tired of pretending that we ought not be defending that kind of speech, even if it's very vile.
Further investigation included a statement by a man. Of course, her best advice would be to not talk to them anyways. But as another man, further investigation, somebody else, a man, SHJ. SHJ explained that he was at the above referenced park.
Doobie, our resident communist, says, seems like it should be protected speech. Agreed. if the autistic 5-year-old, it's 8-year-old, I think it's an 8-year-old child, is stealing your applesauce, is it illegal? Is that grounds for deportation? I don't think that that would be considered a crime involving moral turpitude. Petty theft? Maybe it is. It might be. I'm not sure.
With his 3 kids. One of his children, YJ, is 8 years of age and is profoundly and visibly autistic. Now, due to his disability, YJ does not understand typical boundaries and requires intensive parental supervision, which apparently didn't happen here. Didn't have parental supervision. SHJ, the father, explained that at some point while at the park, the kid approached a diaper bag that belonged to someone else and took an applesauce pouch from the bag. SHJ, the man, saw the boy take the item and attempted to retrieve the item from his son. Now, Shiloh also saw the boy take the item from her diaper bag and began chasing him as well. So the kid runs over there, grabs it, and just races off. Nobody can grab him. YJ climbed the playground equipment in an attempt to get away from his father.
I'm just
and
kidding,
from the
dupes.
defendant. So he thinks it's just kind of playing around, I guess. Defendant became very angry while chasing the boy and shouted at him and repeatedly used a racial epithet called the N-word because YJ is of Somali background, causing YJ to freeze. Okay, and that's, I think, an important fact. So if you're a defense attorney, you're looking for bad facts. What is going to be bad for your client if you're representing Shiloh? Caused him to freeze. Okay, that's...
Could a slur create a reasonable fear of imminent physical contact? Maybe, especially when you're being chased, but I just think that it was reasonable to contact the child physically for the purpose of retrieving your property, right? Like, imagine it wasn't applesauce, it was like your wedding ring. I wouldn't use the N-word as tactically to get the kid to freeze, you know? So I don't agree with the tactical usage of the N-word to get someone to freeze when you're chasing them to get your property back. But and I don't like, and the kid's autistic, and it's a kid, you know. But I just think that you're within your rights to touch, to make physical contact with a child for the purpose of retrieving your property, if the use of force is reasonable. And I think that it would be reasonable to use the snatching force to just snatch something, you know, over applesauce. Okay, but Jen, what if it were your wedding ring, right? What if it were your diamond wedding ring? If it were your diamond wedding ring doing, you know, worth $30,000, would you drop a tactical slur or do everything in your power to snatch back the ring? What if my grandmother had wheels? Is a slur harming the child? It may harm the child, but that's not the test, is whether words will harm someone, you know? It's whether it's a category of unprotected speech. These what ifs are I think that they're relevant. I think they're relevant to establishing the rule. I hate this, right? When people are like, hypotheticals are irrelevant. They're not irrelevant, and they're asked in the context of like legal analysis so that we can establish a rule that comports with the Constitution or with our policy preferences. So if we want to make a rule, it makes sense to explore the logical extensions of it. So I think that these hypotheticals and what ifs are super relevant. From Connor's chat. I don't know what you're talking about, dupes. If the kid is too young to form memories, a tactical N-word could be a... Stop, guys. Okay, you guys are... I don't think it's appropriate to do a tactical N-word. I'm just saying, should it be okay for this woman to chase the child to retrieve the applesauce by snatching? I'm not saying hit the child. I'm saying snatching the applesauce back. Is that acceptable legally? Should it be protected? And shouldn't it be legally protected to refer to such an individual with the N-word? Thoughts? Give me back my blade of grass. Oliver says, alas, yes. Why are we imagining more expensive items? Wallet, a steak, your child. I don't think it's vigilante justice. I think the law gives you a right to use force to protect your property. If I find myself odd, like taking this position, because usually I'm the one saying deadly force is not justified to protect solely property, which I think is the normal rule. And I have stood on business defending that. But I've never, and I hope that I've never been taken to say that you can't use force to protect your property. Not necessarily deadly force, but force. I think you can use force. Like if someone just pickpockets something you have, I think you have the right, and the law gives you the right to get your shit back. Obviously, she should get all the social criticism, but going after her legally seems way overboard. Like another attempt to cut away. I totally agree. The more I think about this case, the more I think that this guy's in the right. Not saying that that's their intention, but it'll be the effect. Yeah, you know what? The more I think about this, the more I'm on the side of let's keep this to the social consequence of the tactical slur usage. It's a little ridiculous that she has gotten like $800,000 for what was pretty atrocious conduct. Wallet, 30,000 ring, likely can prove ownership. Applesauce. Common good. Say that it's applesauce. It's your dying grandma's last batch of applesauce. Sure, you can prove ownership. You know, you have the other little canisters of your grandma's applesauce. Is there a legal distinction of snatching from other force? Well, I just think it's more like, so force needs to be reasonable when you're using self-defense. This is like a kind of form of self-defensive property. So force always needs to be reasonable. So that's going to be just a concept that may have different perches on different peoples. So me, personally, I think a reasonable person would think that in that context, the use of a snatch is reasonable in a way that the use of like a punch to the back of the head would not be reasonable given the circumstances. It's not reasonably necessary to what you're entitled to do. Does this work the other way around? If I call someone the N-word unprompted, do I owe them apple? Guys, stop memeing. Officer help, that little slur stole my grandma's last batch of applesauce. What if the child is holding on with a death grip? Can we punch the kid then? If they're holding on with a death grip. Let me think about that. You can't use deadly force. And I think a punch to the head of a child would arguably be using deadly force. Right? Like if I punch some cancer patient who's bedridden, isn't that the use of deadly force? Or is the use of that deadly force only with weapon? I need to think about this a little more. Seems pretty nutty to say that someone can't snatch back their stolen property. I agree. What about a net or a lasso? I think that would be reasonable. That's when you ask the parents to step in. Right, but assume the parents aren't there or aren't fast enough to do the snatching. Or the kid's about to chug all of your apple sauce or juice or whatever it was. Why are we discussing punching children and cancer patients? Oh, we're just going over this little case while we wait for both the President of the United States, alleged President of the United States, to give his little DOD speech and see if he's stroked out. And we're also waiting for Aaron, because we're going to review that. I would like to know if they are rational, imminent danger, even though you're committing a crime matters. I would like to know if they rational, imminent danger, even though... Can you rewrite this? I can't even read it. How can we have a right to retrieval, but at what point should a person be required to turn to civil remedies? I think if it's not imminent, right? You're able to use force for like an imminent deprivation where it's like in your face, in the moment, right? But if it, I think, and I can't point to exactly when that right expires, but at some point, like when it's not no longer imminent, whatever that point is. You have to turn to like calling the police or filing a lawsuit for damages of your applesauce. Carl, I don't know what you're saying here, so just help me out. I think Pisco is defending punching children with cancer while calling them... No, stop.
A consequence of the word. He put that in there for a reason. Based upon her anger and her words, this person, the father, feared a consequence of the word that the defendant may strike the boy because Shiloh angrily grabbed the food item from the boy. Now, an individual identified as SBO, someone else there, who saw the encounter and heard Shiloh call the child the N-word, approached the defendant. With his phone recording, he asked, "Why did you call the child the N-word?" and pointed out to her, that child is autistic. And she admitted, right? So then this is another bad fact that a defense attorney, so you didn't have the original video of the phrase on recording, but now you got her saying, "Yeah, I called him that," stating that she can call him that if he acts like one. When pressed further, Shiloh turned her anger toward the man filming the video, raising her middle finger at him, cursing at him, and using the same epithet against him, the N-word. When asked if she was about to hit the child, she said, "Yeah, he took my son's stuff." Okay, it's another bad fact, which they'll say is speech plus. Okay, it was speech plus chasing plus the violent grabbing plus the admission plus the statement that he took my son's stuff and yeah, exclamation, I would hit him, right? That's what their argument is going to be. And said that little effing kid did. When confronted about her use of hate speech, she stated, "I don't give a crap. I can say what I want. F off," right? Is what she said. So then the father explained that the boy, as well as his other children, tell the cop, were very scared and troubled by Shiloh's hateful words and conduct. And at the time of the incident, there were multiple other unidentified individuals in the park, including children. In summary, cop says she wrongfully and unlawfully engaged in offensive, obscene, and abusive and boisterous and noisy conduct and an offensive, obscene, and abusive language that would tend to arouse alarm, anger, or resentment in others. And so obviously this is going to be, I think,
you struck the child in order to get your snack back. How do you plead? I plead base, Your Majesty. Oh no. Next stream, he's going to defend stuffing out the flame in the tomb of the unknown soul. Guys, can we stop with the memes? No more memes.
A battle. I mean, I actually think that there's good case law in support of her. Their response is going to be, it's not just speech, okay? It's speech plus. There's chasing and there's all these other things around. But the chasing might bear out that maybe the parents were somewhat.
Here's what I think. I think the chasing is justified. That's what I would say. I think the chasing is justified. So I don't think you can add justified conduct to your speech plus.
Allowing this kid to go and steal, and she didn't know what's going on. And so you might have some people have some sympathy with the reaction. I don't know that you're gonna have a lot of people sympathetic with the language that was used, but if you're at a park, like kids are like stealing from you, or it's like, what the hell's going on here? It's my kid's stuff. What are you doing? I can imagine getting upset about that. The use of the language is an aggravator, of course, but does that make it illegal? And really the broader question is, as applied to the facts of this case, is
probably not a clear threshold money amount or sentimental value amount, but something left to a reasonable person standard. Otherwise it becomes Loki's wager unless you say yes to Blade of Grass. Huh.
What's up, cuck?
Oh my god. You scared the fuck out of me.
Sorry.
My heart is pounding. You're the cuck. Also, by the way, I have a question for you.
Okay.
In a second. I'm going to send you a Riverside thing, okay? Just one sec.
Mm-hmm.
And we got to move fast because Trump is going to speak not in 13 minutes, probably in an hour and 13 minutes because they're always late with this shit,
That's what I told you. I said that we're not,
okay.
even if we cover the press conference, it's going to be 15 minutes of the podium.
Why is it important to you that you
speakers.
take ownership of that?
Because I didn't hear you mention it to me first, so therefore it is my idea. It's my observation, and we don't have any other evidence that you've ever made this observation before me, so.
But why do you care?
I mean, you're the one that just said, why can't it be mine? So I think you're the one that cares because you said it, and then I said, well, hold on, let's get things straight. And it's like, well, why can't I just have it? So I think you care.
One sec. I have a question for you, and I don't think you're gonna like it. I think you're gonna have trouble with it. I think you're gonna have a lot of trouble.
Give it to me.
And the chat is, they're ready for this. They're absolutely ready. They know what's going on. You don't know. One sec. You don't know at all what's going on. I'm stalling for time right now. You have no idea what is happening, what will happen, what could happen.
By the way, I called you a cuck because you said that you would not even hit an autistic child to
so
get your
you know what's going on. So you were
back?
watching. So you were watching?
I literally just saw. I go back to see what you've been covering, and I hear that, and I'm like, okay, noted. I will call him a cuck when I get in.
Do you support a tactical N-word deployment to get your applesauce back?
Do I consider that fight? I thought the question is, do I consider it fighting words?
Well, I'm asking this question first.
No, but I don't think it should be criminalized.
To deploy a tactical N-word?
Probably not. No, it's
Okay.
still speech, and it's not, again, fighting words to me. I think that could
Yeah.
be indicative, depending on how far it escalates, of a potential hate crime or something of that persuasion. But I don't know that it's a question of
I
whether or
totally
not you
agree.
can say it.
I totally agree.
I do also think it's irrelevant that like it's applesauce, like that.
That's irrelevant.
To the extent to which that's irrelevant,
Yeah.
or that's relevant, is how much force can you reasonably use to get that back. But as far as the government's interest in it, there's things that we have that really don't possess a lot of monetary value.
But they
like
have sentimental.
Yeah, they have sentimental value. So if somebody stole a picture of my mom and I at the beach when I was a little girl, and there's no other copy of those photos, that's not actually worth a lot of money. So if somebody tried to steal it, I wouldn't be able to claim damages based on the literal value of the item, or I wouldn't be able to say that my force was used because it's a valuable item monetarily or dollar-wise.
Right, those are my molecules. Those are my molecules of carbon in the applesauce. I should be allowed to have them. I
Sure.
paid for them. All right, I send you the link.
Okay.
If someone steals my molecules of carbon, I just don't know. Like, can you put a value on my applesauce?
I mean, you could put a value on anything. Really?
Don't be this way.
Why? I mean, you can. You can even appraise sentimental items.
You think you can praise my like special rock from when I was a kid?
Special what?
My special rock?
Rock. Yeah. I'm sure insurance companies have all sorts of ways to determine this, yeah.
How much do
Because you can insure individual items, no?
Yeah.
And I'm sure that there is a threshold where they're like, you may say that this is the most important family heirloom to you, but we could still only cover it up to a certain point because even
yourself.
factoring
Mute
that
yourself.
in, it's still.
On Riverside. Sorry. I didn't
Are
mean to
you
yell.
muted? You're not even. Okay, yeah, you are.
I am muted, yeah.
You are.
Yeah.
Your background is the symbol is white, and just in the corner it's white, so it's covered. It was blending in.
I'm sorry, what?
I didn't see that you were muted because the muted mic symbol is like white,
Oh.
and right in the corner it's like perfectly over your curtains or something,
Mhm.
and it was invisible to me.
One sec. All right, people are going to be able to see you. Boom! We did it, guys. We absolutely did it. So you basically think that this should be First Amendment protected. I agree. I very much agree. I think that it should be protected.
What were they trying to argue? That it's
disorderly conduct, but they didn't have a legal argument yet. They just have a complaint. You know.
Well, I guess it's just it's to me it's something that's already been answered by the Supreme Court. I wouldn't think that a racial epithet would be a fighting word necessarily. I think it could be an aggravating circumstance when determining if somebody needs to be charged.
Sure, yeah.
If they actually followed through on it. And even then, I mean, I even think that there, as weird as this sounds, I don't know that it's a good idea to carve out exceptions for using force to defend yourself or your property against disabled individuals, because all I see
Oh, no.
is, okay, so I just need to get a disabled individual to go do this thing for me, and then the other person is restricted from protecting themselves. You don't see that popping up? I immediately see that happening.
So we hire autistic thieves to steal.
Well, criminals would, yeah, to steal,
I don't
because they know that there would be a penalty for somebody attempting to get their property back, because the assailant in this case would be somebody with a visible disability. But
I don't think anyone
that's a
would.
good idea.
I don't think anyone would hire an autistic thief because of a
you put that. Oh yeah, criminals would never do something like that. They would never try to take advantage of a kid. They would never
They
try, certainly
wouldn't.
not a disabled one,
Wait,
to
did
get
you hear-
money
sorry,
or
not to do
property.
this, but did you hear IRI? I love IRI. IRI is my boy, but
God.
she's like,
Money doesn't impact anything ever, really.
I love IRI. I do love IRI. That was the one moment where he's like,
Is he your boy? Or you just love him?
IRI
He's not your boy.
He's my dude.
He's your dude. Okay.
Yeah, he's my dude.
Can we look at that, please?
Look
Those are
at
really
what?
normal. I love how again, against me, the far left crazy tanky communist, right? You have the far right position, I'm sure, to some people in my audience. I personally think that you're a bit more conservative as far as, like, I'll say permissive of non-disclosure for money, for influencers. Do you think that there should be some sort of threshold met? Okay. And then you're going to talk to your liberal compatriots, right?
And I'm the crazy
And we've
one.
moved it all the way from disclosure is, or like, to, Citizens United is bad, dark money's bad, to, well, maybe we don't need to legally mandate this, but it's best practice probably to disclose, right? All the way over to maybe money doesn't really ever influence anyone ever. Who's to say? Who's to say?
Well, listen,
I mean, would you support legislation like Medicare for All or YIMBY zoning reform laws if they had a severe infringement on the First Amendment contained within them that you think might actually hold up to a constitutional check? You would not do that, right?
Would I support anti-NIMBYism? You're saying some law that I really care about.
Yeah, but somewhere within the policy that they want to pass, or the bill that they want to pass, is something that you feel will severely curtail people's freedom of speech or freedom of the press. There's going to be some sort of First Amendment. Yeah, you wouldn't trade that and be like, okay, I love everything else, but I just don't. If I could cast the deciding vote as well, I'm voting no against this, even if I think a Supreme Court might challenge it and strike it down, because it's too big of a risk. It's too much of an imposition on Americans' free speech. It's unclear to me why they feel this way. Like, why do they support laws against bribery if you have this understanding of money? Or it's unclear to me why did you support the ACA? Because within the ACA, prior to the ACA, we did not mandate physicians disclose that they were getting kickbacks, that they were receiving speaking fees, that they were getting in bed with pharmaceutical representatives affiliated with Oxy, fentanyl in some instances, until the ACA, because then the ACA created this like national database. So why would they have supported the ACA? Because that, if you really believe that your freedom of association and your privacy rights extend all the way towards non-disclosure of things that may even money and products and services that you're given that may even constitute a conflict of interest as far as what's in the best interest of the public, why would they support that? Because that would be a massive infringement on the First Amendment if that's your understanding of it.
I want to address everything you said. So the first one is, why would you be against bribery? I think bribery is distinguishable because there we have the use of public authorities in exchange for money, and that is considered an illegitimate use of public authority. It's public, power. It's not private conduct, and so I don't think that you need to take a principled position in favor or against whatever IRI and I and the rest of the liberal were talking about to also be against bribery. I think that that's distinguishable on that front, is that it's a use of public resources for a private end, which is not at issue when we're talking about private with conduct related to like 501c4s, etc. That was the first example. The second was, well, what about policy arguments in favor of ACA in terms of their disclosure? And by the, to your credit, it's not just ACA. There's a ton of different reforms that have been passed in the last 50, 60, 70 years, increasing disclosure, things like FOIA, right? Why is FOIA a good thing? Now, again, I think that there are certain domains of specified public interest. So anything related to the government, I think disclosure there is, more salience, things related to government, things where the normal information streams aren't available to individuals. So I think some of the insurance markets and healthcare industries are very opaque in general, and there's a lot of incentive for a lot of collusion and that kind of stuff that affects people's bottom lines. But I think largely there was agreement, at least between me and Soypill, that at least so far as the social norm is concerned, that should extend to political contributions, that kind of thing. I think IRI, he was a little less hesitant to bite that bullet, but yeah,
hesitant.
I think he was more hesitant to bite that bullet.
I mean,
Hutch
he was questioning
had a weird answer.
If money or advertising even works. We are questioning the concept of whether these things really have an impact on anything ever. When you actually, I think, break down its argument to its essential components.
I think he knows a lot of these creators, and he just has a lot of faith in them. And I will say, Hutch is my boy. IRI is my dude. I think even IRI was honest about this. Like, maybe it's a bit naive. I think it's a bit naive, but that's just me. He's still my dude.
I think it's flat out wrong. I think that there are certain other contexts where it would become readily apparent the influence of money and financial incentives. These same people, I'm sure, have talked about audience capture, have talked about being financially incentivized for creators to hold certain positions, literally just because of the bottom-up money and contributions that they receive from super chats, or that they could potentially receive if they make a content pivot and start, trying to reach out, court other audiences, maybe more right-wing, maybe more left-wing. This whole I know these people, they're good people. No one would ever change their mind for over $100,000 a year. They just could never be swayed. Where's the cap with that? It's unclear to me why.
I think that's cap. I agree. I think that's cap, but I also think it's not even if it were true, it's about kind of the appearance that there could be some influence as well as the actual potential for influence. And that's why I think it's a good social norm. I was a little concerned initially that they were pushing back as hard as they were. And even Hutch, I think there was some language there, Hutch, my boy, where he was like, I would disclose, but I'm not asking would you disclose. I'm asking should you disclose, and I don't think it's like a big thing to just like say you should disclose. I think even Hutch.
Well, there's would, should, ought, right?
Right.
Would you disclose?
That's kind of like right. They're different things.
Legally, ought you disclose?
Oh, right. Those are three different things.
Right.
And Hutch even said, I think your position is reasonable at the end there. So I don't think that they all kind of like push that far back against my position. But I'll have you know, my position is like pretty milquetoast, I would say, from a lot of leftist perspective. Not to say that I'm wrong. Like, I'm basically saying disclose a financial relationship and move on. I'm not saying that you should disclose the amount. A lot of leftists say you shouldn't take this money at all. So I'm just saying, initially I was like, I'm getting a lot of pushback on like kind of what I think is a pretty
bog standard, liberal, like anti-corruption, campaign finance regulations, things that even the Bush administration thought, should be pushed and were later challenged.
Well, I do think that imposing it as a legal standard is tough because of basically what could the limiting principles be if there isn't a connection to particular campaigns or political parties. It seems like a nightmare for compliance. Like now potentially any public money associated with individuals speaking on public issues, that is a room for government regulation of mandated disclosure. I think if you disentangle that from specific political campaigns and political parties, now it starts to be like an untenable regulatory scheme that seems inefficient and stupid. But I do think that it should be a norm that we should try to impose as a way of making sure that our audiences have the facts they need. And so we don't have these kinds of situations. I think this was Soy Pill's point as well, which is like, if they had disclosed initially, we probably wouldn't be in this mess in the first place. I do
think so as well. I think the response in a lot of ways inflamed people's feelings, and like the claims that they were making surrounding like the potential implications of what taking this money means or how it may have influenced their content. I don't think that people really have the right all of a sudden we have this kind of cosmic skepticism about how
Cosmic
soft
Skeptic.
power
She said the title.
And what?
Alex O'Connor, Cosmic Skeptic.
Oh, yeah. It's an Alex O'Connor reference, guys. About how, again, the influence of money works and soft power, and like, again, does it like let's pretend that all of the same circumstances for Chorus apply, but to the right. If we
or
had
to the far
a
left,
creator,
or to Hassan, I think that they would like be. I presented this example. If I were being paid as an incubator for Hassan's like new pilot program to be anti-genocide, and it was later found out that I was getting paid like, let's say $2,000 a month, people would lose their fucking shit. They would be, I mean, just be honest. It would be so much anger.
They have already lost their shit on you saying that you're pandering. Attempting to, again,
if there was
expand your horizons, court a new audience, and there's no money exchanging hands.
At all.
But they realize that the market potential that you could be tapping into by pandering to a community could result in more money. So we understand, not like intuitively, and these same people have literally articulated the way that people can be financially incentivized to make certain decisions, to hold certain opinions, beliefs, to adjust their content in order to get more money.
Yeah, and I think
we all understand this. It's not that's why I'm saying all of a sudden we're reverting back to a cosmic skepticism. We're conflating super chats with a recurring payment monthly that you entered into because you have a contractual obligation with an employer
you're mutually
or a
binding
business.
yourself. You're binding. So one is like a one-sided. Now there are donations of a certain level of like, if you know you have like an oiler in the chat and they're putting in some absurd amount of money, maybe at that point there's a kind of implied understanding or something, or there's something where it's whatever. But I think that when there's mutual promises being made, and that is what we're trying to talk. We're talking about a contractual relationship where there's mutual promises. It's not just a gift. In the example of a super chatter or someone who's giving you a donation, that is a gift where there is no mutual promise. There's one promise. Right. There's one giving. It's not really even a promise.
And here's the thing about super chats, why it's not in any way, shape, or form analogous to me. Super chats display the username. Super chats often come with commentary. People are paying to express their opinion and attach it to this gift. They are telling you what they think. There's disclosure there. You usually have I don't know how, I've never gotten a YouTube super chat because I don't have it turned on. I have the ability to, I just haven't turned it on. But at least with my Streamlabs thing, your name comes through on my PayPal. If you have it set so you didn't hide your name from me, I can see your name, and I can get certain private information from you. I get the amount that you gave to me. I got the message that was sent to me, and it's disclosed publicly. So all of that is like pretty much maximal transparency as far as donating or contributing to somebody's
that's
stream.
a great point. I didn't even think of that.
So I have all of that information. I could disclose that information.
I choose
not to for privacy information. But this whole super chats are just not. Stream donations are just not as anonymous as people are suggesting when they kind of throw that out there in the same conversation as like dark money to me. All of that exists. It's unambiguous, and you have people that agree with you that send you money to ask you a question or to agree with you, and then there's people that are hate watchers that will spend $5 to send a hate comment your way. And it's, again, amounts there, usernames there. You can see the name personally. You can choose to refund it at any time. There's no contractual obligation. It's no strings attached. They are taking the risk to send it to you. And if they try to do a chargeback, they're probably not going to get it back.
That's a good point. I didn't realize that the nature of a super chat is, now, I don't think that you're suggesting that it's publicly disclosing like their full government name, but there's some level of disclosure in real time by the nature of a super chat. If you have an alert, right?
Yeah. Well, it's going to show up even in your live chat
YouTube,
replay.
Yeah.
So there's no hiding it.
But maybe not the donation if you don't have a stream elements. There are ways to do it. PayPal, Ko-fi, where it wouldn't be disclosed. But depending on how you do it, right? Like if you set it up so that it's public, there is a level of disclosure there that at least people understand like the amounts relatively that you're getting from super chats. I don't think it's a perfect comparison to the kind of disclosure we're at issue here, but again, I just don't think that the same level of mutual obligation is at issue for super chats than it is for like a contractual arrangement. But it's a point I didn't consider, so thank you for bringing that up.
The other thing is like, with the only way I can think of it being like not maximally transparent, but that really is beyond your control. We're talking about things that are within the creator's control. If Josiah gets on his alt account, YouTube account, and you don't realize it, and he super chats you from some no name or whatever, you can't know then. Right, but that's despite best efforts, or that's how at that point, how do you control that? You know, of course, like it's within his right to have an alt account and send it from there. It would still be probably written in his same voice, but there's still, again, I think everything else would still apply.
You're saying that Josiah has a particular way of typing?
I'm saying Josiah pays 1/3 of your rent, and it's shocking to me that you don't disclose this in all of your YouTube descriptions or at the top of all of your streams every hour or something like that. Frankly, very disgusting. Very shady.
Is Trump talking?
Pisco's part. Is Trump even alive? I titled the episode "The Big Beautiful Funeral." Fingers crossed, right?
I don't think you can say that about the president.
Why?
You want to hope for his death?
I'm hoping that we're about to tune into "The Big Beautiful Funeral." I can't say that. Why not?
I don't know. Can you?
Trump stroke review when? You guys, that's coming up soon. If it happens live, we will catch it. Don't worry. Wait. I want to go back. One more thing. What you said with the bribery thing. The reason why I think it's unclear to me is because these people usually start from the first principle that money is speech, and money is not speech. Money is property. So that's why I'm saying it's unclear to me why they're okay with a chilling effect as far as bribery on free speech, if that's how you understand money, right? But you can introduce other restrictions that don't contradict that.
Yeah, I think there's a bit of a conflation. I think there's some liberals who think that Citizens United was rightly decided, or who think that money, or Buckley versus Vallejo.
What liberals are these?
They exist. I'm just telling you, there is a cohort that thinks...
the Live and Learn liberals. I forgot.
I'm just telling you.
They're your podcast co-host. Why was I confused for a second?
And regardless of whether or not they think that it's a base opinion, they're happy to play in the rules that the Supreme Court has given us, right? So regardless of whether or not they agree with the decision, they're like, now that that's the decision, that is what the First Amendment means, because the Supreme Court has ruled on it. And therefore, while that's the rule, it's kind of like the gerrymandering thing, you know? You understand?
I don't see it as how do you mean it's an to the gerrymandering thing? Because I heard IRI mention that, but
I think it's a pretty decent comparison. The comparison is basically, we may disagree at bottom with Citizens United, but the only way we're going to get rid of it is to
electing more Democrats that are going to introduce legislation to
that's
change
the
it,
rule.
or do
Like
something with
the Supreme Court said that the First Amendment protects this type of arrangement, or at least some aspects of the arrangement. And so if that's what the Supreme Court said, that's, they are the one who decides what the law says and what it means.
They are massive hypocrites. It makes no sense when you stress test it.
Why?
Zero. Because there are lots of different ways that we criminalize, not just regulate, but criminalize different types of exchanges of money. In society, you cannot buy sex. I cannot go to a prostitute, pay them money, and say I was talking to them with my speech, aka the money, to be able to solicit sex. And we don't the defense against that could never be, that's an infringement upon my First Amendment right, because money is speech, and this is an expression of my speech. Or, the purchasing of certain drugs that we have scheduled. We don't say that that's an imposition on speech.
Yeah, I don't think that every purchase is speech, but some purchases are speech or related to speech.
Sure, but the people that support Citizens United are starting from the first principle that money is speech.
I don't think that is necessary.
And I don't think that they would accept a First Amendment defense for legalizing prostitution. Maybe they would. I just don't think that they would. But it's unclear to me why in this other context you can't do it with political speech.
I don't think you need to start with the proposition that money is speech, but something that is not speech, right? Like burning a flag by itself isn't speech, but it could be sufficiently, right? Like burning something isn't speech, but if it is sufficiently, there's a nexus between that and expressive conduct or expressive ideas, or even speech, right? Like if I passed a law that said it shall be illegal for newspapers to buy ink in the state of New York, now buying ink isn't speech, right? Like buying the supplies needed to run a newspaper isn't speech, but it could nonetheless be an imposition on free speech, notwithstanding the fact that
the Supreme Court ruled that they can regulate the internet. And if you're restricting people's access to the internet, you're going to be restricting their speech by this logic.
I don't know what opinion you're referencing, but there are.
I can't think of the name.
I'm basically stating a broader proposition, which is just because the regulation issue doesn't target speech as such doesn't mean it doesn't implicate First Amendment interests. So you wouldn't need to start from the proposition that all expenditures of money equal speech, but there are certain expenditures of money. For example, expenditures of money to purchase a movie, right? Like to purchase the rights to a movie, right? Like imagine that the government said you can't hire actors to make a movie. Now, is hiring actors, is that speech? No, it's like employment, right? But if the purpose is, or if the effect is to substantially diminish the available channels of communication that are expressive in nature, it could nonetheless implicate a First Amendment interest, regardless of the fact that hiring people technically isn't speech. You understand?
So if you think that the government tried to highly regulate microphones, that would constitute a First Amendment issue?
It could, is what I'm saying. It could, right?
Okay.
Especially if the purpose was, right? Especially if I'm not saying only, but especially if the purpose was to stop podcasters from criticizing the administration. Let's say you have an internal memo saying we're banning microphones because too many podcasters are critical of the Trump administration. You wouldn't be like, oh no, not speech because it's it's just buying microphone, it's just microphone regulation. So I think it's a case by case kind of analysis. If they state that as the
motivation, I think you'll have a case because they stated that. But if they didn't or whatever, then you would have to try to find ways to argue that it functionally renders the action impractical and therefore it leads to an imposition on people's speech unduly and make those sorts of arguments.
No, I even think it could be brought in that. So in the porn situation, right, in Texas, I'm now forgetting the actual holding, but there was this law, right, that the light, you had to have some sort of government ID to access porn sites, right, in the state. Yeah, I think it's in Texas. There's some certain websites that have
they exist in Florida.
Certain thresholds of pornographic content, prurient content that you need to have a government ID to access those websites. That was analyzed under a kind of intermediate scrutiny O'Brien style analysis. And basically there you have to weigh the government interest in the kind of ban against the narrowness of the fit there. I think that could be applied with respect to certain money transactions with respect to politics, but I think it's just probably going to fail there. The disclosure requirements, there's probably a pretty big interest with disclosure with respect to specific campaigns. I'm not so sure the same interest exists outside of the context of political parties or campaigns.
And that really is the basis by which people should try to understand how constitutional or the constitutionality of these things. Somebody in my chat, but corporations are people, my friend. You know who told me that? A little man named Mitt Romney. Corporations actually do have personhood, and that dates back all the way to the 1800s. That's not actually something that was newly decided within Citizens United, and it kind of is the thing that people point to as like the critical, like they're people. It's like, no, for a long, like literally hundreds of years, we have understood that corporations do have some, because they're
even in
an
US
association
laws,
of people.
Even in US laws, the term person includes associations by default.
Right.
In many of these statutory schemes, like person here means any partnership, organization, association, human being, living human. So the notion of a personhood of corporations is not a novel concept from this century.
Yeah, and it's certainly not one that was decided within Citizens United. What happened within Citizens United is that corporate personhood was expanded so far to me that it's just not reasonable to conceive of it in that respect. And I do think that's but I think the critical basis is, does the government have a compelling interest to regulate money related to political speech or elections or campaigns? And to what extent, like, where do they draw where ought we draw the line? I think that's the basis that people should look at it, not whether or not corporations are people. They are, in some sense, people, but they are not, fully formed.
Yeah, but in Citizens United, and I think this is a tough argument always for the people who are against Citizens United. I will address this super chat in a second, but it's the kind of New York Times example. New York Times is a corporation. New York Times makes money. Could you say that the New York Times are banned from making? Why are you shaking your head?
Because they answered this, if I remember correctly. The difference is that the New York Times is a journalistic enterprise that spends the majority of its time informing the public and not electioneering. When you look at these political action committees, they are created almost solely for the purpose of for partisan politics of influencing elections and electioneering.
So we're talking about like things like the Koch brothers industries and other massive corporations. They spend most of their time engaged in corporate endeavors, right? So I mean, who cares?
Yeah, but there's a threshold, because when you look at the classifications of even nonprofits, that's why you have the differentiation between 501c3, 501c4, and it comes the delineation between those and how you're going to categorize them has to do with how much time and resources that you spend.
Citizens United was a
things.
nonprofit,
right? But why was it created?
Yeah, to fuck with Hillary. But I understand, but it is a nonprofit.
It's created to fuck with Hillary, right?
And the rule potentially could apply to unions and other kinds of nonprofits.
And it undermined if money is speech or whatever, then corporations are going to be unions every single time. The other difference is that unions are paid with what? With dues from their members versus corporations that are.
These are all distinctions, but why do they matter as a First Amendment principle, right? I agree these are all distinctions, but why does the First Amendment care about these distinctions about, where the money is coming from, what purpose the entity serves? Is it for a nonprofit purpose?
Because with every sort of type of exchange and change and money changing hands, we should look at the social context of what it means, and factor that in, as well as just analyzing whether or not the government has a compelling interest.
I was never paid by Destiny in our endeavor, just a heads up. There were reimbursements that we did for like different funding of different vendors, stuff like that, but I was not paid. Just heads up. You fucking loser. Michael Dudley, you fucking loser. Owned. Was not paid at all for that effort. So fuck you. And by the way, paying for services like, getting water bottles for the different members of the DNC that we had, right? That's me, me putting up my money and getting reimbursed is not the same as me getting paid. Dipshit. Anyway, sorry. Is Trump talking?
I don't know. Do you have the link? I don't have it.
Oh, we'll find it.
Citizens United is like misunderstood, but I am glad that people are generally critical of it, even if I kind of cringe a little bit when they think that the big point of the sticking point is like the corporate personhood, because that's not actually where that was introduced. But better. It's better than nothing. You'll be critical of it. There was a case that was decided not around this, I think after Citizens United, that the Supreme Court refused to hear, and I just think that they just didn't want to. But a federal court held that the whole thing with Citizens United is like, it's not really about, it should be more about the less about the speaker, whether it be a corporation or an individual, and more about the speech and not infringing upon the speech. But there was another case where an illegal, I don't know, they weren't illegal. They were like a resident of the United States, but not a citizen. They wanted to like go to Kinko's and buy, like create election materials for President Obama. And that violated all sorts of federal law surrounding like how people that are not citizens or something like that can engage in like campaigning and influencing elections. And they refused to hear that. And to me, it's like, it's unclear to me why, if you really don't care about the speaker, then why do we have different metrics for what's acceptable speech for quote unquote illegals or not people that are not fully U.S. citizens to be able to engage in?
I think it's a great point.
That.
Yeah. I think it's a great point about why, like,
like foreign national swaying U.S. elections. So we have all sorts of regulations with that, but almost none with the corporations, which is bizarre to me. If again, the basis is it's just about the speech, it's not about the speaker, when these same conservatives will turn around and factor the speaker in other instances. So I cannot stand the justifications for Citizens United. To me, that's why I'm saying they fall apart very quickly.
By the way, Michael Dudley, you just got fucking BTFO'd. You absolutely got crushed, and you're coping really hard.
What are you arguing? What
anyway,
are you doing?
I sent you the link to the Fox News making an announcement from Oval Office. Trump.
Perfect.
It hasn't started yet, but we can put it on so we can all get fucking chills when he starts. This is gonna be so lame, by the way. The fucking announcement.
Okay, well, actually, as a treat, I want to show you something.
Wait, Dudley,
about.
When did I get paid? What did I get paid? I've been paid for legal representation. When I, am getting paid by, things unrelated to my content. I get paid by you guys, by memberships, by super chats. Never been paid by an outside group. Get fucking owned.
Let's see. I think it's this one.
Destiny didn't pay me jack shit. Destiny paid for a bunch of services. I mean, he, to his credit, he paid out of pocket for all this stuff, for like setting up the studio, that kind of thing. But I didn't get paid. I did it because I believe in liberalism. I believe in democratic principles and electing Democrats. He reimbursed me for stuff, but I didn't get paid.
Okay, have you ever seen this?
No. Oh, yes, I have.
Okay. Yeah, it's cool. Well, I won't bury the lead. Let's see if you catch what I catch.
Number 44, artificial person canon.
Right.
Now, I wrote down beside that, even though you didn't, Citizens United. That's another one that's created a storm.
Well, person isn't used in the First Amendment. I mean, Congress shall make
correct
no law abridging the freedom of speech.
But what is your, maybe you don't even want to touch this, but what is your, as a person, do you worry at all? I know you don't, well, as a person, you worry at all that there's too much money in politics?
No, I really don't. I forget what the figures are, but I think we spend less on our presidential campaigns each year when there's a presidential election than the country spends on cosmetics.
It's completely irrelevant.
Well, but what about
considering this?
Not true.
People are worried that the corporations now can.
What? You don't think? I think it's completely irrelevant.
No. I'm responding to chat. I'm fucking one guy to chat. I wasn't paid by any PAC.
I think this is a real conduit. If you believe that, we ought to go back to monarchy. That the people are such sheep that they just swallow whatever they see on television or read in the newspapers. No, the premise of democracy is that people are intelligent and can discern the true from the false.
Your thing's gone.
Yeah, I know. I'm fixing it.
My chat's not showing up for some reason.
One sec.
We're all having tech issues this morning.
Crazy.
Afternoon.
There we go. I think I'll fix it. You good?
At least.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
When as the campaign laws require, you know who is speaking. you can't speak anonymously. You have to say, identify the people that are.
But we don't know
giving
who's
the
speaking
message.
in right now.
You know the organization that's speaking.
Not necessarily. I mean, you know,
So he's saying the important point is the disclosure. You need to know who's speaking, and then we'll go on to contradict himself.
they don't have to, and you know,
Because
they
he's
need
like,
to
well, you know the org, but you don't actually know the individuals that contributed to that, right?
go into
Yeah,
the
so-
details, but in some of this,
I think that in terms of the amount of money funneling in from dark groups, I'm not so worried that it's like outweighing the other sources of commentary and communications on elections. I'm a little bit like, and maybe that's just like a nothing ever happens side to me, but I am not so concerned from a democracy perspective that these dark money influencers or dark money sources are like crowding out all of the other communications. That said, I do think that Scalia is playing a little fast and loose and not acknowledging that there's like a very clear amount of money, like hundreds of millions of dollars being funneled into elections where there isn't, pure clarity on who's paying for what.
And the lobbying is like another thing that ends up being more influential than just the amount of campaign contributions directly.
way this money is being raised, we will never know.
You may not know who contributes to the organization. You know the organization that's speaking.
He literally started off by saying, well, you're going to know
But
who
is
it
he
is because there's
wrong?
going to be disclosure.
But is he
and
wrong?
then he's massively contradicting himself. He said, it's fine because you're going to, as long as there's disclosure and you know the name of the individual, people aren't sheep. They can make up their mind whether or not they're comfortable listening to a message that came from so-and-so person or so-and-so individual, right? And then the guy points out, he's like, well, the whole thing is that this shields disclosure from the public, or at least doesn't mandate it. So maybe you know the organization, but that doesn't mean that you know who's actually funding the organization. And then he says, well, you know the organization at least.
Well, you do. I mean,
So
like,
that's all you need to
I'm
know.
just saying that he's not technically wrong. You're just saying that you should also disclose what the organization gets and where
No,
they
but
get
if
it
you
from.
start from, I guess to me he is wrong, because if you're starting from the important thing is disclosure of individuals, and then you're pushed on that and you shift it to, well, just the organizations at least, right? Didn't you? If you just already said that the important thing is the individual disclosure, not just the organization.
I don't know. Like, are you gonna say that there's an interest in knowing the specific funders all the way down?
Potentially, yeah, for sure. Especially if it's over a certain amount.
There's some limiting. There has to be some limit here, right? In terms of disclosure.
Well, I think that there has to be like a minimum, not a limit, really.
Okay.
Like if
I
you
don't know
donate
that I
$1, right? Does that need to be disclosed or whatever? But like, what if you donate $20, $50, $100, $1,000, $5,000, and then from there it starts to be like, okay, there has to
So
be
do you
some
think there should be
point
public
where-
disclosures of, like, so say for example that I'm contributing to one of these social groups or one of these social whatever 501c4s. Everyone who contributes to it needs to disclose that. Like, you need to disclose everyone, their names, potentially their addresses. Like, damn, I mean that's a lot of compliance.
This is something
costs.
that's been the Supreme Court has like asked and answered and actually defended. Like there was a case against, it was the state of Alabama versus the NAACP, and the state of Alabama wanted there to be disclosure of the people that were contributing to the NAACP. The NAACP was able to argue that the individuals that contribute should not have to disclose to the United States where they're deciding to put their money for political causes or social causes because it's a privacy concern. So I would have to think on that more. Because I've really only thought of like when it gets down to individual disclosures of any group, that like this breaks down into, what type of group is it? Is it a corporation? Is it a nonprofit? From there, what type of nonprofit it is? How much money have they donated? What's the purpose of the nonprofit? Is the nonprofit, partisan? Is it not partisan? These would be the relevant things. I don't have like a fully fleshed out answer for you, but I think, there is some basis for there to introduce the government to regulate it because it's within the public interest.
Okay.
No, you don't need to know that they're hiding behind their.
Well, the press can find out, who's hiding behind what.
But that's,
Yeah,
that's
he
not
also said
art.
something earlier about the press that he like contradicts himself with this.
I mean, the
There
press
you can
can,
say.
right? So that's why I think that this core stuff, I think that the individual members of the program should have disclosed, but yeah, just disclose the fact they're getting paid by Chorus. Like the press can do the work of finding out what 1630s funders and figuring out whether that connection entails some other thing nefarious. I think there's a big difference between this and what happened with Tenet. With Tenet, there's a real lack, I think, of due diligence on behalf of the creators, where Edward Gregorian is not a known commodity, right? And so anyone trying to make the comparison to Tenet situation, I think they're discounting two key facts. One is like the nature of who the funder is that's directly linked to Tenet, which is this Edward Gregorian character in Tenet, and then the ultimate,
who didn't even exist, right?
Right, who didn't even exist, and the ultimate benefactor being the Russian government, and the fact that there were due diligence, I think, reasonable due diligence efforts that should have been undertaken that weren't by the creators.
The due diligence being?
The due diligence being like, you knew that it was sketchy, that you were getting millions from some unknown foreign benefactor. You didn't you asked who's this Edward guy? Who's this Gregorian guy? So you knew enough to ask about Gregorian.
What was the first point of sketchiness that should have been the red flag for them to begin questioning before they accepted the money to you?
I'm not sure. I'd have to read the indictment again. But I'm telling you, at least one point of sketchiness was after having been sussed out at the notion of a foreign billionaire who he hadn't heard of, or a foreign rich person you haven't heard of, this person that has no online profile. When that happens and you specifically ask for more information and what you get is some fucking garbage little one pager that is so obviously fake, at that point I think that you're failing in due diligence by a clear review of that one pager I think would expose that you need to do more due diligence about who this ultimate contributor is.
I guess I'm really curious what the entry point is for having that skepticism and then really wanting people to act on it, because with Chorus, right? Chorus is funded by the 1630 fund. But then from there, it's like, well, who funds the 1630 fund?
Yeah, but it's
and
not
so you could see.
Yeah, but that's publicly known. This organization has a Wikipedia page. They've been funding things for a while, and so it's not the same level, I think, of due diligence for some nameless, with no online presence, millionaire from abroad, where you can't even get a conversation with him.
So if the fund did not disclose, the 1630 fund did not disclose who their donors were, which I think if they do that, then they do it voluntarily.
I think there's levels of attenuation, but the fact it's the 1630 fund, I think is enough.
I didn't even get to get it all out. Hold on. Okay. I'm saying that if the 1630 fund didn't disclose who their donors were, which maybe they did in this instance, but I don't believe it would have been legally mandated for them to do it. They did it voluntarily. Do you think that the creators would have done something irresponsible by taking money from Chorus, which is actually the middleman, for an organization that is funded by people who you actually don't know the identity of?
No, I mean, I take it that they don't know who the funders are of 1630. But knowing that it's 1630, it's an organization organized under the laws of the United States, and it's a domestic organization that will be regulated by, and audited in the normal course by American institutions. I have no reason to think that that isn't sufficient due diligence. You know that the ultimate source is a fund that is regulated and organized under the laws of the United States. I think that is sufficient. It's a known commodity.
So if the 1630 fund had only been around in the last 6 months to a year.
I can't define the precise contours of it, but knowing that it's domestically organized, it's a 501c4 organization, knowing that it's, that it is a known commodity regardless of how much time, it is publicly known about. That I think I'm not going to require additional due diligence of the individual creators to track down every single funder of that. That's an insane amount of compliance costs.
That's what I was asking you to see. Yeah. At what point do
I'll just ask you, do you agree with what I just said? That's enough due diligence?
In this particular circumstance, yeah, I think so.
Okay, yeah.
Did you think that they need to, they ought to have disclosed, but I think that should be legally mandated, honestly. But I'm just trying to say, what is the point? Because you're what you're appealing to, because I'm trying to think about future groups like this popping up, right? Mm-hmm. And with Tenet, the defense from Tim Pool and Benny Johnson or whatever is, this is my market value, and it was going through Tenet, and I know Lauren Chen. So known entity, Lauren Chen, American-based group. The thing that should have been the red flag at that point is that the funder is foreign to you. That's the thing.
Well, no, that it's foreign, a foreign individual, not known to these individuals, where additional information was requested. so the members of chorus, because the contract references the 1630 fund, I believe that's Taylor Lorenz's accusation at a bare minimum. Chorus knew where the money was coming from. The members knew where the money was coming from. It was in their contract. The individuals didn't really know who this person was. It wasn't accurate, and they should have done more to ascertain where, in fact, the main funder was coming from, whether it was, something that was legal, so I think that especially when they indicated that they were suspicious by their conduct. So I think it is different.
I guess that the red flag in this instance, which is somebody in my chat pointed out, I was about to point it out, is that they're not being, so they don't have deliverables as far as we know. They have participation quotas. They have to attend at least 2 newsroom events as per the 3rd clause in that TikTok, or like in the contract that the TikTok person showed. Her head is obscuring it the whole time, but I paused enough so I could put together what it actually says. And it does say if you're a creator in this organization, you have to do at least 2 newsroom events, remote or something like that monthly. But $8,000 to be paid $8,000 for them to teach you, not to teach you, not ask anything of you, to teach you how to use a ring light, how to download OBS, how to put yellow arrows in your thumbnails. That doesn't set off red flags.
No, I don't think it does. So the $8,000 that you're getting is specifically to support your efforts. The additional, I don't think you're getting paid for being trained. I think you're getting paid and being trained, and it's all part of the benefit that it's giving you. The mutual obligation here, I think, is to use the Chorus newsroom. I suppose Chorus is getting some value out of it, but again, if they were getting no value out of it, if they were getting much of using their platform to connect to politicians, I'm sure that there's some value inherent there. I'm sure there's some additional, having big names to support the name of Chorus probably benefits the endeavor generally. And so I don't think that Chorus, and I'm just going to ask you if you agree, I think that Chorus is extracting some benefit in terms of reputational association with some of these big figures. I don't think it's just all one-sided. And again, they're funding these creators. There's no question about that because of ideological reasons.
Right. But the benefit to me is that they have Brian Tyler Cohen claims in his response, there is no party line. I could not find Chorus's policy agenda. He says that there is no party line, that just because they're nonpartisan, that does not mean that they don't have an ideological bent or slants, which is not illegal for them to have. Obviously, the people that fit within their network seem to be comfortably center-left, liberal, some progressives, right?
Yeah.
But Olivia Giuliana in her response is this is no different than if somebody puts seed money into a business as an investment, right? And they want the business to succeed. And it's well, right, but why do investors put money into businesses? Because they want interest. They want a return on their investment.
Yeah,
so what is the return on the investment
but
by paying creators $8,000 to train them how to be better influencers?
Are you really in the dark about that?
Well, I'm asking you, you kind of pointed to other things that how Chorus benefits from it. But what do you think are the tangible benefits that Chorus is extracting by paying them to teach them?
You have some notion of this, right? I will answer this, but you have some notion about what they're getting from it.
Yeah.
Right. Their same charitable purpose. I think Chorus is a 501c3, and I think
that's a C4.
No, I don't think it is. I think it's organized as a 501c3. I think the C4 is the 1630 fund.
Give me a second.
They like the stock.
I put We Are Chorus. How do I find this website? My God, they need to work on their SEO, because if I search Chorus, Brian Tyler Cohen doesn't want to come up. Hold on. Give me a second. 501c4.
Chorus is?
Chorus is a 501c4 nonpartisan nonprofit advocacy org.
There's one element of Chorus that describes itself as a 501c3. There's some part somewhere, some Chorus entity is a 501c3. But regardless, 501c4. That's like a social promotion organization. Its whole goal, right, is not profit, right? Its whole goal is some sort of social outcome. And so you ask, what's the return on investment for promoting people who are in line with their social outcome? the whatever their purpose is in organizing. So that's not a big surprise.
But it's not a big surprise that to me they go through the dog and pony show like every other nonprofit of not being overtly partisan. And
Partisan is not ideological.
I know. That's why I made the distinction already by saying that they're not partisan, but they are ideological because they don't fund right-wing, MAGA, or conservative creators. They're broadly pro-democracy, right? But they don't. There is regulation within the contract surrounding, like candidates and endorsements or whatever that we saw on that TikTok and stuff like that, and that has probably to do with compliance because they can only engage in so much. Like I can't remember with 501c3, C4, there's limits to how much time and resources that they can spend on like partisan activities.
I don't think it would be their primary purpose for political whatever.
Non-partisan status.
I'm not sure, but I guess I'm having difficulty. What's your point here? Do you find anything ethically wrong with or weird about what's you're examining here?
I mean, dark money in general is like legalized bribery and corruption in a profound way, in my opinion. So, of course, yeah.
Okay, so
I mean, you have to say that like, you know, you can say that Democrats need to fight fire with fire. We need to use the resources or whatever. And the most that we can ask of them right now is disclosure. And then eventually you're going to get Democrats into office that will bring forth either Supreme Court reform or some sort of legislative reform or judicial reform that is going to bring about the end of money in politics or overturn Citizens United or, you know, comprehensively reform everything surrounding the regulation of money being funneled into elections. But you already said earlier that 1630 is a known entity. It's mostly what it has supported, as far as I know, is Democratic endeavors and enterprises, correct?
Yeah, it has.
So
in the order of
they
like
put
hundreds of
money
millions
into
of dollars.
Chorus, and then Chorus puts money into these creators, and the mutual benefit is that the creators are given a stipend to be able to, grow as creators, grow their platform, and
they're
right?
pushing the social. Well, let's be clear about something. It's not bribery, right? You just said it was bribery.
I said legalized bribery.
It's not legalized bribery. I mean, bribery. The essence of bribery is the exchange of money for some public act, some act of government. Like what we're talking about here is funding creators to spread a message. That's not the use of like government power in any way. You're not exchanging money in exchange for some sort of government action. And so I don't understand in what sense that's bribery.
I think my understanding of what constitutes corruption goes beyond what you just outlined, because
I didn't say corruption. I said bribery.
Very wealthy private individuals can have their own agenda, and they're able to. They're not mandated to disclose it. They're not mandated neither what they want to do or what their goals are or whatever, or even their identities when they work through nonprofit organizations like Chorus. This can also be the case with things like Planned Parenthood, right, or the ACLU.
Right. So no, I wasn't specific on the term
like
corruption.
peddling.
I'm talking about the term bribery you use. I'm not talking about the term corruption or now this term influence peddling. I'm just talking about the term bribery. So the term bribery, I don't think is apt for at least this setup. I mean, in what is the official act being given in exchange for the use of funds for some private purpose? I don't think that you can find one there. So I mean, I understand that the term bribery seems like, it's like weird that money's changing hand, but at the end of the day, I mean, what's at bottom here is like private transactions to spread a message. Like, okay, I mean,
what's that message?
That message could be the pre-existing messages of those creators that align or don't align with the social benefit program or the benefit aims of the organization. I can't, just because I'm not a Chorus representative here, I can't define it, but like, it's basically at bottom, and I hope you agree with this. They're like providing money for individuals to spread a message, right?
You're being so broad when you say a message, because that message again is coming, like the organization question 1630. They are known to donate to democratic causes. So I'm not saying that I don't agree with the message. I'm not saying I do agree with the message. I'm just saying that message, that organization has a history of trying to fund Democratic Party endeavors, enterprises for, I assume, electoral outcomes that are favorable in some way to the bottom line of the people that are part of the 1630 fund. That's how they want to use their money. And then from there, Chorus is one of these institutions that they're putting money through. And they don't have to disclose it, which is talked about in the article. That's not nefarious. That's just literally true. That's the way nonprofits have been regulated in this country. They do not have to disclose to the FEC, like, paid for by blah, blah, blah. They don't have to declare any sort of, like, partisan affiliation or anything like that. But the message in this, like, Chorus will state, and they kind of go through the work of doing all of their disclosures that are compliant with to maintain their status as a nonprofit. But every single person within this is a Democrat or generally pro-Democrat, right?
But I just want to be clear. You agree it's not bribery, or it doesn't feel, it's not bribery. There's no official act here, right? Do you agree with that?
I said legalized bribery already. I did not just say it's bribery. I said it's legalized bribery because I think that the way dark money influences all of these things, and they use middlemen companies like Chorus in this instance, function to influence political messaging in a more opaque way.
Well, I mean,
and that goes for Republicans as well, and they take advantage of that.
I understand you say it's legalized bribery. Things can be legal or illegal, and things can be bribery or not bribery. What do you take to be bribery?
I take bribery to be the exchange of money or providing a financial incentive for people to hold or espouse certain political, in this case, certain political ideas, beliefs, positions, etc.
So if I hire a consultant to craft messaging for my political campaign, that's bribery?
No, because you're hiring them to inform your opinion, and then you're going to be the one that promotes the message, right?
Or if I hire them as a mercenary person who's like just a really good spokesperson, I hire them to be like, hey, you're going to craft a bunch of messaging for me, and you're going to be the one to promote it as well. I'm going to hire you as my propaganda minister. Like, if I do that,
and they don't actually hold those beliefs, but the public gets the impression that they personally, if the public gets the impression that they personally do. But the only reason why they're doing that is because you're giving them a check. I do think that is legalized bribery.
I think
but
that's
I already said from the start.
That's a bizarre interpretation of what bribery is. I mean, bribery doesn't constitute that.
Well, I also said, corruption.
Okay.
So like broadly legalized bribery and corruption. I don't agree with Citizens United. I don't agree with just unregulated funneling of dark money and corporate money into campaigns and all of that. And like the government at one point did recognize there to be an interest in regulating this in some respect.
I mean, I also take corruption to be, in general, some kind of use of public, not necessarily exchanging of money, not some kind of quid pro quo. Like bribery is a kind of corruption, and I think corruption is a broader term. So my understanding of what corruption is the use of public authority for an impermissible private purpose. That's what I understand corruption to be. And so I would say like a bribery is a type of corruption, but I still do think that like at bottom, corruption entails some kind of government action or inaction or some interaction with the forces of the state in some capacity. So like, would it be corrupt for me to, I don't know, do something with like negative social consequence if I just keep it to private actors? I don't think people would call that corrupt. But if you're like paying off like tax collectors, or you're paying off enforcers, or you're going to the judge.
Okay, so what if you don't pay them off? So here's what they do instead: they put millions of dollars into lobbying efforts and we pay politicians to give a speech to Wall Street. We pay politicians to come sit and listen to a speech potentially from certain organizations, right? Or like I said with physicians, right? There were not deliverables demanded of these physicians, but they give them a free trip. And the only thing that you need to get the free trip is you have to sit down and spend 3 hours at this conference listening to us talk about the benefits of this new pharmaceutical pill products, medical device that we have created. And the idea there is that they are attempting to influence the physician's opinion in that case, or the politician's opinion about their understanding of a particular political issue, or in the case of the physician, their feelings towards,
speeches on apparently speeches on
a certain political message or product. So you don't think lobbying is effectively like legalized bribery?
All right, this saying is live. Let's get to that. We'll definitely get to that. I do want to respond to that, but
you're the one. I said that we disagree or whatever. That you were the one that kept pressing, and now you're eager to move off.
No. I remember exactly where we left off. I don't agree, but let's
speech.
Do speech. Yeah. Wait, what?
I heard someone say speech.
Okay. Oh, maybe that was Blonde Philosophy, but they're saying that Trump is on. Yeah, check the.
Should I go back a little bit?
Yeah, sure.
Let's see. Jesus, there's so many people fucking on it. Give me a second. He doesn't look dead to me.
He does not look dead.
Let's see where this started. Okay.
We're about to switch over to it. Yeah, we're about to look at the speech. We're bringing it up.
Okay, hold on. Now let me share my screen.
He looks great. Still alive, motherfuckers. All right, let's see it.
Yeah.
My decision, though, right? That didn't, right? But we had a lot of competition for this, and Alabama's getting it, Huntsville in particular. So congratulations, everybody. Katie, congratulations. This will result in more than 30,000 Alabama jobs and probably much more than that, and hundreds of millions of dollars of investment. And that's billions, because it can't be millions. It's billions and billions of dollars.
Give me 1 second. Thank you so much for the raid, Majority Report. Welcome, you guys. We are covering Trump making an announcement from the Oval Office, and he is very much alive, as you can see.
Most importantly, this decision will help America defend and dominate the high frontier, as they call it. I want to thank Secretary Pete Hegseth. He's doing a fantastic job. And Secretary of the Air Force, Troy Mink. Troy, thank you very much. Great job you're doing, Troy. This is such a big deal. This is one that everybody wanted to know. What are you doing? I also want to thank Senators Katie Britt, and I want to give my condolences. Your grandmother just passed away. She was 100, right?
And she loved you, Mr.
Well, and she was very proud of you.
Thank you very much.
Very, very proud of you.
Not the condolences I hope would be offered today.
No. Hey, this is the sitting commander-in-chief.
It is, who I despise very much. I thought you did as well.
Oh, I do.
The
Oh, I
fascists
do.
In the White House.
Oh, I do.
Thank you, Katie. She must have been to produce you indirectly. I can tell you she had to be. Tommy Tuberville, who's a great coach. And
Tuberville.
I won't say anything about what happened with Alabama football this weekend, but you're not used to that, right? You're not used to that. But Tommy, Auburn won, is right. So you're happy.
He's looking quite spry.
You know, and,
is this on fast speed?
Fantastic guy all around. He was also a tremendous coach. House Armed Services.
Yeah, so we can catch up to the live. Okay. So just so you know, it's at 1.5 speed. He is not speaking this quickly.
He's not speaking that fast, yeah.
Chair Mike Rogers. Thank you, Mike. Mike, thank you very much. You're doing great, Mike. Representatives Barry Morrill, great friends, Robert Adderholt, Gary Palmer, and Dale Strong. Thank you all very much, fellas. Appreciate it. In my first term, I created a thing called Space Force. So important. You know, we were losing the race in space very badly to China and to Russia. And now we're far and away #1 in space, and reestablished SpaceCom with a mission to protect American space assets and detect any threat to our homeland. We initially selected Huntsville for the SpaceCom headquarters, yet those plans were wrongfully obstructed by the Biden administration. And as you know, they moved them to a different locale. And today we're moving forward with what we want to do and the place that we want to have this. And this will be there for hopefully hundreds of years. That's where it's going to be. I will say I want to thank Colorado. The problem I have with Colorado, one of the big problems, they do mail-in voting. They went to all mail-in voting. So they have automatically crooked elections.
Can you pause?
And we can't have that when the state is.
What's up with his eye? Did you see his eye is a little bit like.
I focus on his hair because it kind of looks a little bit wet.
Yeah.
He's like, again, the friend that got bitten by the zombie, and they're trying to not let the friend group find out a little bit.
Yo, I kind of like the maroon tie though. Is that maroon? What would you call that? Burgundy?
It's like a pattern. Yeah. It's like navy, but then it has like red dots on it.
In voting, that means they want dishonest elections, because that's what that means. So that played a big factor also. In Huntsville, SpaceCom will play a key role in building the Golden Dome, as you know. That's going to be a big thing. Everybody wants to be a participant in it. Missile Defense Shield, we're going to be having a Golden Dome that the likes of which nobody's ever seen before.
What the fuck is a Golden Dome? Do you know what he's talking about? It's like some kind of.
You always forget what this is. The Golden Dome is in reference, like there's the Iron Dome for Israel, and the Golden Dome is going to be our own missile defense system against fucking Canada or some shit. I don't know, against Iran.
Canada wants very much to be included in that, and then we're going to work something out with them, I hope. It will also ensure that our technological capabilities, of which we're way ahead of anybody else, there's nobody close, remain unmatched long into the future. So I'd like to ask Secretary Hegseth to say a few words. He was very much a part of it. And really, everybody behind me was. Every one of these people would call me and lobby me. I said, Katie, I don't want to talk to you anymore.
Is J.D. Vance wearing eyeliner? What do we think?
She said, that's right, sir. That's what I want.
These are old names that you're bringing up here.
I
just
just
wanna
he
congratulate-
looks
these are
very
really
much like
special
he's wearing
people.
eyeliner.
They're politicians and
This is people have been observing this since for a long time.
I'm just saying
Did-
today he looks like he's wearing eyeliner. I'm just saying
many ways,
today.
but they're great patriots. I think even more so than politicians.
went heavy on the guy
They fought
liner?
very hard to get it, and it's an honor to give it to Huntsville. Pete, say a few words, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. As usual, right place, right time, for the right reason. In your first administration, you established the Space Force at a time when we knew we had to be looking to that domain of space. You also reestablished SpaceCom to ensure that priority was put in place, and you, through the Air Force, independently identified that Huntsville, Alabama was the right place to put it. For other reasons, in the next administration under Biden, they decided to move it somewhere else.
Unpopular
Well,
opinion.
During that time,
Space Force, an incredibly sick name.
Is that unpopular?
I think it's unpopular.
DOD Inspector General, the Government Affairs Office, they did their own assessments, and where did they say SpaceCom should go? Huntsville, Alabama. So what you're doing today, Mr. President, is restoring it to precisely where it should be based on what the Space Force, the Air Force, your leadership believes will give us strategic advantage in the future. That is Huntsville, Alabama. We are way ahead
Damn,
in
he looks
space,
bad
but
right
this will
now.
ensure we stay leaps and bounds ahead.
Look at
because
his
that's the most
face.
important domain. Whoever controls the skies
you pause?
will control the future of warfare.
Look
Yeah.
at how droopy his fucking face looks.
I don't know if it looks more droopy than normal, if that's just what I want to see because I know what the headlines have been in the last few
His
weeks.
face
So
looks
I'm not going to say.
droopy. He looks droopy. Look at it.
Do you remember when he had COVID and he came out and he addressed like the White House lawn?
Yeah.
Okay, he was like rocking on his feet and he was breathing like really, really heavy. You
Yeah.
could see his chest, like he was like huffing and puffing. And I'm looking for that more so than I'm looking for any sort of like physical abnormality because there have been days where he just looks fucking not good in general,
Yeah.
and we didn't think that he was on the verge of death. So
And Mr. President, today you're ensuring that happens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Katie, would you like to say something?
Mr. President, we are grateful for your leadership on this and restoring Space Command to its rightful home in Huntsville, Alabama. This delegation has worked together, both chambers, both parties, to make sure that Huntsville was the place that Space Command called home. As was mentioned, obviously, the Biden administration chose to make this political. What we want to do is put the safety and security of Americans first. We want to make sure that our warfighter is put first, and we want to make sure that America continues to lead. And today, Mr. President, you've allowed that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tommy, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. This is a great day for our country, not just for our state of Alabama. We need
What?
help in our military. We need to catch up. And as Secretary has said, we're not behind this.
we need to catch up on the military. We don't have a large enough defense budget, apparently.
I think we need to
Wait.
spend more.
But we know where we're at, and we need
He
to
is not joking.
expound on that.
Chat.
Now, this move
It's very
will save
serious,
the taxpayers
unfortunately.
$480 million. It's not going to cost more. It's going to cut $480 million.
I don't know why the audio is cutting out like this.
Have the plans intact. It'll be behind a secure wall in Huntsville, Alabama, at Redstone Arsenal. We have 40,000 people there. We have the FBI there. We have missile defense there. We have NASA, Blue Origin.
Look at
and,
the guy staring at Trump.
space.
Did you see him for a second? He was like,
I paused it to look at his hand because I think he still has more makeup on his
Oh,
hand
he
bruises
does.
again
Wait.
because
enhance that image.
I can't do
Oh, my
that.
bad, my
You
bad,
know
yeah.
that, but it's because it's a video. Even if I zoom in, it's going to keep the video the same like size. But just everybody's watching. Take a look at Trump's right hand. It's clear that he has like foundation or cosmetics smeared on it.
Yeah.
SpaceX. It is
Oh,
the
it's so
perfect place for
clear.
Space Command. I would tell you today, and again, I've spoke with the president for the last 3 or 4 years about this. If I thought it needed to go somewhere else because I understand the security of our country, I'd be for that. But the best place for Space Command is Huntsville, Alabama, because what we have and what it means to this country is going to be so important. So thank you, Mr. President, for this, and we look forward to building a huge Space Command and having the Donald J. Trump Space Command Center in Huntsville.
Oh
Alabama.
my God.
Yeah.
It is funny that it doesn't match because you can always tell that he's got makeup on 'cause it's like way whiter. They
It's
never
so
get one that's like
white.
orange enough.
JD?
Mr. President, thank you. I'll be very brief here. I lobbied the president hard to put it in Ohio, but he said these people behind us, these Alabamas, are just too powerful and too persuasive. And so it's in Alabama. But as Tommy said, this is exactly the right place for Space Force and Space Command. I think Americans ought to appreciate the fact that you can't win the battle of the future unless you control the skies. The cyber security, the communications, the entire infrastructure of the battle in the 21st century will be in space. So it was a visionary move in the first administration for the president to set up Space Force. And I think an equally visionary move to make sure that Space Force is right where it should be in Huntsville, Alabama. Thank you, sir.
His hand.
Gentlemen, anybody want to say anything? Would you like to say?
Mr.
He
President,
could be getting
another-
IV meds through that hand. Chatter Mind
could,
points out that
yeah.
it's true. That could be the thing that's doing it.
Absolutely.
promise made, another promise kept. You think about it, Redstone Arsenal is critical to national security. The president said when you were the 45th president, let's do what's right for national security. And today, that's exactly what we're doing. It's not because of this or that. It's because it's right for national security. You think of the 21 categories that were evaluated to determine what was best for national security. All indicators pointed back to Huntsville, Alabama, and Redstone Arsenal. We have the right people at the right place at the right time. Mr. President, on behalf of the people of the 5th Congressional District and all of Alabama, thank you for keeping your word. Absolutely.
Why did you shake that hand, bro?
Mr. President, I want to say thank you. And thank you for doing this because it was the right thing to do. All the, when they looked at all the
This
numbers.
is such a nothing
Huntsville was the
burger.
place
What
to
a
go, and,
disappointment.
like you say, it was unfortunately pulled out, but you made it right. So I want to just say thank you again.
We're only doing a few more minutes of this if it literally is just
No,
going
we
to
have
be
to
a
watch the
Republican
whole
press. No,
thing.
what the fuck would be the point?
The whole thing.
I'm waiting for it. He better either
He better
faint
announce war with
or piss
Venezuela.
himself.
For a grateful nation and to the state of Alabama, we're very grateful. Thank you and God bless. Thank you.
JD.
Thank you, Mr. President. Throughout history, militaries has always understood that whoever could hold the high ground held the advantage. Space is the ultimate high ground. And what we're doing with moving the Space Command to Huntsville is absolutely critical to our maintaining dominance in that sphere. And it goes hand in hand with what we're trying to do with the Golden Dome and missile defense to defend against anyone else who tries to enter that sphere. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. And obviously, national defense is a huge issue. And when you look at the scores, Alabama was #1. And for
Look at how
political
he's
reasons, it was moved
standing.
out of our state.
Look at how he's standing
Mr.
with his
President, thank you for
hand.
making priorities of defense and the warfighter and the safety of this
I want to
nation.
say it looks
And the
weird,
big
but it
beautiful bill, that
probably
Golden
doesn't.
Dome
I
that we
almost
get
never
built.
watch press conferences from Trump, and I wouldn't be surprised if he is this fidgety.
He looks
Huntsville,
shitty.
Alabama, and we're grateful for that. Thank you.
Listen, as Chairman of the Armed
He does,
Services
but I don't
Committee,
know if he
care
looks more
very much
shitty than
about what's
usual.
most important for our
That's the
national
question.
security. And the president held a
Look at him.
nationwide
He's like
competition
crunched over. You see, like
where
he's like
we should have this command. If y'all remember, at the end of that competition, where Alabama came in first, there was a lot of complaints from the other states who did not place well. He said, "We'll do it over with new criteria to accommodate your concerns." Alabama came in first in that second competition.
I think this dude's wearing a fucking toupee. Now that's more distracting to me. I'm not kidding.
That's a handsome man right there.
This is a fucking helmet
All right,
that
can
he's
you
got
pause?
on.
Political. Even
Marry, fuck, kill. Trump, the guy in the middle looking up, and the guy talking.
I'm marrying Trump. He's a fucking billionaire and on the verge of death. That's obvious.
Who you killing and who you fucking?
I'm killing JD Vance, and for the good of democracy, I'm unfortunately fucking this guy. And the hairpiece stays on. That's also going to be a stipulation. This fucking
though
rug that he
his own
has
Secretary
on.
of the Air Force said it was a fair competition and it should be in Huntsville. So I want you to know I appreciate this president standing up and being strong and saying he's going to make this right and put it where it rightfully belongs. That's Huntsville, Alabama. So thank you all very much. You are going to leave me alone now. You're not going to call me anymore and talk about this subject, right? You promise? They'll start something else. But I just want to congratulate you. It's a very big deal.
He sounds
when you
good.
come out and when you leave the room, you'll see that we.
Oh, I thought he
just,
was looking
over the last few minutes,
unbalanced,
literally,
looking
shot
bad
out
according to you.
He's looking bad, but he's
about,
sounding.
drug carrying boat,
What-
a lot of drugs.
can
in
you
that
can you
boat.
pause real quick?
And
He's and maybe it's the 1.5 speed. He's sounding like his normal self. Before I.
It's 1.25 now.
Okay.
you'll be seeing that and you'll be reading about that. It just happened moments ago, and our great general, head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who's been so incredible, including what took place in Iran, knocking out potential nuclear power for a long time to come. I think within a month they would have had it if we didn't do what we did. But he gave us a little bit of a briefing, and you'll see. And there's more where that came from.
So what's the point of
There's
this?
more where that
We're
came from.
upping Alabama's military defense to defend against Iran that doesn't have a nuclear program because we completely obliterated it. And also Space Force.
We love Space
I'm
Force.
completely. I'm distracted by more important things, like again assessing the toupees of the men that are speaking, and Donald Trump's
I
hand
think
makeup
Donald Trump
cover-up.
would go hard almost. What do you think?
No.
You
I
don't
think
so?
that's a bullet train to him looking like a fucking cancer patient.
All right, I disagree.
His face is orange. His head would be white.
You could just make it all orange.
A lot of drugs pouring into our country, coming in for a long time. And we just, these came out of Venezuela and coming out very heavily from Venezuela. A lot of things are coming out of Venezuela. So we took it out, and you'll get to see
Ominous.
that
Ominous.
after this meeting is over. Do you have any
Vuvuzela,
questions, please?
drugs.
Yeah, please.
Senator Somerville talked about the cost savings
Yeah.
associated with this announcement.
Can you talk about the strategic benefits by having
Dude,
Space
ask
Force
him about
Command
strokes.
headquartered in Huntsville?
Well, it just works because we have so much else there. And having a central, you could call it a central command, but it really is a command station. Also, even locationally, where it is, and when you think about flying distances, if you can save a half an hour as fast as some of these planes go and things go, and even the rockets go, if you can save by having the best location. So we went out, as you know, to experts, and we had 4 different groups of experts. They all said this was the best location. I also loved it from the standpoint, I know the people of Alabama, they are great people, work hard, and there's no games, and they're very proud of it.
I
And
loved
I
it
would
from
say
the
they fought
standpoint of the
harder for
people
it
of
than anybody else
Alabama.
also. A lot of states, 5 states really wanted it, but they wanted it more. And I kid you not when I say that these people, they spoke to me a lot. That's all they wanted to talk about. They didn't want to talk about the weather. They only wanted to talk about.
I heard there's been a big Navy buildup of off of
I
the
heard
shores of
that
Venezuela. It
too.
sounds like they're trying to groom the public for military action there by
Yeah, I
casually
heard that
mentioning it.
too.
Why did they do that though? Because Trump recently signed a contract with the Pentagon quietly to mobilize military forces within Venezuela. Apparently,
Wait,
this was a
really?
couple of weeks ago. Yeah.
I heard about
I'll pull it up.
the
Moving
buildup
to
though.
this location, moving to Alabama, Huntsville in particular. So,
So it might
we're
be in
honored
response
do
to
it. They
that.
really wanted it badly, and they got it. Peter?
Something completely different, but about a big viral social media trend over the weekend. How did you find
Yes.
out over the weekend that you were dead? You see that?
No.
People didn't see it for a couple days. 1.3 million user engagements as of Saturday morning about your demise.
Really? I
You
didn't see that. You know, I have heard it's sort of crazy, but last week I did numerous news conferences, all successful. They went very well, like this is going very well. And then I didn't do any for 2 days, and they said there must be something wrong with him. Biden wouldn't do them for months.
He just said he hadn't heard about that. Now he's saying, well, I did, but they're wrong because I did
Nice,
engagements.
Aaron. Good contradiction.
You wouldn't see him. And nobody ever said there was ever anything wrong with him. And we know he wasn't in the greatest of shape. No, I heard that. I get reports. Now, you knew I did an interview that lasted for about an hour and a half with somebody, and everybody saw that was on one of your competitors. I did numerous shows and also did a number of truths, long truths, and I think pretty poignant truths. No, I was
Truth
very
socials,
active
I
over the
guess.
weekend. They also knew I went out to visit
Retruths.
some people at the club that I own, pretty nearby on the Potomac River. And no, I've been very active actually over the weekend. I didn't hear that one. That's pretty serious stuff. Well, it's fake news. You know, it's just it's so fake. That's why the media has so little credibility. I knew they were saying like, is he okay? How's he feeling? What's wrong? I said, I just left. And it's also sort of a longer weekend, you know, it's Labor Day weekend.
The truths
I would
and
say a lot
nothing
of
but the
people know I was
truths.
very active this Labor Day. I had heard that, but I
Pregnant
didn't hear it to that
truths,
extent. Go
amazing
ahead, Peter.
truths.
We know that this country has a huge problem with school shootings. You've said that you're open to sending the National Guard pretty much anywhere. Would you ever consider sending an armed National Guardsman?
That sounds like a great
every
idea.
School?
Well, we have a big
Good guy with a
problem
gun.
school shooting, but we also have thousands and thousands of schools that run perfectly. You know, they talk about you can do things construction wise, and that's really I think nobody knows more about construction than me. You can build the
Huh?
construction doors. You can build what they call safety doors.
Construction
where
doors?
they lock on the outside, the inside, and every place else. Well, but if one of these lunatics happens to
This
get
is the Ted Cruz line of we need one door.
One
That's the thing that
door.
caused the school shooting, the
I don't-
one
I
door
don't know what
theory.
a construction door is, but go on.
You know, you won't die of a school shooting, but you might die in a fire. But at least it wasn't a school shooting.
through, then the police can't get in. Then they're looking for keys all over the place, and it takes a lot of disadvantages to doing, spending billions and billions of dollars and actually making it safer in some way for some of these lunatics that we're dealing with. But I don't think so. I've thrown out the concept.
You
We
mean
have
the
great
shooters?
teachers that love our children. The parents love the children. Teachers love the children too. And if you took a small percentage of those teachers that were in the military, that were distinguished in the military, that were in the National Guard, et cetera, and
Say we need to
you let
arm
them
teachers.
carry. That's something
Yes.
that a lot of
Let the
people like.
teachers
I
have
sort of liked
gun.
it.
Let them
They
carry.
have to be studied, but they're trained. They know about weapons. You can't do it with every teacher because most teachers don't know, and But I always thought that would be an alternative. But it just
I mean, I personally think that your reactionary gym teacher / history teacher should have a gun and firearm at all times. Personally,
I mean, personally, I think that we should just like arm the students. I mean, why not? Just,
why not? Yeah, why not? They should at least have bulletproof vests.
Yeah.
we've had a lot of instances. Other countries have also. They have different kinds of problems than we have, but we do have. There's something going on, and it's a bad thing. Yes, please.
Have you spoken with President Putin in the past week? Have you spoken with President Putin?
Yeah, I don't want to. I have learned things that will be very
That's
interesting. I
private.
think in the next few days you'll find out.
If there isn't some type of announcement of a meeting with President Putin and President Zelensky, and what could those consequences
We're going to
be?
see what happens. We're going to see what they do and what happens. I'm watching it very closely. Last week, they lost 7,000 between the two countries, 7,313.
Oh, can you pause real
soldiers, to
quick?
be
There's someone
somewhat
who's
exact.
brought a construction door can refer to either a temporary door used during building construction to allow for material movement and protect the final door from damage, or a door that has a construction label indicating it doesn't meet the stringent requirements of a rated product such as a UL or WH/Intertech fire rated door. The first type is a temporary fixture on a construction site, while the second is a final product that for various reasons is not fully certified for its intended use. I don't know if that's like some ChatGPT thing, but that's the answer. Construction door.
For no reason whatsoever. And they're Russian and they're Ukrainian, but they're soldiers. I want to see it end. Yep.
Have you decided you're definitely going to send National Guard troops to Chicago?
I didn't say when, but the answer is, look, Chicago's very
Oh, no.
interesting because I watched
Oh,
Pisco
no.
get up and say about, we don't need help, we're safe. But 2 weeks ago, they had 6 people murdered, and they had 24 people hit by bullets. Last week, as you know, it was 7 people, 24 people hit, and 7 people died. And then over the last 2 days, that was the crown jewel. They had, I guess, 9 or 10 killed, and 50 hit with bullets. And you have this governor get up, who's a terrible governor. Probably he and Gavin Newsom would be probably the two worst and most naive. They're naive. Either they're naive or they're very
Naive
untruthful.
Newsom.
And he'll say, we don't want any protection. We don't need. So in the last 3 weeks, he's lost almost 20 people.
Yeah, no federal
killed.
protection.
There's no place in the world, including you can go to Afghanistan.
No
you
place
can
in
go
the
to places that
world.
you would think of.
What
They don't even
about
come close to that.
Gaza?
Chicago is a hellhole right now. Baltimore
Stephen
is
Miller
a
said that
hellhole.
DC is literally the most dangerous city on earth, or one of them.
These guys are such clowns.
Top 10, and Gaza BTFO'd when you compare it against DC's crime rate, apparently.
Right now, parts of Los Angeles are terrible. If we didn't put out the fires, and I mean the other fires, the bullet fires.
The bullet fires.
They didn't do a good job.
Not the
They should have had
wildfires.
one
Not the
now.
fires,
The
the bullet
bullet
You know,
fires.
release the water. We had to go in and release the water to LA.
The bullet
It's so badly
fires.
run. But if I didn't send the National Guard into Los Angeles, I would be making an announcement today. I'd be talking about Huntsville, and I'd simultaneously be saying, by the way, the Olympics is not coming to Los Angeles. If we didn't do that, and even the sheriff, the top law enforcement person in Los Angeles said, we could not have handled it without them. So that's what he said.
Make your mind up on Chicago, though?
Well, we're going in. I didn't say when. We're going in.
Oh,
When you lose, look, I have an obligation. This isn't a political thing. I have
Right.
an obligation. When we lose, when 20 people are killed over the last 2.5 weeks, and 75 are shot with bullets. So let me tell you a little story about a place called DC, District of Columbia.
Let's see if he'll repeat it. That DC is literally one of the most dangerous cities
Let's
in
see
the
it,
entire
let's
world.
see
That's
it.
what Stephen Miller said.
Here where we are, it's now a safe zone. We have no crime. It's in such
crime.
great shape. You can go and actually walk with your children, your wife, your husband. You
No
can walk
one's
right
going
down the
there.
middle
No
of the
one's
street. You're not
visiting
gonna
'cause
be
they're all
shot because
scared.
You're safe. Everyone likes you anyway. They probably wouldn't do it.
I was about to say, what do you want to bet that the amount of people that are willing to call the police if they're in need of some sort of assistance, if they think a crime is happening, has decreased because of the militarized police presence and fucking martial law taking over DC? Why would you?
But it's so dangerous. And there are people in this audience that you've suffered greatly. There are people in this audience that
Who's
have
he
been
pointing
mugged
to?
and hurt badly, and they don't want to talk about it. Maybe you were very brave in talking about it. You made quite an impression on a lot of people. I appreciate it. But there were other people in this room that have been hurt very badly just walking down the street in DC. Washington,
balls.
DC is a safe zone right now. It's a safe city. The restaurants are open. They're booming. You can't get a restaurant. New restaurants are announcing that they're going to be open.
There were no restaurants
This took place
open
in
until
12
he
days, now
mobilized.
15 days.
New
but
restaurants.
3 days ago, it became what's known as a safe zone. It's a safe city. And this city was really bad.
In his interview with Laura Ingraham on Fox News, JD Vance was
Yeah.
saying how there's been a 39% decrease in crime in 9 days. And just wait, they're going to be repeating that metric over and
In the
over
election,
and
yeah.
over perpetually to justify the expansion of it, because if this ends, right, they're going to say, well, after 9 days, we had this dramatic decrease that's obviously acute. So 9 days is not enough to really study if this is what led to the drop in crime, right?
And I've always said that even if it did, right, even if it did result in that, it's going to depress economic activity as it's doing in Washington, D.C., or it probably will. 2, it's not worth the kind of rights infringements or potential for rights infringements and authoritarianism And 3, if it's tried to be expanded further than DC, you're going to have a lot more legal problems in what the basis is of the deployment of the military on American streets. DC is kind of a special area where the DC National Guard is under the direct control of the American president. It's not the case in most of these other states, and the invocations of federalization of the National Guard are way more problematic. And we just found out, in California at least, that Trump violated the Posse Comitatus Act in deploying the National Guard federally to basically just be civilian law enforcement, and not just the National Guard. I should add also the Marines.
Really, really bad.
But if it comes to an end, crime is going to spike, quote unquote. That's what they'll say, and then they will say, we need to expand it, or we need to do it again, because you saw this huge decrease, and now it's spiking up again. So clearly this works, and we probably need a permanent thing until we know what the hell is going on. That'll be used to perpetually justify doing this.
We took 1,600 people out, hardcore criminals that will not be coming back anytime soon, and we're very proud of it. To have our nation's capital lose every week. It was like many years, where every single week somebody was killed for many consecutive weeks. This went on for years. And then we had last week, it was announced that nobody was killed last week. And I made that announcement in front of a very distinguished leader of a country. And I'm saying proudly, ladies and gentlemen, nobody was killed in Washington, D.C. this week. He looked at me like, what's that all about? I said, yeah, we have a little bit of a crime problem, and we don't have a crime problem in Washington anymore. And the mayor has been very helpful, and the police commission has been very helpful, and it's been a great team. And I would love to have Governor Pritzker call me. I'd gain respect for him and say, we do have a problem, and we'd love you to send in the troops, because you know what? The people, they have to be protected. I saw today on one of your networks, not a friendly network, except really the opposite, I would say, very unfriendly network. And they interviewed about 12 people on this morning. Most of them were African-American, they were black. And they were saying, please, please, please.
African-American or black?
The presidents, and these were people from Chicago. Please, we need help. We need help. We can't walk outside. We're petrified. If the governor of Illinois would call me up, I would love to do it. Now, we're going to do it anyway. We have the right to do it because I have an obligation to protect.
Wait, really quick. JV Rager, thank you so much for the $22. Very disappointed he didn't retire 6 feet under SMH. Keep up the good work, Aaron. Thank you. See, Pisco doesn't want donations like this. He thinks they're unbecoming, apparently.
Oh, no, I'm just saying. I just said yikes. That's all I said. It was something else that I said yikes to.
Okay, you fucking weasel.
This country. And that includes Baltimore. I saw where Governor Moore was asking me to take a walk down the street of Baltimore. Well, Baltimore is a very unsafe place. It's rated number 4 in the city, one of the most unsafe places anywhere in the world. But, we took care. This was a beautiful thing that happened in Washington because we showed that it could be done. And this wasn't just sending big, strong guys, and they are big and they are strong. We had a great decision from the Supreme Court that had to do with sort of talent. It had to do with,
we have one National Guard. What are we supposed to do if there's like a natural disaster that they need to be deployed to, but they're too busy occupying fucking Baltimore, DC, Chicago, whatever
LA,
city it
Chicago,
is? Who is actually going to assist in that respect? Because that's the purpose of them.
you are put down based on merit.
Or like the Marines, like the idea of putting any Marine to like active duty for a domestic policing situation. Why?
Based on merit. So merit for a soldier or for a policeman is strong, physically fit, having a certain ability, not a person that is woke and got the job through woke, but wasn't strong enough to lift the gun out of the holster, et cetera, et cetera. No, I looked at the police, as you know, last week I went over, we had a meeting there had to be 300 people, and they were all very impressive looking. And when the bad guys see them, they're not going to do a thing. And so I'm very proud of Washington. It serves as a template, and we're going to do it elsewhere. But Chicago is certainly going to be high. I would love to have him call. I would love the governor of Illinois. I'd be honored to take his call. All he has to do is say, sir, we need help. It's out of control. And everyone knows it is. He's not kidding anyone. I would love to have...
Yeah, when a Democratic governor or a politician calls Donald Trump, he never hesitates to help. He's definitely never threatened to withhold funds.
Withhold funding. And
It's from blue states for partisan reasons. If you just need, all you got to do is call him up.
I would say Governor Moore call, because I watched him over the weekend trying to explain that Baltimore, what they need is housing.
It's cool how the sitting president just declares area of the country shitty. Well, it works for him. Maybe that's what Democrats need to be doing. Just fuck all these red states. you guys should get no support or help. If you want to vote for these ghouls,
Well,
then
would you
you're not
be
going
in
to be
favor of like conditionally withholding aid for Republicans? Yeah, okay.
No, but I agree. I wouldn't. I'm not going to pretend like it might not be politically advantageous. I think it would be wrong. I don't think they should do it.
I just think there's different standards, and we just need to live with that. Like if Democrats did that, they would get fucking burned by a double standard media, hypocritical media, and Republicans do it. They just think it's base and they don't give a fuck. I just think that that's like, I don't know that it would help the Democrats. I think it would probably hurt them because the media.
I don't know that the media thinks it's based, but I think that it's reported on as though it's like, oh, look at this, yet another crazy thing that Donald Trump did. But that's just an argument, like for I guess Democrats to do equally as insane shit, so that when they decide to move on to that insane decision, it's not this big scandal or whatever because they've already been acting insane.
No, they don't need housing. They need to get rid of the criminals. These are hardcore criminals. You know, we took many people off the streets of Washington, D.C. They're hardcore. They're not going to be good. In 10 years, in 20 years, in 2 years, they're going to be criminals. They were born to be criminals, frankly. They were born to be criminals, and they're tough and mean, and they'll cut your throat, and they won't even think about it the next day. They won't even remember that they did it. And we're not going to have those people. Washington, D.C. is now a safe zone. It's a safe place. And you can walk
give
in.
You a Columbia necktie and they won't even remember.
By the way, one of the biggest human beings I've ever seen, which is her husband. He was
the biggest human being
for like 11 years.
He just called her husband a fat fuck.
I just want him to call Pritzker fat, and then we can have some fucking petty shit, some real petty shit.
But you can walk right down the street, even by yourself, and you're totally safe. Washington, D.C. is a great thing. Yes, ma'am, please.
Keep watching. I'll be right back.
Democratic leaders across the country to work with you on crime. Do you see your efforts here in DC, including, for example, working with Mayor Bowser here as a model for bringing more bipartisanship in matters not only
born to be criminal
issues that matter to everyday American people's lives?
So Mayor Bowser's been great. She could have taken the thing well, and then after I clean it up, they'll take credit for it. You know what they do is they take credit. Like we cleaned up Los Angeles. We did a great job.
I feel like a child for wanting to laugh at the fact that their mayor is named Mayor Bowser.
And
but
again,
I do.
the police chief
I can't deny it.
made a statement that we could not have done. There's no way they could handle it. You saw what was happening out there. It was going to be a disaster. We stopped it cold. If we didn't do that, it would have been a very sad day. And you know, remember, we have the Olympics, we have the World Cup, we have all these things coming, and we have 250, all of these things coming. But I watched Newsom get up and say he's doing a great. He's not. We're the ones that did it, and that's okay. Whatever it takes. But the main thing is But he got up and said we did it. Well, he didn't want us there, and he's going to need us again because it's starting to form again. I see it. It's starting to form again. You know, we have to maintain. It's like maintenance on an airplane. You can buy it, but you have to maintain it. And if you don't maintain it, a good plane becomes very unsafe very quickly. So it's an honor to do it. It's a lot of presidents wouldn't do what I'm doing.
A good plane needs maintenance. Come on, what does
But he said it becomes very unsafe very quickly.
It might. What do you know about planes? You don't know shit.
Yeah, I forgot planes expire very quickly.
Very quickly if you don't have maintenance.
And 54.
Aaron, you need maintenance after every single ride. It's clear that you don't know shit about planes.
I'm getting a new car every single year.
It's not the same. A plane is a plane. A car is a car.
Yeah, exactly.
How often do you change your oil?
With bullets.
I don't know.
You don't know?
It's his car. No.
You don't know?
Isn't it like until it runs out every 6 months till the light turns on?
Fucking exposed.
And I call a man to tell me what it means.
What do we think about this, chat? Chat? What do we think? Anyway, you can press play.
I say, that's not this country. We have to do something. And I do say this. I say this very much. I'm not speaking to anybody but them right now. I would love to receive calls from governors and mayors saying they need help. We'll help them. We have a lot of people. We have a great force. We have a great military force. You know, Pete will tell you that when I was running for office, and this was a big headline, I think, you know, probably got me a couple of votes, but you couldn't sign people in the military. Nobody wanted to join the military, the Army, Air Force, the Navy, Marines, Space Force, Coast Guard. We never forget Coast Guard because they've done such a great job. Never. But nobody wanted to join any of them. We were way below what we wanted. Every single one. The closest was the Marines, whatever that is. You'll explain that to me. But the closest was the Marines. But every service was way down, way down. And then I got elected, and our country is the hottest country anywhere in the world right now. Everybody's talking about the USA. They're talking about the job that we're
so
doing.
hot.
Everybody, we're the best economy.
He loves
saying
this about the United States, like
the
the hottest
country.
Yeah. Because our country is the richest,
never
the
been
strongest,
hotter.
the most powerful. But if for some reason some liberal court, I'm talking about the court that just ruled, where even an Obama judge voted in favor of us, which
Oh, I thought he meant the Supreme Court. You mean the conservative Supreme Court that you fucking stacked, dude?
Yeah, no, he's talking about Breyer.
That took great courage.
Oh.
Yeah.
But it's a liberal court, and it's going up to the Supreme Court, who I think have been incredible people. I think they've made very wise decisions. But the tariff question, because without the tariffs, this country is in serious.
Oh, he's talking about the tariff stuff.
We've taken in almost $17 trillion of investment is coming in. Most of it is coming.
17. Wait, did you say $17 trillion of investment?
I heard billion.
Without the tariffs, this country is in serious trouble. We've taken in almost $17 trillion.
No, it was trillion.
Oh my God.
Most of it is coming.
What the fuck?
Is this shit getting returned now that the tariffs are declared illegal?
They should. Well, I'm in favor of them having a class action for all the people who had to pay the tariffs, and then we should also have a consumer class action for everyone who was affected by the tariffs in terms of their payments.
And these motherfuckers should get interest.
And
you should get interest paid
I was about
back
to say that.
you.
You took my fucking exclamation mark. You get
Yeah,
prejudgment
you're the
interest.
first. Yeah, you're the first person to come up with this.
And let's put it at 9%. 9%.
Some reason.
What?
Prejudgment interest of 9%.
Oh, the interest rate, yeah.
Correct. I actually think it's unpolitically correct. I think politically correct is
unpolitically
correct.
correct.
There's nothing so popular as what's happened to
As
us.
tariffs.
Not politically
As
incorrect.
tariffs.
Unpolitically correct.
It's
We had a
unpolitically
liberal
correct
court gave us a very
to be
shocking
against
ruling.
tariffs.
And that ruling is basically saying that the trillions of dollars that are pouring into our country,
Trillions
putting
because
us
of
in a position
tariffs.
like no country is
Pause.
anywhere
So
in the
his
world,
position is
that they'd like
that trillions of dollars. We have $17 trillion of additional foreign direct investment in the United States because of the tariffs, and not that we're actually losing economically because of them.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah.
to see us that taken away. By the way, a lot of the people behind that lawsuit, that particular, are from foreign countries. I might add.
There's a video that is circulating online now of the White House where a window is open to the residents upstairs.
Did you see this?
Somebody's thrown a big bag out the window. Have you seen that?
No.
That's probably AI. Generally.
No
Actually,
way
you
you
can't
just
open
said
the
that.
windows. You know why?
Probably AI.
Well, maybe it is AI. Do you think it's
Heavily,
AI?
armored and bulletproof.
I haven't seen this.
Oh.
Did you see that Republican that fell for a video of Walz like running down some stairs, and he actually thought it was Tim Walz and not like an AI video?
Did you see Hutch,
I know
my
everyone-
boy? He was actually fooled by the Trump is dead memes.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Don't say,
No,
"Oh my God,"
don't
like
tell
that.
me that! Don't tell me that!
No, I just think it's
How?
funny. What do you mean how?
What did he see?
He saw someone with like the headline. I guess it said Trump is
Oh
dead.
my God.
Hey. Press play.
We don't. I don't judge boomers for falling for AI. I don't even really judge Gen X that much. Hutch is a millennial. I'm pretty
No,
sure.
but that's not
I
AI.
am judging.
But that's not AI. That's not AI. That's just
What
like
was
it's
it?
a fake Twitter headline and people being like, Trump is dead. He died on Wednesday.
Okay.
A lot of people
You brought
fell for
that up
that.
in the conversation about us talking about AI, so I thought it was.
Okay.
No, he just fell for a tweet.
Yeah,
Okay.
a tweet. Yeah.
Window up
Much
there.
better.
The last place I'd be doing it is that because there's cameras all over the place, right? Including yours. No, but every window, I've never seen a window that's. In fact, my wife was complaining about it.
I've
other
never
day.
seen
She
a
said,
window
"Look,
that's open."
Have a little fresh air come in, but you can't. They're bulletproof. And number one, they're sealed, and number two, each window weighs about 600 pounds. You have to be pretty strong to open them.
Wait,
No,
really?
it has to be. Where was the window?
600 pound windows, baby.
He's showing him the video.
Which is the window?
It looks like this is on the 15th.
Can you pause?
So right here.
The meme potential for this image.
Very great meme potential. He said it was AI already, so why is he watching it? He said it's a fake video.
So he can know exactly what it is.
He's like, there's a fake video. You can't open a window. I've never seen an open window. They're 600 pounds. It would be impossible to open them anyway. They're bulletproof.
That's how you know it's fake, because you can't open windows.
Okay.
You forced me to watch the fucking AOC deepfake talking about Sydney Sweeney her massive Nazi tits, so.
Wait,
Those windows are sealed.
that was maybe the worst falling for it that there's ever been. The fact that Chris Cuomo actually believed that that was a real speech, it's laughable. I mean, it's just the worst possible thing that you could ever admit to. And he could have just said, well, I retweeted it without looking at it.
Well, there's
but he
worse
didn't say that.
things. Like, could you imagine if you
As a
like
journalist?
saw? No, like imagine if you saw like a tweet that said Trump was dead and you believed it.
That's not the same thing.
Okay.
That's just you believe it's a random account. But Chris Cuomo's a
That's
journalist.
definitely not worse.
And Cuomo could have said, I just retweeted it without looking at it. But he said, I watched the video and I was fooled by this AI, which is, by the way, the video said, this is AI in the video. Just heads up.
All sealed. You can't open them. It's the kind of thing they do. And one of the problems we have with AI, it's both good and bad. If something happens really bad, just blame AI. but also they create things. It works
Which
both
is what he
ways.
did.
If something happens that's really bad, maybe I'll have to just blame AI. But there's truth to it because
Just
I see so many
lie.
phony
Lie,
things. I
Giga
saw
Chad.
something
Yeah.
as I was growing up, from the time I was a baby till now. I said, who did that? It was AI generated. So it's a little bit scary.
What
to
did
be
you just
honest
say?
with you.
Wait, can you go back?
But those windows are
We're
all
getting
From the-
existential
from
here.
the
From
time
the
I was
time
a
that
baby?
he was a baby.
Wait, what?
He feared AI.
What?
AI, but also they create things. It works both ways. If something happens that's really bad, maybe I'll have to just blame AI. But there's truth to it because I see so many phony things. I saw something as I was growing up, from the time I was a baby till now. I said, who did that? It was AI generated. So it's a
What
little
is
He
he
saw
saying?
AI since he was a baby, growing up.
I don't know what he's saying
79 BTW. So in his childhood, he saw images that turned out to be AI
This guy's fucking.
apparitions.
He's not well,
a little
man.
bit scary, to be honest with you. But those windows are all very heavily sealed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to follow up with what you were saying regarding that federal appellate court that ruled against you and your administration as it relates to your ability.
Well, they ruled against our country, the court, and they ruled against us before. It's a
Technically
very
true.
liberal court.
Technically true.
Well, it certainly is.
They ruled against the government, so I guess he's right.
Well, except that we actually got one of the Obama judges that was appointed by President Obama voted in favor of the tariffs because he felt it was imperative for our country to thrive and survive even. And I gave him
Thrive
credit. I
and
said, "You know
survive
what? That
even."
took a lot of courage from the-
Surely an accurate summary of what that liberal justice said.
He definitely read it.
As far as making a narrow legal argument for why this might be
It's
technically
necessary
permissible.
for us to survive, thrive, really.
do it because you don't see that often.
My question is, I suspect you're going to appeal that all the way to the Supreme Court.
Well, we already have. Yeah. In fact, we're doing something else. We're going to be going to the Supreme Court, we think, tomorrow, because we need an early decision. I mean, look, the financial fabric of our country, we're a rich, incredible country right now. And we're able to, other countries use tariffs on us for years. And we never did. I did a lot during my first term, but then we had COVID and we had to focus on other things. You couldn't be tariffing Italy, Spain, France, as they were dying by the.
Remember when all of his campaign messaging was 4 years ago, things were great. Don't you think that it was better 4 years ago? When
Everyone was
burying,
dying.
everyone was dying. We were burying Americans in like mass graves. We have like 5% of the world's population, but like 20% of COVID deaths.
And
things were better then.
It is funny
and now
that
he's saying, I was dealing with COVID at the time, you guys.
during COVID, he was kind of unwilling to federalize National Guard assets. He was like leaving everything to the states with respect to the COVID pandemic. And then again, during the George Floyd protests and riots, he basically, there are a few instances where he deployed federal assets, but largely he left it up to the states to respond. So I just find it a little bit funny now when we're just like dealing with like general crime that, wait, the super chat. I think he meant that the video was of him from childhood. Okay, you speak Trump, Ben Riley, so
Oh, sure, okay.
I believe you.
We
I didn't
need an
understand it.
interpreter.
Yeah, thank you. We were clearly just too stupid to realize what he's talking about. Thank you.
That is kind of the like authoritarian paradox, right? You manufacture a fake crisis to be able to justify all of these power grabs, to be able to tell people this is why you need to vote for me. You fearmonger endlessly about a crisis that is not occurring or is not going to occur, not realistically. And then when there's an actual crisis, you don't contend with it, you don't deal with it, and people are actually less likely to be sympathetic to an authoritarian takeover because the threat of a non-existent but hypothetical, potentially incoming situation that would threaten national security or undermine democracy, whatever lie he would say, is more appealing to get people on board with the strongman electorally than it would be if you actually point to the crisis that's going on.
Thousands and millions, but we did with China, and China paid us billions and billions of dollars. And I started the process, but then I had to end it a little bit because of COVID. We focused on that. But no, it's a very important decision. And frankly, if they make the wrong decision, it would be a devastation for our country. We've taken in trillions of dollars. And by the way, all
Trillions.
these countries signed agreements, as an example. They're all happy. Everybody's happy. But some whack job put in a lawsuit. It went before a very liberal court, and the liberal court ruled, it was 11, they ruled 7 to 4,
yeah.
with one of the most liberal of them all voting in our favor because they're patriots. I think I give
Who?
tremendous credit to that judge.
I don't know who he's
And now
talking
it's going
about.
to the Supreme Court. Now we're going to be asking for early admittance. We're going tomorrow, and we're going to ask for an expedited ruling because when you look at the stock market's down today, the stock market's down because of that, because the stock market needs the tariffs. They want the tariffs. If you look at AI, all of those, all of that money that's going to be invested, trillions and trillions of dollars, the biggest thing bigger than the internet, I suspect. It's the internet.
AI
plus
is going to
three
be
or four
bigger
other
than the
things
internet.
combined.
What do you think about that, Aaron?
We are leading
Hell yeah. Fact check true.
very substantially with AI. We're leading because of tariffs. We're leading because of talent, and this is where they'd like to be. But without the tariffs, we wouldn't have a chance because we wouldn't be able to protect those investments of the companies coming in. So if you took away tariffs, we could end up being a third world country. That's how big the ruling. So we're asking for an expedited ruling.
Have you ever seen the story of how he came to embrace tariffs?
No. Where does it come from? The 80s or
Can I show?
something?
Can I show you like a segment where
Go
Rachel
for it.
Maddow talks about how he came to like love tariffs?
It's maybe something that you remember.
Wait, can
but
you
just in
pause real
case
quick?
it's not,
Sorry.
I'm just gonna put
This is from Falls. A White House spokesperson told Newsweek that it was a contractor doing regular maintenance in the president's absence when they threw out that object. So looks like this spokesperson is contradicting the White House's position that this is, Trump's position that it was AI.
But I thought Windows couldn't open.
Windows can't open.
front page here just for a second. Because do you remember where Trump got the tariff thing from in the first place? Do you remember like when and why and how we started talking about tariffs in the first place? It was in his first campaign for president. Trump didn't really have any formal economic advisors. So he told his son-in-law, Jared, to find him an economic advisor. Trump reportedly gave Jared some vague ideas of what his thoughts were.
And he
on
got Peter
economic
Navarro.
issues, you know, something,
Yeah.
make me look tough, China bad, something. Jared then decided to find his father-in-law a financial advisor for his presidential campaign by going on the Amazon.com website and starting to browse books. Not like reading the books, because you can't do that on the Amazon website. He was just looking at the covers, looking at the titles. And he found a book title that he thought was so cool. The title was Death by China. Oh my God, that's so cool. That's so awesome. And that apparently was it. Quote from Vanity Fair. Trump gave Jared a summary of his views and then asked him to do some research. Kushner simply went on Amazon, where he was struck by the title of one book, Death by China, co-authored by a man named Peter Navarro. Jared then cold called Navarro, a well-known trade deficit hawk who agreed to join the team as an economic advisor. Navarro was a major advocate for an aggressive pro-tariff policy. Where did Peter Navarro get
This
his
is the
idea
crazy
that
part.
Tariffs would be a good policy.
The
for
citation
America?
laundering that he does.
himself,
Was
yeah.
his like backup for that
The
conviction?
Harvard
Well,
educated
he did have backup from a real expert
himself.
who he cited in at least a half dozen of his books, including the one that Jared found on Amazon that fateful day. In all of his books, Peter Navarro has cited an economics expert to justify his views. And the economics expert he cites is somebody named Ron Vera, V-A-R-A, Ron Vera.
Which is an anagram of his
When
name.
Trump won the presidency and entered the White House, this
Of Navarro.
Ron Vera started circulating a memo around Washington in support of Trump using tariffs in trade policy. According to the New York Times, the memo had been, quote, sent from an email address purportedly belonging to Ron Vera. At one point, Ron Vera wrote in the memo that Trump could, quote, ride the tariffs to victory. Problem is,
And that he
Ron Vera
did.
doesn't exist. He never has. The economics expert that Peter Navarro has long cited to explain why he's so gung-ho on tariffs, this person, Ron Vera, is a made-up person. He is a fictional person. Peter Navarro invented Ron Vera as his expert source so he could quote this expert source over and over and over again in his crackpot books. Who is Ron Vera? Ron Vera is an anagram of Navarro, which is his last name. I mean, my name anagrams to
Can you
Macho
pause?
Waddler, but I don't see.
This is like in The Usual Suspects when you read Kobayashi, and yeah, this is big news. And honestly, if I was going to mention the economic advisors of Trump that I find most compelling, or sorry, least compelling, it would be Peter Navarro. But Peter Navarro has actual training, I think, as an economist. I think he went to, hasn't he gone to Harvard for this kind of stuff? So, I trust, frankly, in some respect, I trust Scott Bessent and Lutnick over Peter Navarro.
I thought you were about to say, okay, so despite him literally fabricating a source to like making up a name to cite himself, I still trust him because of his Harvard education. I didn't know where you were going with that.
No. I'm saying like someone who, well, I guess those people have education too. I just mean to say it's like, there are some individuals in the administration who have like no formal training on a subject, and notwithstanding the fact they don't have any formal training, I would trust them more than even people who are from these institutions.
Well, obviously, who's again, you're a Harvard trained economist, and the best way that you can find to launder your ideas.
He's from Harvard. Let me just check real quick. And a super chat from Ben Riley says, "I don't speak Trump per se, but I played enough Arkham Asylum to understand the haunted hallway of cracked funhouse mirrors that is the mind of a narcissistic clown."
Rachel Maddow literally has a doctorate in political science. Yeah, I know. She's like a ton of degrees.
Who?
Rachel Maddow has like multiple, has a PhD, like a bunch of degrees.
Trying to talk you into doing what Macho Wadler wants, right? But that really is how the Trump administration crafted its tariff policy.
Yeah, he went to Harvard for his PhD.
That's where Trump came up with the tariff.
He went to where?
Harvard for his PhD and Tufts for a BA.
It's absolutely fucking insane. Again, he still carried this tariff policy forward from that first administration based on that stupid fucking book to today.
And we're all suffering the consequences. I really do hope that they reimburse every single importer the total amount of their tariff plus interest, and then that there's a class action for all the consumers as well. I really want that.
I just want them to put back the fucking de minimis thing, because it used to be that anything under $800 was like duty free, but now that doesn't apply anymore.
I pretty much think that press conference is over. Do you want to do just her take?
Okay, there's which one? Because there's multiple episodes that have happened.
Which is the best one?
Well, there was one that was uploaded 2 hours ago.
Oh fuck, that's fresh.
That is fresh. Give me a second. Okay. So this was, let's see. Combat veteran Kelsey Sharon slams female soldiers, Russia, Ukraine, and cartel wars. This is her take, episode 19. The one before that was with this guy. He's like a friend of Joe Rogan's.
Sorry, one second. Charlie Kirk just posted, Trump announced the U.S. military conducted a lethal strike against a Venezuelan drug cartel vessel in the Caribbean. All right, I guess that's not a big news if it's not like, I guess, Venezuela itself, right?
Do you often get your news from Charlie Kirk?
I'm just saying I saw it.
Okay. This last episode, this is when Jillian uses the Her Take platform to exonerate herself from the newest documentary on Netflix on The Biggest Loser.
Oh shit, that's memes.
Canary Mission. No, it's not. It's actually her like going through receipts, kind of boring.
Okay, I remember.
Because I did watch that segment to see like, oh, should we skip it last week or whatever? I was like, yeah, we don't need to see this. Canary Mission attacks Anna. John Bolton rated. This is Her Take episode 18 with Brian Cullen. And then the one before that.
Oh, Brian Callen is so boring.
He's a nice guy. Okay.
He's nice.
And that, no, it wasn't this one. This wasn't the last one before even that. It was, where's the one on like
We're
Fuentes?
only at 18 episodes of Her Take?
Well, we skipped 2. We've skipped multiple. We didn't see.
I'm not saying we, I'm saying they're at.
Oh, them. Yeah. I mean, it takes a lot of work to produce a high quality show like this. Come on. Then there was this one, comics regret moving to Austin. Nick Fuentes goes nuclear. T-app leak explained. The segment that I saw from this is their defense of Fuentes. That's insane.
That seems a little spicy.
Yeah, you want to see that one?
Let's watch that.
Okay, let's.
Shade at Tucker and Candace, which is inherently going to lead us to an Israel update. Netanyahu's greater Israel admission, Epstein leak theories, and a possible Maxwell release deal. Terrifying. A comedy culture shift. Why Rogan's comedian friends are
Jillian looks
souring
great.
on the Austin scene. Then man keeping.
You love those fucking beachy waves.
I'm just saying, she looks great.
Labor.
She's glowing.
Yeah, she's glowing.
Women are complaining about the growing burden of handling their men's emotional and social needs. Plus, a new doxing app is making waves. Climate intervention. A quiet government.
Do you support the T-app? Do you support women creating an
T-app?
app? Yeah, you didn't know about this?
Oh,
It's
is this
like
the app
women-
where you talk shit about your mans?
Not your mans. It's like men that you find on Tinder, Hinge, Bumble, and if they did some creepy shit, I think you put it like you create a profile to like warn other people that are on the
It
app.
just seems like a recipe for disaster for like defamation and lies and slander. But of course,
The recipe for disaster is when
that's-
women talk about men abusing them potentially and warning other women.
All right, liberals surrender
This is a
hands.
recipe for disaster, according to Pisco.
Liberals
We cannot
surrender
have
hands.
this. We cannot have women congregating, certainly not online, to talk about potentially predatory men that they're encountering on dating apps or warning other women. This is a total disaster, people.
I mean, what do you do? What do you do? Like, at least with when you have anonymous victims going to news organizations, you hope there's some basic funnel and due diligence that the news organization is doing. But if you just have an app where anyone can post this information and you're not able to know who says it, I guess that's always possible to do. I don't know. What do you think?
I think if you don't want to be on the T app, you simply do not
not
behave
make
creepily towards women. No, I probably do share some of your, like a lot of your concerns with this or whatever. What I'm surprised with is that there hasn't been some like rival app created to make a point or something like that.
Oh, where?
Back to test.
But like, what would you say? Because women are angels and perfect. So what would you?
That's so true. There's no there's no equivalent that can be created. I did forget about that part. Fuck.
To dim sunlight, and why researchers didn't want the public
Beer
to know.
app,
So
spill the
first up,
beer.
Nick Fuentes is in a public feud with Tucker and Candace. It began after a tense on-air interview with Owen spilled into personal insults off-air. Carlson weighed
Remember
in
this?
by mocking Fuentes.
Yeah.
Fuentes fired back by accusing Carlson of being CIA across social media, blending personal attacks with personal criticism. Amy, what is going on with this?
Yeah, so let's go through
I hate her.
and really look at each of those different, like,
Why do you have to just put that out into the
I'm
fucking
sorry.
world?
I take it back.
Our queen, our Australian queen, Amy.
Okay.
Take it back is right. Disrespectful.
occurrences that you just mentioned. Nick Fuentes, before we get into all of those, let's just frame, who this guy is and what is going on right now. Because he is one of the most controversial figures online. It was the case.
Do you think that they're going to be honest as to why he's one of the most controversial figures online?
Yeah, he hates people. He hates black people. That's
that
why.
even a year or so ago, you had to literally put asterisks in his name if you wanted to mention it in your YouTube video. Otherwise, you would be demonetized. He is banned from the platform itself. Yet recently, we were talking about it. I've seen him in clips everywhere.
Yeah, all over YouTube. Yeah.
Right now, CNN
Anna looks kinda
has
happy
even
about it.
aired some of his clips because it fit their narrative at the time when he was criticizing.
Let's see if Anna earns back some credibility with respect to pushing back on anti-Semitism.
All right, let's see. Trump.
He's kind of a walking contradiction because he's branded America First, but he's actually hated by a lot of the MAGA base. He is a devout Catholic, known for saying the N-word very frequently. The main reason why PBD actually
What?
won't have him on the podcast.
Wait, is that
and
why?
PBD has said the reason why he will not have Nick Fuentes is because he thinks it's unbecoming that he says the N-word so much.
What the fuck? That's not the reason. That is such
What is
cope.
it? He's already been on Saucecast. So Adam Sosnick, again, the fucking massive, Adam Sosnick's a Jewish man, massive
Wait,
Zionist.
Adam Sosnick from PBD podcast had him on?
Had him on his podcast on the Valuetainment Network, Saucecast, yeah. Because he just likes to have conversations, open dialogue.
But isn't
free
he like a
exchange of ideas
giant
in the
Israel
marketplace.
simp?
I just said that. I literally started by saying
Yeah.
Adam Sosnick, who is a Jewish man, who is a massive Zionist. Has had Nick Fuentes on his show, but they won't invite
Sorry, I
him on
think
the
I had
PBD
a mini
podcast.
stroke. It wasn't Trump, it was me. No, I think that, wait. So PBD is more sensitive to, they're claiming it's not related to the Jewish stuff or the Israel stuff. They're claiming it's because he says the N-word. Can't they just be like, please don't say the N-word?
He said, it's almost like that's not the reason why they don't want to have him on, and it's just a convenient excuse. Okay, so this is, I guess, PBD talking about it. No, Nick Fuentes won't be on the pod. This is not actually PBD, but it might be the clip.
Oh, I'm not seeing it. It just heads up.
Oh, wait. Sorry.
Would you be willing to have a controversial character on your show like Nicholas J. Fuentes?
Would I be? Let me tell you what I don't like. Okay. What's the purpose of saying the N-word over and over again? Tell me how that helps. You think you're somebody because you can get up and drop that word over and over again? Let's just say you want to have a good family and you live a good life. You want to have kids. You want your kids to see those reruns of you talking like that?
This is me talking to this
I mean,
woman who
listen,
yelled at the
my
autistic
son
child.
uses a certain word that's I don't even like speaking like that. Now, is he
He sounds like a disappointed father.
Yeah.
He's like, until, you know, he washes his mouth out with soap, he's not getting anywhere near the PVD podcast.
smart? Is he intelligent? Does he have some ideas? He does. He's a very good communicator. For me, though, if you want to have some time with me, the basis, very simple basis for me is respect. If you bring respect, I'll talk to you. If you don't, I can't do anything good. Thank you.
That wasn't an answer.
That was the
a
final
total
question.
dodge.
So Pisco will not be going on the PVD podcast, unfortunately. He has
Yes.
a huge, expansive history of using
no,
the
I've never
N-word
used it.
tactically. That's very
Never.
disrespectful, according to PVD.
Tactically,
So
you don't-
unfortunately,
you shouldn't use it. Shouldn't use it privately.
why did Kyle Kalinske get to go on the PVD podcast then? Huh? Explain to me.
Oh, wait. What did Kyle say? Can you bring up that tweet?
Can I bring it?
No, I actually probably don't.
You do want me to bring it
No,
up?
I
Come
don't
on.
want you to bring it up. No.
Kyle was just hungry.
He hasn't deleted it.
No, he hasn't. And I actually respect him for that. He doesn't try to hide his past.
First level, which is courage, permitting, feasible, permitting, affirmation, empowerment. I see some of the guys on X, they're posting something. You know, I saw a video of Nick Fuentes, and Nick Fuentes made a video, and he said, you know, I've been called out. I can't say the N-word anymore because Patrick Bet-David, yes, Patrick Bet-David at Turning Point USA got up and he said, the reason why he's not willing to have me on is because I say the N-word too much. And you know what, folks? I think it's come time that I have to make certain sacrifices. So moving forward, I won't be using the N-word. I think in some kind of a way, he says he's right. I don't know when he said it. The guys just showed it to me yesterday. Brandon did, and I reacted to it. But you know what? I like the way he communicates. I think he's a phenomenal communicator. If he dropped some of the stuff, he would have more of an opening to present his argument and say what he stands for. Make sense? First level, which is courage.
Telling Nick Fuentes not to be himself. I think this is Nick Fuentes saying that. If he actually says it in this, will it be an issue on Twitch?
No, I don't think so.
No? Okay. Fuentes would love to go on PBD.
$30. PBD interview with Vinny Groiper. PBD waking up. Adam Seething Jew. Maybe his show will become good again.
Yeah, Vinny's been really fair to me. And Patrick Bet-David, I appreciate a lot of the stuff he's been saying. I like these guys. I'd like to do their show. I don't know what the trepidation is. Because they've covered me, and I think they know that I'm legit. I think they, after watching some of my clips, I could see they get a kick out of me. I could see they respect some of the stuff I'm saying. So I don't know where that hesitation comes from, but I'd love to do it. I'd love to meet them. They seem like great guys. Even Adam, you know, I don't agree with him, and we didn't have a great interaction the first time, but yeah, I'd love to sit down with all those guys again, and it'd be great to meet Patrick Bet-David. So I'd like to do it. I'm open to it, and I hope they know I'm not a maniac. You know, I'm not going to go on their show and start blasting the N-word.
Okay.
If they've seen any of my appearances, you know, I know how to act like a human being. So I hope that.
Citation needed?
You know, like
he is actually, you know, unfortunately, more charismatic than I think people would care to admit, which is part of the reason why he's been able to be so successful.
That's why I think he's successful. Yeah, and I think that he can, and I've seen him do it, especially when he's on like Alex Jones, because I do watch his content not because I enjoy it, but to, you know, keep an eye on what the Groypers are doing. But
right, of course.
When he's on Alex Jones, it's weird to say, but he moderates a lot of his views. And he comes up across as way more like pro-Trump. He understands the audience in any given context, which...
It's almost like he goes mask on if he's before a larger audience to be able to bait them into thinking he's not as radical and extreme.
Not unlike you.
No, I mask off all the time.
Yeah.
Call me, baby.
Yeah.
See? People, like, I'm not... He's a wolf in sheep's clothes. I'm just a wolf.
You're a
You see me
wolf?
coming. Yeah.
Denying the Holocaust. So this is a very interesting character. He has some very, very extreme beliefs.
Holocaust completely.
Not completely the numbers.
He says that 6 million didn't die.
Oh my
Correct?
God.
That is.
But he doesn't deny that it happened.
Hold on. He uses the N.
Okay, he's just... okay, of course, Jillian on this sharing PVD is concerned. Yeah, like, oh, he doesn't deny. He's just a revisionist. Which is how most Holocaust denial manifests in 2025,
Always,
because
yeah.
you're not going to be able to fucking get away with. You're going to be you're an
Always.
idiot. You will be laughed out of even the Holocaust deniers conference, if you try to entirely deny the Holocaust, they know that it has to be revisionism.
This I feel like is very like this kind of sane I feel like it's a bit of a sane washing. And let's see, so I might even be supporting Lindy in this exchange, which when usually I'm not in favor of what she's saying at any given moment.
Inward. That's like
very frequently.
Yeah.
PBD.
Wow.
It's funny. PBD.
I haven't even heard of this guy.
Someone asked PBD at Turning Point USA if they would have him on the podcast, and PBD was like, "If have some respect. I want to have people on who can display respect." And he uses that word way too frequently.
Wow.
Word got back to Nick, and his reaction was actually really funny. He was like, "That's ridiculous." And then he instantly disagreed with himself, and he's like, "But he's right. Okay, yeah, I should stop using it." And then he tried, but. Old habits die hard. He started using it.
He's pretty open. Is that what your experience was when you tried to like stop using the N-word so frequently?
Can you
Did
stop
have a
with your
hard-
nonsense?
Did you like suffer withdrawal?
Stop with your nonsense.
Is it really hard
You're the
for you
one
to,
who
like...
supports tactical N-word usage to stop autistic children from stealing your pudding.
Are you having a stroke?
You're the one who supports that.
That wasn't responsive to what I just said. Are
It
you having a
was.
stroke right
It
now?
was
Do we need to call emergency
I think
services?
The fact that I'm
talking
responding
about
the way I am.
tactical N-words,
You're
hitting
using
people,
tactical N-word.
disabled
You are.
applesauce.
You
I
are.
don't know. I'm pressing play.
About his anti-Semitism and racism.
Exactly.
Like he doesn't try to hide it. He puts it on full display.
Exactly. And that's
Yeah.
why it was so interesting when he made
full
the
display.
conscious choice to go on Candace's show, and why people were surprised that she even had him on, because he has been very vocal about his opinions on women as well as people of color. So what we can do, what really started this all before she went on Tucker, she had Nick on. We're going to play probably one of the most contentious clips from that segment where she says to Nick, you talk about traditional values, all of these things. Where's your wife? Where's your family? And that's what kind of kicked this all off. So
How old is this kid?
He's 26.
That was pretty much what happened when Candace Owens went on Jubilee to talk shit about feminism, saying that like women have a certain role. It's really like in the home, or you shouldn't be trying to emulate these masculine tendencies. And it was just, okay, but why are you doing this? Why are you sitting here lecturing me about this if you feel
What's
that
her
that's the role
response
that
to
women
that?
should be? It's that she's built different.
Oh.
There's exceptions to the rule, but and she is that exception naturally.
Very convenient.
Because she just had a baby like not that long ago, so she's exceptional that she can have a kid and a work and a professional life, and it's fine. But you can't.
Did you see? Speaking of like work life, women's role in the house and all that, just Pearly things. Hannah Pearl, what's her name? Davis?
Yeah, Hannah or Pearl Davis. Yeah.
Whatever. She like went after this woman, Sarah Stock, for having a marriage and not showing the man in the picture, and there was this big fight online. Remember what I'm talking about?
Okay.
Okay, hang on. Anyway.
But what happened from there? Why is this notable?
It's notable because she basically said, Hannah's whole point was, you're just doing this for clout and money. You should be, working in the home. You should be doing that. And the interaction was pretty blistering against Just Pearly Things, because Just Pearly Things is the definition of a clout demon, is always constantly attacking and using, tactics and bullying online to go after women. Basically shit on women, saying women should be cheated on. Women should. Have you heard her before? Do you know who Pearly Things
Yes, of
is?
course.
Okay.
She's just a fucking pick me who's like women shouldn't vote. Like she's just like a pick me for red pill men.
Yeah, no, it's very entertaining exchange. I'll send it to you at some point.
6 years old.
Okay. Well.
I also think there's something selfless involved, which is to say, I could go and
Tactical
start a
cheating.
family and drag them into.
Okay, wait. I think I found it. This clip. Let me see.
Oh, this
Pearl
is
Davis
yes
versus Sarah Stock. I think
It's
this is what you're
so
talking about.
good. Yeah, I mean, she roasts her so good. Yeah. Yeah.
The reason I said it is because I look at trends. And one of the trends that I have noticed is that men really have two choices on the market. It's the OnlyFans girls and the women that use their relationship for status and clout. I've seen this before your time.
two
It
genders.
really didn't have anything to do with you. I saw this growing up with the moms on Facebook. And that's always what they would do. They would post the kids, they'd post the ring. Anything nice their husband did for them would be posted.
And how did you
posted
feel
as
about
a
that,
way.
Pearl? Did that make you
It would
see
be
with
well,
jealousy?
well, it didn't make me. It didn't make me.
Like some people just like to share that stuff with their friends because they want to Like, because if I see my friends sharing their family or their engagement ring, I'm just happy for them. I'm not like rolling my eyes.
No, I'm not
so,
rolling.
Like, if I
I'm
was
not.
to roll
I'm
my
not.
eyes at something, it's because
Yeah.
I'm jealous.
Well,
That's just what it
no,
makes me
I'm
come
not
across
rolling my eyes at you. I don't really know you that well. But what I had noticed, because I look for trends, is that the more women post about their relationship, they usually break up. And that's what I noticed with the women from
Yeah,
my
and
hometown,
I've
because
made one post in my entire life.
Okay,
People,
but
guess what, Pearl?
can you
post about the black men that you're sleeping with.
This is the Jillian Michaels tactic, right? Where
Yeah.
you just say the person's name over and over and over while they're talking, so you don't let them talk.
All right.
Can you post about the black men that you're sleeping?
Can you for 2 seconds go outside of yourself? Can you not make it about you or about me? Is that possible? Can you do that?
You outside of yourself. Also, don't make it about me.
And by the way,
That
she
in the
started this whole thing by basically making fun of or talking shit about her husband, who she doesn't know, not being
Right.
included in the matrimony announcement, or the engagement
The
announcement.
thing, like, I know what she's referencing when she's like, "You married a black guy." One, Sarah Stock is the white nationalist from the Sam Cedar Jubilee, the one who's like, we're founded on the American Christian nation, European values or whatever, and that she said Trump isn't far right enough on immigration. That's who she's like Pearl is talking to. But Pearl had a relationship when
With
she was
a
like a
couple black
TikToker, which
guys,
is how
yeah.
with like a black guy or whatever, but she
Yeah.
was like catfished, and the guy did not. She stayed with him, but like I think she was catfished by this random dude, and he turned out to be like far more like overweight and just not. He did not look like who she said he was going to look like, but she stayed with him publicly for a while.
By the way, it is a kind of, I think it's the definition of racist, and she is a white nationalist, this Sarah Stock person, to be like, oh, you want to come after me for my husband? You were with a black person, But
On the right, that's like being outwoked.
yeah. But in the conversation, she gets hurt bad, man. I mean, she really gets pushed into some positions in the kind of like such an Adam position where it's like, you're just doing this because of performance. You're just performing. I'm doing it for money, but you're doing it for attention. Like those are different in the context of like online and creation. But no, it's a very fun exchange.
So you're taking a brave stance by saying that being against race mixing is actually kind of racist.
Yeah, I'm taking that brave stance.
Like you're not pro miscegenation.
I'm brave. Whoa, you almost said the word. Don't say that word.
Is it miscegenation? Why can't I say miscegenation?
That's the historical word, but it's not a concept that
What
I
does that
agree with.
mean?
That's the historical term.
That's how those laws manifested, right?
Those were
to
the-
forbid people from doing it.
I don't
Is
say
it
the
some
word.
sort of pejorative?
You can say the word. I don't say it.
I know it's like derogatory or whatever, but
Yeah,
it's
I
obviously
just
in
don't say
reference
it.
to like.
You say it. I don't say it.
Why not?
Because I just don't acknowledge that concept.
Isn't that sort of whitewashing?
No. I think I read it, but I don't. I mean, I might write it in like a text, but I wouldn't say it. You would.
You just said you'd read it. Would you read it on stream?
I wouldn't read it out loud on stream. I would pause and then everyone could read it.
It's not a slur though.
I know, but it's just something. It's my preference.
Okay.
To a world of mine, which is pretty chaotic. I mean, is this really the kind of a lifestyle? If I'm banned on everything and I can't make a living, I'm banned from banking, I'm banned from credit card processing, I'm getting doxxed, people are showing up to my house.
He is not banned from. He is not debanked. This is a lie.
Someone did show up to try to kill him, though. I mean, that's do you agree with that? Someone tried to assassinate him.
Wait, what? Are you talking about that lady who like went to his house or whatever?
No.
Okay, I don't know who tried to kill him or what.
Did you not hear about this?
No.
A gunman who had just did a murder drove up to his house and tried to kill him. That actually did happen.
Was this recent?
It's like less than a year ago, I think.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, let's also get, I also don't appreciate the lecture. You don't know me, so I know you're married. I know you're older than me, but you don't know me. You don't know my life. You don't know my situation. I don't think you're in a position to give me advice, especially as a woman, honestly. I don't think women,
Real?
this is something in the right wing. We say we're anti-feminist, and then women go around telling men what to do. We're not their husbands. And, I don't really buy into that ideologically, but that's besides the point. My life has been tumultuous from the very beginning. From the time I turned 18, people were coming for my neck and trying to get me, and I was kicked out of college. And then, once you're branded as an anti-Semite, before it became cool or popular, can't get a job, can't make a living, get banned from PayPal, all this kind of stuff.
Thank you.
That's a very difficult environment to try to have a dating life. What do? I go out on Tinder, I go to a bar, and I say, hey, I'm a neo-Nazi Nick Fuentes that the ADL is writing articles about every day. I'm going to start a dating profile.
Nick Fuentes, go.
It must be tough to
he's like,
date.
If you're a neo-Nazi, a little bit, maybe. Just a little bit. Do you know that from personal experience?
No, I wouldn't know that. It just
A former political identity that you had to shed because it was inhibiting your ability to not be plastered on the T app or, get dates, get laid.
It's also tough to date women. Well, do you think he's gay?
Yeah, I do.
What is the thing that's giving you that impression?
Hanging out with catboys.
Having a date
for
with
multiple
a man?
people like Catboy Cammy and live streaming your date for like 8 hours, might start to give the impression that you are homosexual, correct?
You never had just to hang out with the boys?
Not catboys, no. And I guess in my case it would be like a cat girl.
Cat girl?
But if I did, I wouldn't begrudge people for assuming that I might be gay.
For having a date with a woman?
On Tinder?
All right.
Yeah, for 8 hours, live streaming a date.
Was it 8
Or
hours?
for 8 hours, huh?
Was it 8 hours?
Yeah, it was like 8 hours. It was very long. You've never seen this image? Hold on.
Well, I knew that he went on a date with a cat boy, but I didn't know that he did
that
it
dude's
for
a
8
Nazi
hours.
himself, by the way.
Is he an actual cat boy? Is he like a furry?
He does it ironically, but so do with that what you will. You never seen this screenshot?
No.
What do you think it's from? It's from their live stream together.
That's love in the eye. That's an eye. That's lust. That's yearning. That's desire. Oh no.
So, I mean, after seeing that image, what's your impression of Wentz's sexuality?
I think he's straight until he comes out. I'm just gonna assume. I don't want to out him. That might have just been
No way Aaron really thinks Nick is gay. She has to say that. Why do I have to say that, Male Rights USA? Explain to me. Why? If I thought he was straight, I would just fucking say it.
I've never seen you get one guy before. This is the first.
Male Rights USA is my DEI conservative chatter. He's the one that I allow. Hold on. If I search majority report Nick Fuentes, he gets grossed out at the idea, like a woman like flirts with him. Have you ever seen this?
No.
So here's Nick Fuentes.
Wait. I've heard him say. I've heard him say, having sex with women is gay, and having sex with men is gay. It's all gay, really. That's an all-timer line.
Now, Bradley's preemptively giggling about this clip.
Well, let's watch the clip, and I'll tell you. Well, let's watch the clip, and then we'll talk about an interesting email I received.
Ooh.
Yeah, some time ago, actually.
We're gonna go there.
I'm not gonna talk specifically about it, but
because we don't air dirty laundry at this school.
Right, we don't air dirty laundry.
What part of what you know about me would make you think that I would want to be propositioned by a woman? Much less in the super chats, no less. What part of you or what part of me would make you think that I would want a girl to say, to ask me out on a date?
Oh, wait.
Well, isn't he just saying?
I will do the asking out.
Oh, I knew you were about to fucking.
Oh no! I will do the asking out, buddy.
I knew you were about to say that. Like, oh, it's not women that he's like signaling that he's repulsed by.
Like, I don't want to be proposed to.
Yeah, he that's not her place to ask
You as
about
a woman,
a date.
would you ever propose to a man though? Wouldn't that be like a little bit emasculating for like a woman to get on one knee and say?
For a woman, it's emasculating.
No, for emasculating to the man that you're going to propose
right.
to. Don't you think it's like it would be? There is some social expectation that the man is going to do the proposal, right?
There is literally no social expectation that a woman will do this. It's almost entirely put on the man. It's not some. It's like, yeah.
So if someone's like, I'm not going to be proposed to, I will be doing the proposing. Would you be like, that guy's gay?
Let's just keep watching.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
I am not going to be asked out. I will do the asking out.
Oh, it's that.
People look at me and they think,
pause it. It's interesting.
Oh, he's
pause
like,
it. That's interesting because I was like, huh.
I was interpreting that differently.
I thought
like, is he owning up to maybe some feelings he has inside? I don't know.
That's a question. It's like it sounded like he was about to reveal something. About himself, and what it ultimately was that no, he wants to be doing the asking. Does he say to whom? This is an interesting dynamic that's going on.
To the woman in the super chat who asked him out.
Right.
And it's very offensive to him that a woman would
Emma's
express
got it.
her desires. It has to only come from the man.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, pop up.
I'm not going to be asked out. I will do the asking out.
The way he says that is not great.
You know, people look at me and they think like, oh.
What's that supposed to mean?
He has a
so
little
now
bit of
vocal quality is factoring in?
He has a little.
Are you saying that Fuente sounds like a lispy queer?
I'm not saying that. I'm just saying he has a little bit of affectation.
What is that? You care to describe that affectation?
I'm not going to describe the affectation. I'm just.
Who
gonna
does it remind you of?
It's indescribable. I can't describe the affectation.
Right.
You either get it or
the
you don't.
human language just doesn't contain enough adjectives.
Yeah, it doesn't.
It's
like trying to describe
really.
red to someone who has never seen the color red.
Right.
I couldn't put it in. I couldn't define the affectation in a way that you would understand it through words unless you experienced it.
He's like this Alex P. Keaton, like goody two shoes, wholesome Chungus 10,000. It's like, nah, I'm a little bit more complicated than like wanting a girl in a sundress to just lay my suits out and I wear a fedora and smoke a pipe and go, hey, honey, we're LARPing like it's the 1950s. Like, that's just so insulting. I have a little bit, it's called depth, okay? It's called depth. I have a little bit more depth to my character than just I'm some kind of like sitcom character. I'm sort of playing an important role in world history here, and the idea that some
they
silly
laugh, but
girl
he's
online, like I'm going to be in.
They laugh, but
What?
he's
He will be
growing
in
in
history
significance.
books.
He's growing in significance. I don't like it. I think that it should be a concern for all people, but he is growing in
So if
significance.
Tim Pool commands more internet traffic and attention than him, I'm pretty sure if Tim Pool said that, you wouldn't find it worthy of a little bit of a chuckle.
But Tim Pool like can't command a movement. Tim Pool is
It could, but I don't think
news.
I feel like he chooses not to.
You think that he has an ideology separate, like that is able to be made into a movement that actually motivates individuals? I don't think that he can.
I think any of these conservatives have the capacity to do that. I mean, Charlie Kirk doing that, right?
I mean, Nick
Ben
has an effect
Shapiro's
on the
doing that.
discourse. Tim is a little bit more dime a dozen. Nick is.
I don't think Tim Pool wants to do that. I think that he is perfectly happy just making a bunch of money, fence sitting, quote unquote, but aiding the right. So
I
if he
also
were
don't
to
think
do
he-
some
do
sort
you
of
think he has the
political movement, that
talents?
would undermine his ability to do that, huh?
Do you think he has the talent to be like a major thought leader or political leader?
No, he has the talent to be a Grammy Award-winning musician. Obviously, that's where his talents lie.
And a skateboarder.
And a skateboarder.
In direct messages just sort of being like funny and flirty and fun. It's not me. It's just not going to happen. Like I said, I'm trying to think of a scenario where it would be acceptable, because some people say, oh, well, that means you're gay. And it's like, well, no, because it's not that. It's more the setting there, because there's a few scenarios where it would be acceptable. Like I said, if it was a girl was working for me, like Hitler in that movie Downfall, when he's like interviewing secretaries, like that's a setting where it like makes a little bit more
Can you
sense.
pause? I want to have sex with my subordinates and
Right.
and secretaries.
Very hetero behavior here.
But aren't women supposed to be in the home? Why would you hire them to work for you? If although he's not as, do you think he's trad? Would you describe Nick Fuentes as trad?
Yeah. I mean, he's a Catholic. And a conservative, right? Does he live up to those ideals or whatever? Like, will it actually happen? I can't say that he won't be hypocritical, but I do think. And he even said in the Candace Owens clip, "Look, I'm not saying I think it needs to be as like you need to only be in the kitchen or whatever." I think he did carve out an exception for that, but I do think in a lot, like if he has a wife, I think she would probably be a homemaker.
Okay.
Don't think that she would be working. Don't think that it would be some really, really big public visible thing.
Because I might need to go watch Downfall again and figure out.
I'm not sure.
But then again, like I'd probably also consider Andrew Wilson to be this way, and his wife is like online constantly working. She's written a book that he fucking chills all the time. So
True. By the way, I do like that his comparison was like, yeah, you know how Hitler had secretaries? I might meet someone at work like Hitler.
Exactly.
I'm glad he's identifying with Hitler there.
Okay, that's the end of the clip. I just wanted to show that. So
We
Screenshot that
can,
messaging in all kinds of ways. It's very difficult.
we can cut it there. So, I mean, everything he's saying is true, guys. He
What's up
has
with the
been
audio?
debanked.
what's on? Can you hear it?
Yeah, I guess I can.
He has been deplatformed.
He's not been debanked. He has not been debanked.
What do you call debanking?
Debanking to me is if they have it's a politically motivated removal or closure of your account by a financial institution, but just having your account closed, which is what he's claimed, and not providing any evidence as to how it was like politically motivated. Like you can say, oh, it's Nick Fuentes, why else would they do that? But there's all sorts of different reasons why Bank of America could have chosen to close his accounts. Like in 2022, Bank of America closed my checking account and my credit cards without any explanation. Again, we're taking a neo-Nazi at his word, so do with that what you will. Neo-Nazis notorious for never telling a lie. Bank of America is lying. This is clear evidence of politically motivated debanking. How is this legal in America? People you disagree with should be able to open a checking account. And there's nothing. It just says we've made the decision to close your personal checking/savings account. You know, this is somebody who has been audited by the feds because he received $600,000 in a Bitcoin donation once, and they thought it was sus. So they checked his
What do you think of the most likely outcome? I'll just ask you that.
As to why this was why he was debanked. I don't know what the most likely outcome was. I'm saying that we don't have evidence that it was politically motivated.
What do you think the most likely outcome is?
I just told you. I literally just said, I don't know, but it's not the most reasonable assumption, I think, to believe that it's politically motivated necessarily. Especially when, again, this is like January 25th, 2025. So this is post January 6th. This is post any of that. There could be any reason why they have reason to suspect that he could be linked to like far right terror groups or something like that.
Linked to? I mean, if I had to bet, I think it's kind of it's probably likely that who he is probably affected it, you know?
Well, I'm not saying that it had no bearing. I'm just saying it's not the most reasonable assumption in my opinion, because he hasn't provided evidence. He's claiming political persecution and what? Like Donald Trump was doing this recently. He was saying that he was debanked by this because of his political beliefs, and some bank declined to do business with him. And it's like, I mean, you could say that they're persecuting the president of the United States, or it could be the fact that maybe he's they don't want to give him a fucking line of credit because of his terrible finances or something like that. There's lots of different reasons.
Yeah, but
why.
this is a checking account.
What do you think are the most common reasons why they have a bank or financial institution will decide to close somebody's personal checkings or savings account?
I don't know.
It could be. Do you think risk is enough of a reason, or would you
Risk
say that's already getting into
for a checking account?
Some
What
sort
kind
of
of
risk to the financial institution?
I think it's a reputational risk, most likely. We're the bank of Nick Fuentes. You give banking services to Nick Fuentes. But what's the risk in opening a checking account? I mean, what's the existential risk for a bank? I don't think there's any risk there. Is there?
Fucking fraud, wire fraud, right?
Yeah, but like
illegal actions, money laundering.
Do you think that he's doing that kind of shit?
He was audited for the Bitcoin thing, so. And the way that he has to get his money now, because what he has been banned off of is the different platforms. Like, if I search Venmo. Yeah, Fuentes says he's also lost access to Facebook, Instagram, Apple Podcasts app, TikTok, Discord, Clubhouse, Spotify, and DLive, along with business and consumer services like PayPal, Venmo, Patreon, Airbnb, Shopify, Amazon Web Services, Stripe, Streamlabs, and Coinbase.
Yeah, what do you think do you think that he's just using all these services illegally or violating terms of service?
No, these I think were probably politically motivated, or he was in violation of the TOS or whatever. But I mean, would you call Trump being banned for inciting on January 6th off Twitter? Would you call that politically motivated?
If the ban?
Yeah.
Depends. Do I think that a Democrat in a similar position would have been deplatformed? Or sorry,
well, Trump. I'm asking, how do you conceive of Trump being banned off of social media because of his incendiary statements surrounding incitement?
I think he did criminal actions and he was being banned because of incitement. So I don't know that that's political.
Okay, well, the same way that
yeah, but there's no evidence that Nick did any of that stuff, and he's been banned in enough different platforms that did he break all these TOSs, or is it more likely that Stripe, that all of these different, I don't know if
no, I granted that in those cases kind of or whatever, they to the extent that they're claiming risk or whatever, probably is because of who he is, but only in 2025. Are they closing his account?
No, 2022 it says. In 2022.
This is 2025, right? Oh, wait, no, yeah, it's saying he's 2022. Yeah. But still, again, post January 6th, when he had already been at the Capitol riot.
I guess, yeah, but at a time when there were a lot of actions being taken against pro-Jan 6 people, et cetera, et cetera. All right, let's see what's going on with...
Do you think he's been... do you think having one bank close your account for whatever reason... post January 6th, And no other banking institution, as far as we know, because he probably would have said it, has done this, constitutes debanking, because he still has all these other banks available to him.
If a bank closes an account with an individual for political reasons, I think that that's probably debanking under how people understand debanking. I don't know that it's, if one bank does it, I think that bank debanked you or something. I don't know. But even then, it's maybe I'm not sure. Maybe I don't have a good concept of
what we have evidence is
because
in 2022, the Bank of America closed his account for an unstated reason, and Nick Fuentes is claiming that this is clear evidence of politically motivated debanking, but he just provides this, and this is probably a standard bank closure notification that they would issue to any clients of theirs that they have decided to close their account.
Yeah,
but this is no other financial institution has done this to him.
Wait, would you consider PayPal or Stripe to be a financial institution, or
No.
not? Because it's not a bank, not a deposit institution.
No, I mean, would you use PayPal as a bank?
I wouldn't use it as a bank, but maybe
Because it doesn't have the same legal obligations that a financial institution like a bank does.
Well, I don't
so
know.
if there's
I think
fraud
financial
or something that
institution. I
happens
think financial
to your...
institution is broader than just bank, but I hear you. I hear what you're saying.
That's true. That's true. But
someone is saying
again,
he has listed several banks that have done the same thing. Someone said this isn't the only bank that has closed his account. Let's see. Nick Fuentes, bank, debanking.
People definitely use PayPal as their checkings account. No, I know that they do that, but they are insane to do that. You should not do that. It's not reliable.
Bank banned. Let's see. This is Bank of America?
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, I don't know if there's any other bank examples. That would be useful though, right? Like, because presumably he was using his bank, the Bank of America. You think that he was idling it and not complying with like the minimum deposit amount?
Even if he wasn't, I don't know that necessarily leads to it. But again, that could be an example. And like somebody in my chat says, assume this mini Nazi is lying until he shows proof. He deserves negative charity. Like, I'm not in the habit of, taking neo-Nazis at their word. And I don't think that what he's presented is compelling evidence because they would issue this to anybody. So unless he has an example, like, here's another thing that he claims. He was put on the no-fly list for political reasons, right? Well, it turned out that he had a physical altercation with one of the flight attendants, and that was the reason why he was either temporarily banned from using that airline or because of it was something to do with security. Like, but then what does he claim? He claims political persecution because I was put on the no-fly list or whatever. So if you're put on the no-fly list,
someone
because
said something. Maybe you're right. So around this time, a lot of banks were closing accounts when associated with crypto transactions from exchanges. So maybe it's related to crypto stuff. I don't know. Who knows? All right, let's move on.
Apparently, Trump did an executive order on regulating against financial debanking a couple of weeks ago on August 22nd or something like that. I didn't even know about this. This was not even that long ago.
Aiden Ross reveals he was banned from American Express after having Nick Fuentes on stream. That's what Livestream Fail says, but the top comment is.
But then that would be proof
bullshit.
of potentially Aiden Ross alleging that he's been debanked, not of Nick Fuentes.
Breaking down Trump's debanking order.
Executive order. This was August 8th, 2025. President Donald Trump, this is a Cato Institute, by the way.
Yeah.
President Donald Trump's executive order on debanking is a mixed bag. It's less aggressive than his tone on TV when he accused banks of discriminating against him, and yet, which they denied, for what that's worth, and his supporters, yet it still leaves open several questions. At a glance, the executive order requires the following. Regulators must remove the use of reputational risk regulation. Banks must offer accounts to previously debanked customers. Regulators must investigate internal bank policies. Regulators must investigate religious discrimination. The Treasury must develop a comprehensive strategy to address debanking. So I guess a bank does not have the right or ought not have the right to engage in subjective risk regulation.
Yeah. Seems like a bit of an overstep.
Politicized or unlawful debanking.
The thing is,
there could be...
Wait a second. So we have these kinds of regulations for race. It would violate...
And religion.
And religion. So
this
why
already
not have
exists.
it for political opinion?
Because I don't... That's... Why would you have it for political opinion?
I don't know. I'm just saying, we do have these, do you think that hotels, for example, did you hear about the Dershowitz pierogi thing?
No, what's that?
So Dershowitz went to a pierogi vendor, and they're like, we don't want to sell you pierogies because we hate that you're affiliated with Epstein and we hate your views on like Israel Palestine or something like that. I'm sure if you Google right now Pierogi Dershowitz, hang on, I'll get a link for you.
Okay.
And he made it. Oh, here, there's an Axios article about. Let's see. Here we go. It's a blog. I'll give you the New York Post article. Here you go. I'm curious what your thoughts are on
outlet.
this. Yeah.
Dershowitz always up to something good. Trump lawyer Alan Dershowitz offered free pierogi for life after Martha's Vineyard dumpling row. This is August 10th of this year. Dershowitz might not be able to get his pierogi fix among the woke on Martha's Vineyard. What is pierogi, or what is this?
It's a kind of it's a kind of like roll or where there's like filling in it. I think it's out of like Ukraine or Poland. They're basically like almost like dumplings. Pierogi. Hang on. Pierogi. Filled dumplings made by wrapping unleavened dough around a filling and cooked in boiling water. A traditional Polish dish. Pierogi.
Okay. Fixed among the woke on Martha's Vineyard, but a Florida peddler of the doughy delights is offering more than enough for the ex-Trump lawyer to fill his belly. South Florida-based Peter, how do you say his name? Noasian?
I don't fucking know this guy.
Owner of the Pierogi One restaurant, told the Post that no one should ever be denied the Polish comfort food staple and pledged to send Dershowitz and his family free pierogi for life. Pierogi should bring people together, not divide them.
Oh, wait, there's a clip of him. There's a clip of him going here. Hang on. I have the video.
You got the receipts.
I got it. So this is him coming back to the pierogi place.
Someone says it's like ravioli, but more pasta dough. Where did you send this?
Oh my God. I sent this to Prime Kai.
Wait, are you on Twitter, or are you sending this to me on Twitter?
No, I sent it to you on Discord, but I sent a Alan Dershowitz thing to Prime Guy because I was messaging him about something.
What did Trump write to Epstein?
I don't know. Oh, every day is another. May
every day be a surprise or something? Just send that alongside with your message to Prime. Don't say anything else.
May every day be another delightful secret
mystery
or something?
A delightful mystery?
Yeah.
Trying to restore community and to ask you to
another
sell me
beautiful
pierogi
secret
in the interest of keeping the island together, so we don't have to have two pierogi stands, one for anti-Zionists and one for people who will sell to everybody. So I'd ask you to please just sell me any one of your products to show that you're prepared to sell to anybody and not allow your anti-Zionism to decide which people will sell. Will sell to.
Ethan, this man is calling me an anti-Zionist.
This man, excuse me, this man is a saint. I also offer you this book, which
thank you.
I signed it to you.
Alan,
To Krem, please learn the truth.
Thank you so much, Alan.
You want it?
Thank you so much. I am very surprised that you're here because of the things that you've been saying about us and the business.
No, just you. Yeah.
Online.
Yeah.
Well, good pierogi is our business, and Krem is me. And I really do not appreciate what you've been sharing in the last week since. Is it true?
Of course.
You have proof that I am an anti-Semite.
Yeah, you protested the Jewish Culture Festival last year, which had nothing to do with Israel or Zionism. It was just Jewish food, Jewish music, Jewish
Anti-Semitic.
Accountable.
art, and you protested it, and the rabbi said that was an anti-Semitic act. Do you disagree with that?
I do disagree with that.
You think it's okay to protest Jewish cultural events and not be called an anti-Semite?
Thank you.
My vendor just called me over.
Excuse me,
Let me know that a word that you used made them feel a little uncomfortable. Anti-Semite.
No.
That's what they
What this man is saying,
Anti-Zionist and
and
protest Jews at all.
they just let me know that made them feel uncomfortable. So if there's anything I can do to help complete this transaction,
I offer you this book too.
So my pronouns are they, them, and you know about this. That my
Oh,
pronouns are
she's a
them,
they,
so you
them as
continue to
well.
misgender me.
You know what?
Are they them? You mean
No,
non-binary?
you just said you just called me him. So please
Are they
stop
them?
lying.
Slips of the tongue. You are they, you are them. I'm happy to use whatever pronouns you want.
What do you think
This
of
is
it?
not
Can you
about
pause real quick? What do you think of this
This is
exchange
about-
so far? I mean, it's like they're both kind of walking on eggshells a little bit to not say the wrong thing. And
I have no clue what the fuck
Dershowitz
this
is doing
even about.
the little.
This is like just a Karen, this Karen shit to me.
What do you mean? Wait, if you're protesting the Jewish cultural event, don't you think that's maybe a little anti-Semitic?
I don't take Alan Dershowitz at his word, and I would need to see why they are protesting it, because there could be at that Jewish cultural event there could be real estate that like a real estate table that's advertising real estate in like Occupy in the West Bank or whatever for settlers. There's like the overlap of shit like this all the time, and then it's framed as, oh, you're being anti-Semitic, when in reality there was a component of that event that overlapped with a Zionist interest or some sort of political aim that you disagree with, and they are trying to frame your opposition to that specific aspect of it as discriminatory or racist in some way.
But
and
in
that's
general,
no more,
if it were
that's,
a Jewish
that's no more
cultural event of just people who also happen to be Zionists, but you're protesting the Jewish cultural event, that seems like it might be anti-Semitic, though, right?
maybe it would depend.
You see the guy holding the Jeffrey Epstein poster behind Dershowitz?
No. Well, I'm just saying the thing, like with religion, we're talking about a doctrine or like principles that that goes for Christianity, that goes for Islam, that goes for Judaism. So I don't like to assume that the opposition or the protesting of those sorts of like cultural sites or whatever is necessarily going to be bigoted. There could be other ideological reasons that you are not you are protesting.
So let me steel
them.
man you.
I wouldn't say that this is like, if I'm protesting the Catholic Church because of the abuse of children within the Catholic Church going all the way up to the Vatican,
It's not anti-Catholic.
That's not anti-Catholic or anti-Christian, in my opinion. That's not bigoted against Christians for you to do that because you are protesting a specific action. Or even more generally, you could still be against the doctrine of it, because it's like religion really is the only doctrine that the United States protects that is not actually truly immutable characteristic, but the way that, religion overlaps with people's race or ethnicity is complex. So it's the carve out.
All right, can you press play on this? I just want to see if it gets spicier, and then we can go back.
Well, wait, you said you were going to steel man me.
Oh, I was going to say, I think that, you said it yourself. I think you said it well. You could be protesting, like, for example, a Catholic event based on some action that Catholic group has taken in the past. I imagine, for example, some of the mega churches where they just do kind of unsavory things. Like, imagine you were protesting Jerry Falwell appearing for some kind of Christian event in your state or something. You protesting that, I don't think necessarily makes you anti-Christian. So I think it would depend on the motivations and the whole context. I think you're right about that, probably.
Well, you were trying to suggest that, like,
I was just
almost
pushing.
any time that somebody,
You do the same thing all the time.
protest a Jewish cultural event, it's probably anti-Semitic. I don't think you should
Hey,
default
press
to that
play. Hey,
assumption.
press play.
Were you not like an epic Reddit atheist or whatever? Because that's what this is harkening back to for me.
No,
'Cause
I'm not on Reddit. I've never been on Reddit.
You protesting a Jewish event. You did? Did you protest the Jewish event? You won't answer that question? You're not
Alan, I want to introduce myself.
Hi, I'm Alan.
Yeah, I'm Talia. I'm a Jewish member of the community who was one of the organizers of the peaceful Jewish-led protest outside of the Jewish Cultural Festival.
So this is a Jewish woman doing this.
Oh, so now she's going to explain the Jewish Cultural Festival.
Please let me finish. This is not a cross-examination. It's a conversation. Okay.
Damn.
Woo!
Hey, don't call us bigots. Don't call us bigots. My grandparents died in the Holocaust.
Oh!
Don't you call me an anti-Semite.
Everybody flee with banners that said, all liberation is inextricably linked. My Jewish culture is a history of resistance against genocide. We are not anti-Semites. We stand against oppression of all people.
We protested a Jewish cultural event.
No,
Jewish
we did
music,
not. Why are you
Jewish
telling me what I protested?
Yes, everybody was there. They saw it. You didn't know.
Were you there?
You were there?
You weren't there.
Of course I was.
Truth is subjective, okay? We get to all
That's
have
what
Postmodernist.
Can you? She's right though. Truth is subjective. We have to.
In this context,
in this
for sure.
context,
When you're talking to Alan Dershowitz, yes.
The truth is, it's all up for interpretation. I want to say, if you're protesting this Israel line at a Jewish culture event because of your belief that Jews are more likely to be Zionists, in other words, you're saying the reason we're there is because it's a Jewish cultural event, and because there's an association between Judaism and Zionism, aren't you doing the classic anti-Semitic trope of conflating Zionism and Judaism by choosing that particular location? So maybe Dershowitz is wrong in the sense that just that kind of protest is inherently anti-Semitic, but choosing to go to the Jewish cultural event, that selection must have been informed in some notion about whether Jews are more likely to be Zionists. Is that, what do you think about that?
I always think that the same Zionists that claim that Judaism and Zionism are intrinsically linked, obviously they are linked, but they claim that they are intrinsically linked, speak out of both sides of their mouths, because they'll, on one hand, they'll basically say that like being a Jewish and a Zionist is pretty much synonymous. But when you treat that identity as such, they say you're doing anti-Semitism, you're assuming all Jews are Zionists, you're doing dual loyalty. And it's like, how do you maintain that pretty much all Jews, Judaism and Zionism are inherently linked and all Jews are Zionists, but then you're going to have contempt for people that take you at your word on that and say, well, if that's the case, then anytime I'm protesting a Jewish event, I could also be protesting a Zionist event and have my political motivations for doing so. And I wouldn't even be wrong.
I understand what you're saying, that there could be a talking out of both sides of the mouth, but the mere selection, so I think it's a bit of dodge. I don't know if you're intending to do it, but the selection of a place to protest Israel on the basis of its connection to Judaism, that selection is a determination made on the basis of one's religion. And so
that's anti-Semitic. That's okay. Anti-Semitic. But I'm saying you're raising this question in the context of this particular exchange.
This exchange, yeah.
So in this particular exchange, I don't think that's it. I think it's more complicated than just that.
Well,
I don't know all the details about it.
If they selected that location, because
Dershowitz is certainly, again, one of these people that to me employs these double standards.
Okay. Let's see what he says.
But yeah, if the selection is that, then I agree with you.
Got it.
Please do not bully us. Please do not call us bigots.
Bullying you. You're the one who wouldn't sell me my pierogi.
Yeah, that's not.
It's not happening anymore, sir.
Just asking you to read the other side of the story.
I don't want to read
Let's move on, because you know the truth.
I don't know if I know the truth. That's the thing. I'm not you. I don't assume that I know the truth.
Alan, you can either be a part of a community or you can be a bully. You're being a bully.
Can I read this here for you?
You can read it here. I don't know if I'm going to pick it up.
What do you think about this little liberal chant?
Well, anti-Semitic violence against Alan Dershowitz, obviously.
No, I'm just asking, what do you think about the liberal chant? Time to go. He just wants his pierogi.
He can get his pierogi and be on his way.
Go home,
Can I pause? I would feel a little bad if I wanted, if I went to a little store and I'm like, oh, I was just like, one water, please, and, a slice of your finest pizza. I like pizza. And they're like, no, we've seen what you said online. You're a lib. You hate Trump, and I don't want to sell this to you. I would feel kind of bad about that.
Okay, but would you actually claim victimhood and discrimination?
I would feel kind of bad about that. I would be.
Would you actually? I don't know if this is a dodge that you're doing, but would you actually claim victimhood or discrimination?
No, probably not. Well, I am being discriminated against. It is discrimination, right? On the basis of something. And this would be a discrimination on the basis of political view.
Like an unfair discrimination. That sounds redundant to say, but since you were saying it this way, I don't mean discrimination in the neutral sense. I mean in a negative sense.
I think it's unfair because I think that the social norm is you don't discriminate on the basis of political opinion when you're selling food. I think that it is a little bit. What do you think about that?
I mean, you had stronger feelings about the debanking, but I didn't see the difference between denying food on the basis of not liking somebody's political or partisan affiliations versus not
I would feel weird
denying
about
them
that
banking
too.
services.
Well, I think I would feel weird about that too. It might be their legal right to refuse to do business on the basis of that. I don't know. Some states it might be different. There are some states that have anti-discrimination frameworks applied to private organizations for political opinions, but I would feel, even if it's their legal right to do, I wouldn't want banks to be making these kinds of determinations based on your viewpoints. In other words, I think these people should be allowed to get banks, and banks, as a matter of policy, should not be saying, oh, we don't like your speech, therefore we're going to close your account. And similarly, I feel kind of weird about restaurants saying, well, because you're pro-Republican, because you're pro-Zionist, we're not going to serve you. dinner is a
You
very
get into
sacred
weird
thing.
territory where I think that you believe everything that disadvantages a viewpoint is like necessarily viewpoint discrimination, and the whole doctrine breaks down at that point to me.
No, I'm not saying that it's illegal viewpoint discrimination, though in some states it might be. I'm just saying that I think they shouldn't do it. Do you think restaurants should be like checking your social medias to make sure you're ideologically aligned? I don't think. Now you could say,
Not
well,
checking, but if they happen to know, like if you're the owner of a restaurant, a patron comes in, they were somebody who you were not bullied by or anything like that. They were in a different grade as you in like high school or something, and you knew that they were an avowed open neo-Nazi, and they continue to be, and you denied them service on that basis. Would you say that that was a form of unjust discrimination against that patron?
if by unjust you mean I don't like it, what do you mean by unjust?
It was wrong in some way.
I think it's wrong generally for stores to, of where it's generally open to the public, general admittance, right? I think it's wrong for them to do this kind of discrimination. It doesn't make me feel good. I don't think it's a good social norm. Again, maybe I'm particular about this stuff. And again, I'm not saying that it's the same as government discrimination. I'm not saying that they don't have a right to associate with the people and do business with whoever they want to do. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying
You wouldn't like if like a restaurant had a policy of like anybody who enters with a MAGA hat on will not be served.
I wouldn't like that.
No.
Would you like that?
I think it should be legal, but I think it probably should be socially discouraged. I'd probably agree with you on that.
Yeah, that's what
but
I mean.
Wouldn't, if
I think it
somebody
should be
tried
legal,
to claim
socially
like
discouraged.
a true form of victimhood or whatever, I don't know about that.
Yeah, but I think you agree. Like, if there were some stores like we don't sell bread to commies or we don't sell bread to people who support Palestine, I think you'd be like that. I think that's
I would say it's their right to do that, but I wouldn't like it. Yeah.
Okay.
But like to go so far as to like say you legally cannot do that, that to me is crazy.
I think I probably wouldn't go that far. But we would for racial discrimination. We would for religious discrimination, right?
Racial, yes. Again, religious is weird because it's a doctrine. It's like chosen beliefs. You know, this is why I don't think that Zionism should be a protected class. It's like, one, it's not a religion, but two, you are adopting a set of political beliefs that does not entitle you to the same protections that you would on the basis of protection from discrimination on the basis of your immutable characteristics. So you're taking on some risk by doing that, and I recognize that as somebody who is a communist, that by publicly identifying myself as a communist, there will be people that on that basis alone do not want to associate with me, and then I could say that basis is stupid, but I would not say it's on the same level as somebody saying, well, you're a woman, I don't want to associate with you. Well, you're Hispanic, I don't want to associate with you.
Interesting.
Me to intervene, and I have a similar situation. I am asking you to take this conversation out of the public.
to do that.
If any of you want to continue this conversation with him,
you can read it.
let you keep going.
Go home, wherever that is.
Wherever that is. Oh, that is a bigoted statement.
Wait, what did he say? Or what?
Go
like,
home
what's
wherever
what
that is. I think he's trying to say, is your home America or is your home Israel? What do you think of that?
Since it's towards Dershowitz, nah.
Do you think tactical bigotry is?
No, I don't think that that's an inherently bigoted statement. And I'm saying that given that I know the context, that I know who's on the receiving end of it, I think if in general you're insinuating that there exists a dual loyalty between American Jews and the state of Israel, obviously that's anti-Semitic. But we're talking about Alan fucking Dershowitz here.
You think
I don't
Alan
think
Dershowitz
it's
has a dual
inherently.
loyalty?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Okay.
In the same way that I think that you could make an argument that Tim Pool potentially had a fucking dual loyalty.
To Russia?
If your only basis for interacting with Tim Pool was like the Tenet scandal, you're some New York Times reader, you're not generally online, and you're like, these influencers taking a bunch of fucking money or whatever, where is their fucking home? I wouldn't be like, that's bigoted in some way or whatever. So again, we're talking about like people's feelings towards like a polity or a state, not necessarily, again, tied to their identity. And it's on the basis of their actions that I say that, not his Judaism. The fact that Alan Dershowitz has done all sorts of whitewashing and apologism for the state of Israel.
And he's good friends with BB.
Yes, that as well.
He was talking about a conversation he had with BB like recently as like this last 2 months.
Yeah,
Back to our good friend.
So you think it would be to say that to Alan Dershowitz? You think that's anti-Semitic?
I wouldn't. Let me think. That you're looking out for the interest of Israel above America.
Yeah, I don't think that charge is inherently anti-Semitic. It can be, obviously.
I don't
It
think
just
it's
depends.
inherently anti-Semitic. I would stray away from it because of how it's interpreted. Even if I intend it to mean one thing, I think that.
Do you think that was an example of anti-Semitism that Alan just faced?
No.
I agree with you.
Let me think about it.
You were like, wow, when I said that.
But that doesn't mean I don't think that the
Not
protest of the
any
Jewish
sing- not every
Cultural
single
Center was anti-Semitic. It might have been.
Wait, you think it might have been? Well,
To
there's a
protest a
non-zero
Jewish-
chance at any of that, yeah,
Well,
sure.
no, because there could be I think there's a plausible argument that it would be if you select a Jewish culture event. Now, we would need to know more context. I think you're right about that. But if you're selecting a site to protest Israel on the basis of your perception that Jews are more likely to be pro-Israel, even if that's correct, that's a kind of stereotype that I think most people would acknowledge as bigoted.
The other thing is, like, I would not, I would say that go home wherever the fuck that is. I would, who I'd say that to? I would say that to our own ambassador
Lindy
to fucking
Lee.
Israel. No, not Lindy Lee. I'm
You wouldn't
saying
say
to
that?
Huckabee. I'm saying
Yeah.
to Huckabee I would say that. Or to fucking Charlie Kirk. If I felt he was doing just like, which he has, a bunch of apologism for the Gaza genocide, for the state of Israel, for Bibi Netanyahu, for Likud, for lying to be able to do that, or like John Spencer, who's an American, I would be like, where's your home? You seem to care more about this other state than the United States, honestly.
Here we have a comment from Falls. Curious how y'all feel about business which are explicitly political, consultancies, companies which only work with Republicans and Democrats. It's another great point that I can't answer right now. I think it's different for like places of general accommodation. And again, I don't say that this is a way that government should regulate it, but I would feel differently about like a hotel and a public restaurant versus, some law firm or a consultancy group that works with one political party,
Yeah. An example, I guess, of what would be like bigoted would be like if you said to somebody who's like a BLM activist, like, go back to Africa or something like that.
Yeah.
That shit obviously fucking racist, right?
What if you said to a pro-Israel
just are having
person,
a disagreement with somebody
wait a second,
who
wait a second.
is
So if someone said was pro-Israel, you said go back to Israel just because they're Jewish not because they're Jewish, because they're pro-Israel, a Jewish person. You said a Jewish person who is pro-Israel, go back to Israel. Do you think that's anti-Semitic?
no.
Even if they weren't born in Israel, even if
Because the thing with the BLM is like BLM is political, but that is a domestic American political affair. That is completely unrelated to the state of Africa, and the only association that's being made there from the person levying it to that person is on the basis of race. So to me, it's bigoted. But if you're saying that to somebody who you just said, you know them to be pro-Israel, you know that they have been to Israel, they may even be like, they may actually literally be like a dual citizen. If you say go back to Israel then, or you love Israel so much, go there now.
This is the example. So you have an individual, he's Jewish, but he's not an Israeli citizen, but he is very, very pro-Israel, big Zionist, and big pro-Israel, supports Bibi. And you say to him,
And you said he isn't a citizen of Israel?
He's not a citizen of Israel, never been there. Go back to Israel.
No.
Not anti-Semitic?
No.
He's never
Political
been
thing
to
there.
Israel. He's never been to Israel. I don't know, man. It feels like something. It feels racist, right? It feels like it is. Like if I was saying,
Not to me.
what if you have a BLM person who's like, we should send more support and aid to Africa. We should do, and someone said, go back to Africa.
I think that's in the vein of like, you love Africa so much, why don't you marry it?
No, but if they literally said, go back to Africa, then I'm like, wait a second. I just have African American heritage, and you're telling me to go back to Africa because I support sending aid to Africa. Go back to Africa.
Well, you said pro.
I think you'd be
wait.
whoa,
Here's
racist.
the difference. Here's the difference, though. You said pro-Israel. So at that point, I'm going to assume that he's made defenses of state policy, of the party, of political choices and decisions, as opposed to somebody who's just generally talking about humanitarian aid. You're not doing apologism for like, fucking female genital mutilation or some sort of barbaric practice that this person's making the assumption exists in that impoverished or developing African country. If that was a sort of like apologism that person engaged in, while also talking about giving aid to Africa or whatever, and that person said that to them, in that instance, I don't think it would be. If they did not talk about that and it was exclusively talking about delivering humanitarian aid, what is his face?
I think it might be a little racist.
if they were exclusively talking about humanitarian aid and there was no defense of any sort of like state policy, then yeah, it would be.
So if you said,
because the connection there is tenuous at best.
All right. You know Paul Kagame? He's the leader of the country of Rwanda. Rwanda is currently engaging in a soft invasion or explicit invasion of the DRC. And there are people, there's a lot of ties to West. A lot of Rwandan army forces have been used in various places in Africa. There was a plan between UK and Rwanda to send asylees to Rwanda. And let's say that you have ethnic Rwandan heritage, but you've never been to Rwanda, not citizen of Rwanda. You're in the United States, and you also support Paul Kagame. And you're like, listen, this guy is good for the West. You know, say what you want, but they were genocided before in the Rwandan genocide. And yeah, he's invading DRC, but DRC should be invaded. And I support Paul Kagame's efforts, and they should try to take over the capital of DRC. And someone went up to be like, go back to Rwanda. Would you say it's racist?
This instance seems more racially charged. Yeah.
Why though? Isn't that the same exact thing? Because it's like an arguably like aggressive
but
action.
Wait, you said that this guy, the supportive regime change or like supportive for elections. Did you I was reading it, Chad. Did you describe the guy as like a despot, or is he somebody who's more liberal?
It can't just turn on whether the guy's a good guy or bad guy, because obviously
I'm asking you. Just answer that question.
I think it's a complicated thing. I think that Kagame probably shouldn't be invading the DRC and stealing their resources and shit, and so I think that's bad. And I think that it is true that Rwanda has grown under him, and they have like developed greater, deeper ties with the West, and the West supports Kagame. And like I said, it's a little bit more complicated.
The
in
West.
That situation.
So does the United States support?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, then maybe it could be seen as like a parallel, right? Because Israel's like one of our closest allies or whatever. That does if that exists in that same way.
But if you ever heard someone who's like, and let's say you knew about all this, and then someone said, you like Rwanda so much, go back to Rwanda, and the guy's like, wait, I'm an American citizen. I've never been to Rwanda. I'm black, and I have Rwandan ethnicity, but that's not my country. This is my country. I happen to support Rwanda. You just told me to go back someplace I've never been. You know?
Yeah, that's why I said in this example, it seems more racially charged.
I think it would be racist, and I think if you do the same thing to a Jewish person, same facts, I think it follows. I think that you're giving a little exceptionalism with the Israel stuff.
How do you mean?
I think that you should treat similarly that example of the Rwanda example I just brought up as the Israel example. You know?
I mean, Israel is an exceptional state. It's a unique ally.
Okay, whether someone could say
Israel exists, the never-ending law of return. You know, Israel is one of our closest allies. We shield Israel from accountability at the UN. We provide Israel with billions of dollars every year.
Yeah, I don't know why
we
it's
transfer
relevant
them
to
weapons and we don't put any conditions on it.
Why is that relevant to whether or not...
I'm explaining to you the unique relationship that exists between Israel and the United States. We have lobbying like J Street and AIPAC that we don't have for Rwanda, that we don't have for other developing countries in Africa. We have more generalized humanitarian organizations, but we have specific lobbying groups that advocate on behalf of the state of Israel.
Why does that change whether or not it's a racist statement?
Unique.
Just because America has a unique relationship with Israel, why does that change whether or not the statement "go back to Israel" is anti-Semitic or racist? I just feel like, okay, fine.
Yeah, somebody made this delineation. I mostly agree with these two. Go to where you support is different than go back to where you came from, right? And I think the word "back" is the issue. You wouldn't suggest someone is from somewhere because of their political support for a country. I get the skepticism, though.
Okay, maybe that's the right thing. That go back to.
Yeah. Okay. That's why I said this sounds racially charged to me.
But if you say go back to Israel and someone is not Israeli.
And they've never been to Israel?
Yeah.
Then sure, you're making like
nice. We have some agreement. I think maybe I agree with that. So if you love Rwanda so much, why don't you go there? Like that's a statement. I wouldn't necessarily say it's racist. It would feel racist. That's why
I kept bringing up this. I was like, is this in the vein of like, because it kind of feels like it could be in the vein of like, you love Hamas, why don't you go marry him? You love Israel so much, why don't you go like live there? You know.
Cernu says, I was in class. What was the Trump announcement? Bullshit. They have some Space Force thing in Alabama, and they're just talking some shit.
So what do you think of like
what?
What do you think when people talk about it and like support of Palestine and
why don't you go live in Palestine?
I will hear Zionists and pro-Israel people say go to Gaza then.
Go to Gaza if you're gay in Gaza. Yeah, go there. I don't think that's racist. I think that it's the go back. I think it's the back. I think their chatter is probably right. Right?
So
I mean, I think
pedantry-
that's right.
So pedantic that it can get lost in the moment, even if intent is harmless.
Well, I don't understand
Got
that.
chatters here saying that you're being pedantic.
I'm trying to. This is good faith. I'm just trying to understand like what feels wrong. Like if someone
It can
were
be
to
good faith and pedantic.
if
not
so-
mutually exclusive.
if someone were to say to like some Mexican guy who like supports ethnically Mexican, who is a full American, who supports like aid to Mexico and helping Mexico and not being mean to Mexico, someone said go back to Mexico, I would be like, that's racist. But if they said, why don't you go to Mexico, if that's being informed by their very pro-Mexico policy, maybe I would say that's not. I think I would say that's not racist. But if it's being informed because of their ethnicity, because they're Mexican, I think that we would call that racist. And I think that go back is that hook into the racialized intent.
Do you acknowledge that the fact that Israel is an ethno state and Mexico is not severely complicates this?
No.
No?
I don't think. How would it
Why
affect
not?
it? Because I have no reason to think it affects this analysis.
Okay.
Do you have a reason to think it affects it?
He was
Yeah, I do, because I think that people have a lot of misconceptions surrounding Israel or whatever, and the fact that there is a basis for entry that is pretty much uncritical as long as you can identify yourself as Jewish, and Israel will take you in or whatever. That,
Why does that change whether a statement is
misconceptions surrounding that, as opposed to Mexico, where that's not the case, and we know that's not the case.
I guess that just changes whether or not people would perceive it as racist or whether they would mean it in a racist way, I guess. All right, press play.
on a no-fly list. And this all started with a feud that he actually had with Jeremy Boring and Ben Shapiro from the Daily Wire. He was working with them way back in the day. We know their position on Israel. And then when he started voicing certain opinions, the cancellation campaign emerged. Now, let me preface by saying this. Nick, Anna believes that he's a genuine anti-Semite.
He says he
Semite.
is.
Okay,
Yeah.
here's
Right,
what
okay,
it-
so
so
there's
hold on,
no
real quick.
chance.
It's like he's.
So,
I'm not familiar with that.
I
I'm
don't
not.
watch his content.
I don't either.
So I
I've
wanted
never
to
heard of
make
him.
sure that I didn't smear him, even though I had my suspicions about who he really is. So I watched a bunch of his recent content, and the point of contention between him, Tucker Carlson, and Candace Owens. Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens on one side, Nick is on the other, right? So Tucker and Candace have been very critical of Israel,
correct,
and Zionism, whereas Nick Fuentes, and this is what he said on a recent episode of his show, he's like, no, it's not just Israel, he says it's the Jews, right? So that's how he differentiates himself. So he's openly, you know,
makes no bones about it.
You know.
He's openly.
You know. Why doesn't she just say it? She's anti-Semitic. She doesn't want to use the term anti-Semitic because she thinks it's like been abused.
I don't know.
I disagree. I disagree with
Can you
that
pause?
in its
Because she wouldn't
entirety.
stop that is a bit racist. Like she would say if it were racist. Why doesn't she say anti-Semitic, the term anti-Semitic? Maybe it's because
She's on a panel of right wingers and she might be wanting them to grasp the point, and she realizes that that word is a
Maybe.
minefield to these fucking people. Anytime you identify anytime your opposition is staked on something being racist, bigoted, sexist, anti-Semitic, it's always like, well, what does that word even mean? If she's just trying to generally gesture to these people to get the point to land. He is bigoted.
Yeah, no doubt.
But I mean, I personally don't think that that's a reason to tiptoe around it. I think you should call it what it is.
Own it.
Can say about him is he does actually make astute points about the way that our government has been hijacked by Israel. He says a lot of things that are being.
We must give credit. We have to hand it to Nick Fuentes that he certainly does promote Zog and other anti-Semitic conspiracy theories.
This is from Mindwaves TV. The effect. You used the wrong effect here. The effect is that or maybe you didn't. Maybe I'm stupid. Wait a second, Mindwaves. Maybe I'm dumb. The effect is that the national identity is linked inherently with the ethnic identity and the ideological identity of Zionism in a way that doesn't with Mexican identity. Okay, but grant that. Why does that change our prior about whether a statement is anti-Semitic or not? Like, go back to X or Y or Z. Just because there's different linking of identity. Oh, maybe you're saying go back to Israel. But let's say you could say go back to Israel to a Jewish person who doesn't have citizenship with Israel. That's what I mean. In that situation, aren't you the one doing the linking of Jewish ethnicity / religion to the ideology of Zionism, et cetera, et cetera? And so isn't that you being anti-Semitic?
The ideology of Zionism that does that, no? Not you.
Well, you're contributing to it by linking them, aren't you? In that direct way.
I don't know that I would consider acknowledging that that's the reality as like contribution to it.
You think it's the reality?
That what part? That like
that Judaism
what
is wrapped up in Zionism?
I said it's related, but it's not intrinsically linked.
Okay.
Yes, he also makes good points. And one thing that I want to just offer out there is I think that this is a man who is incredibly jaded, who he feels like he had his life ripped from him for voicing genuine opinions in the beginning. And then when the exact people...
He was a victim of viewpoint discrimination. Very unfair. That explains everything about why Nick Fuentes is the way that he is.
He was trying to not speak about those people, but speak about the agenda in general, when the people involved in that agenda double down to destroy his life, to deplatform him, to debank him, to do all of these things.
Actually, going back a little bit, sorry to everybody who wants to watch her take on this. I'm thinking about it like, to me, Zionism is a destabilizing political force. Zionism is the thing that makes Jews unsafe, both in Israel, both in America, both globally. And you see an increase in anti-Semitic hate crimes globally. And the reason I think it would be very, very naive to think that that is completely unrelated to the state of Israel's actions. Now, I'm not saying that it's right for people to do that. Not only obviously is it not right to engage in bigotry, anti-Semitism, hate crimes, etc. That's trivially obvious. But I'm saying that is like, it's kind of reminding me of Adam and Richie Friedland's back and forth and him saying that like, this is contributing to anti-Semitism globally because you have the state that claims to speak for all Jews globally, that has a Star of David on its flag, engaging in these genocidal actions, and people rightly or wrong, or people wrongly fault Jews globally for this, but that is nonetheless contributing to anti-Semitism.
I think you can say it's contributing to anti-Semitism. I totally agree. It is contributing to anti-Semitism. I think it's a separate question about whether saying go back to Israel or such related statements is also contributing to anti-Semitism, because it feels like you're doing the same thing. You're reifying it by doing that. So even if you claim you're attempting to be like arguing on their terms, right? But I think it's your same and like a discomfort that you have when I tell Lindy Lee to go back to fucking China or Amy to go back to Australia, because you're trying to argue on their nativist terms, not genuinely, but you're trying to illustrate to them that this sort of blood and soil nationalism that you champion. It's tactical racism.
Tactical racism, tactical anti-Zionism, tactical xenophobia. Yeah, sure. And you don't support that, even though you've said Amy you've said this woman here needs to go back to Australia.
Tongue in cheek. That was said tongue in cheek. I don't actually believe
tactically. So therefore, tactically.
Tongue in cheek is not because that implies it's a different purpose, right? If I say,
what's the purpose?
The purpose is to be.
You say
funny.
it in jest.
It's just a jest.
Tactically.
Yeah. Okay. Tactically jestful.
Come on. I think that is functionally tactically.
Okay.
You have to admit that.
Well, what's tactically? Are you doing it for a reason at all? Yeah, I guess if I do it for
semi-ironically, like it's a wink and a nod, right?
It's a wink and a nod.
Because you're not actually saying that you support that.
Yeah, I'm not actually saying
you're indicting their political beliefs and saying that they would be, depending on how things play out, if you actually follow their ideology to their natural conclusion.
It was a funny thing to say at the time. You should go back to, Mindwave says 100% straight arrayed. Exactly my point, says Mindwave TV. But he called you straight erase.
Straight erase?
Yeah.
I would have a little chip on my shoulder as well. It doesn't justify it.
Yeah, Amy, I'm curious. You mentioned all.
But then Richie Torres is like, there is no excuse for anti-Semitism. There's no excuse. And I felt like in that conversation, it was giving me flashbacks to that, where it's like, I'm trying to tell you, like, that's going to happen, right? And then the basis for saying whether it's anti-Semitic or whatever, you have to determine on a case-by-case basis. I think probably generally it is anti-Semitic, but there could be exceptions.
Yeah, but like if I'm being funny,
somebody's trying to do that.
Like, I think you're being funny when you say Lindy Lee should go back to China. I don't think you're
I
actually
am. I don't genuinely mean you should go back to China, right? It's not like hostile or inflammatory. That's why I'm saying.
But if you were like, no, she should literally go back to China because of XYZ.
I mean, do you think people that say go to Gaza or go to Israel are literally saying go back to Israel, literally go to Gaza?
If they're saying this to a Palestinian in America, go back to Gaza.
What if they said, why don't you go live in Gaza then?
Yeah, I don't think that's racist.
Well, that's like kind of how it was like hitting my ear at first, you know? That's why we did say that the go back part is it, because you're making that assumption solely because what you're doing is thinking that like, oh, being Mexican, being Palestinian, that precludes you from being American, which it does not. And we're talking about people in America.
I think
and
it's
these
assuming an individual, because of their race or ethnicity or heritage, is not a citizen of the country or is a citizen of the place you want to send them back to. So I think that the back is doing a lot of lifting here in terms of my intuition about whether it's racist. But if I said, I don't think it's inherently anti, like if I said someone like a Russian person who was of Russian heritage in America, American citizen, who was like very tanky and said, why don't you go live in Russia, man? Seriously, if you love Russia so much.
How about not tanky? We'll do like literally a Putin apologist, and they're completely fine with the invasion, annexations.
Why not tanky? You want to protect the tankies? You want to protect the tankies? Is that why?
What? No, because I'm trying to make it
more one-to-one.
Make it land with people watching.
It's a joke.
Because I guess like that tanky. I think Soviet Union. I'm talking about like today. You're talking to somebody who is Russian, who is
you love
defending
Russia so much, go live there. You love
modern day atrocities, right.
If you're Myron Gaines and he's like, oh, the Saudis have the women thing right. Well, why don't you go live in Saudi Arabia? I don't think that's necessarily racist, but it can be said in such a way where it feels racist. Like if you said to an individual, go to Mexico, man. You love Mexico so much, you want to wave the Mexican flag, go live there.
Why don't you try to go live in there? So see how much you like it.
So when people were waving the Mexican flag during the protests in California, and MAGA people were like, go to Mexico if you love Mexico. If you're going to wave the Mexican flag, go to Mexico. Racist or not? Xenophobic?
Yeah. I do think probably racist, yeah.
Why? Isn't that the same thing? If someone was waving the Israel flag and you were like, if you love Israel so much, go to Israel, would you say anti-Semitic? It's a double standard. It's a double standard. I think this is it. I think this is the best example.
Well, no. I was just about to include the context of that. So the context of this happening is those people are flying the Mexican flag because of the LA ICE raids, right, in opposition to the mass deportation program, showing that you can have Mexican heritage and also be an American and be proud, right? And the people that support this, what you're effectively supporting is ethnic cleansing in a roundabout way, because you are only in support of.
Yeah, but you're turning it on the moral correctness of the underlying opinion about whether it's racist. Like, it turns on whether or not the opinion is one that you should agree with. Like, should I agree with this solidarity in the face of tyranny in the American context, or the kind of bad solidarity in Israel inflicting the genocide on Gaza? And whether it's racist or not for you in your mind is turning on like who's actually correct about the underlying criticism, you know?
No, I'm trying to ascertain motivations.
Okay, so if someone is waving the Israel flag and being like, I love Israel, I'm going to support Israel because so many people hate Israel, and generally, like, I don't really have a strong position on what they're doing, but I just love Israel so much. And you're like, if you love Israel so much, go live there. And if someone is, you'd be like, that's...
You didn't say they were Jewish, you just said somebody. What's wrong with that? That could be anybody. That could be a Christian Zionist. That could be an atheist. That could be somebody who was Jewish. You didn't say who it was.
So if a white person is waving a Mexican flag, who isn't Mexican origin, heritage, and someone says, "Go to Mexico, then go live in Mexico," you'd say not racist.
Yeah, no.
I don't know. I think you're treating Mexican type. You tell me if I'm wrong. I think you're treating distrust and dislike of Israel.
Because here's the thing. Here's the thing. I think that the type of person that would make that comment would never think to make it towards a white person holding up a Mexican flag in solidarity, but they would think to make it towards somebody who looks visibly Hispanic.
I think they would say it to white people sometimes. If a white person was waving a Mexican flag, you love Mexico so much, go live there. I think that there's a special exceptionality to Israel that's informing your analysis in your mind.
I think like with Mexico, they're making the assumption that like again, in the context of like the anti-immigration stuff, it's like what it means to be American can necessarily not include people that are, it's like the Drew Pavlou shit. You know, like you're not even if you're born on American soil, even if you are literally a naturalized US citizen, you were born here. If your parents were immigrants, you're less American than some other Americans who have been here for generations.
Yeah, some people might say that, but that's their rationale. But some people
And
might just say
that's what's informing where I think that type of attack is coming from.
And what do you think is forming the people who say go to Israel who are waving the Israel flag?
The charge of not that they are not American, but that they're duly loyal, which is different. I think it's different to say you're not American, you've never really been American because you're a child of an immigrant and a first generation one at that, which is different than somebody saying
I don't know,
that you
man.
have a loyalty to another state. And it's a higher priority.
Isn't that
than
exactly
Americans.
what they're saying with the Mexican stuff? In some ways, I understand that there's one version of it, which is what you're saying, which is like being Mexican American is incompatible with American. It's, but isn't that a version or the flip coin of, well, having a dual loyalty to Israel is incompatible with being American? Saying that you support Israel and having Israel as part of your identity is also incompatible with being American. That also it just kind of seems maybe not exact, but very, very similar.
This is why I don't like Zionism.
Why? Wait.
Because Zionism makes it difficult to disaggregate these things, to see where genuine criticism begins and hostility and bigotry, or like where genuine criticism ends and hostility and bigotry ends. And the thing with like the Mexican Americans that are holding up those flags in the United States in support, they are advocating for like a domestic policy, and they're saying to be Mexican American is still part of the American identity. That is something that is valid. But when I see somebody holding up like a pro-Israel flag, I do assume that has far more to do with political decisions and Zionism than I do
They're
believe
both
that it has to
political,
do
right?
with,
I mean,
with
you're basically in opposition to the Trump administration immigration policy. And the other one
not
saying
basically, I'm wholeheartedly. There's no part of that immigration.
The people who are waving the Mexican flag, I assume, are doing this as a protest to Trumpism and the immigration stuff. And the people who are waving the Israeli flag are basically saying that they support, by and large, the policy of Israel, or perhaps not even that. Maybe they just say the existence of Israel. And maybe that I know you're gonna get to figure it out for the existence of Israel stuff. But I just mean to say there could be a lot of different reasons why one might wave the Israeli flag. A lot of reasons why one might wave the Mexican flag, And,
right, but in the context of the ICE protests, we know that when they hold up the American flag, or the Mexican flag, that's not actually them saying that they support the Mexican government, right? Why are they holding up the Mexican flag? That's saying that Mexican Americans belong in the United States, and that's a valid way to exist and be part of the American identity. And that makes up immigrants make up the fabric of this country. I do not affiliate it with a defense of the government, a defense of a particular political party, and so that's the basis that you're engaging with. Those people are engaging with one another on. When it comes to Israel, right? I struggle to think of concepts or like to think of a situation or circumstances where people use the Israeli flag in that manner. That Israeli Americans are part of what it means to be American in the American fabric or whatever. It is typically starting to brush up against like political interests or political beliefs that overlap with Zionism, which again set up political beliefs, or defense of particular political parties within Israel, or the state of Israel's actions.
Comment from Mindwaves TV: display of support for the Mexican flag doesn't involve an ideological equivalent of Zionism and the political consequences that follow from that in the same way that invoking support for Israel, I'm assuming it says, does.
Right. I mean, do you disagree with that?
I mean, I agree that it doesn't involve the same ideological equivalent, but I just don't understand if the same connection is being made in the mind of the person saying go back someplace or go to someplace, go live there, go live in Mexico if you love Mexico. If you're gonna wave the Mexican flag, go live in Mexico. I think it matters less, not the reason why the people are waving the flag, but why the people who are saying the comment are saying it.
It depends on both. It depends on what the motivation is and like what the context is of the person waving the flag in the United States, and how those people are engaging with one another.
Do you think Mike Huckabee should go live in Israel?
Yeah, that'd be funny. You should.
What about Jared Kushner? Would you say go live in Israel?
Yeah.
What if someone said that?
You seen his quote unquote 2-state solution that he fucking unveiled in 2020?
And if someone was like, "Hey, I'm trying to think of a Mexican American politician. Why am I blanking? Okay, Ted Cruz, go live in Mexico." Or he's Cuban. Oh my God,
go live in Canada.
he's Cuban.
I'd say
go,
Canada.
Go live in Cuba.
I'd say Canada because he has a Canadian citizenship
up
that he
big time.
relinquished.
But if you said
I'd
hey,
say to Ted Cruz, go back to Canada.
Okay. All right, press play. I need to think about it a little bit.
See, like you're giving me these faces. I understand where you're coming from or whatever, but like because again, I see Zionism as the thing that makes this conversation again very, very difficult. I see that as the destabilizing
That's
and
what I mean.
polarizing
If there is
force.
an exceptionality that you're applying to Israel, I think there is an exceptionality.
And no more than what Israel applies to itself with respect to the Jewish identity and Zionism and the way that they claim for it to be intrinsically linked when it's not. And engaging with it on that topic makes it inherently thorny. And I feel like the intent behind that is to
just give Dersh his pierogies. Let him stop complaining. Just give him the pierogies.
Everyone gets a pierogi.
All these things. How does he make a living? Who is funding this?
So he has his own. He was doing some stuff on Cozy TV. He was recently reinstated on X by Elon Musk.
Yeah.
He also has a Rumble account. So he makes money through his content,
Okay.
but just not through the typical channels. He's banned on YouTube. He's
So-
banned on all of these various
So look,
things.
Amy, I hear what you're saying because in the middle of some pretty reprehensible, disgusting stuff that he says about Jewish people, which I
Mhm.
do not agree with at all.
Correct.
You know, he makes commentary that I do agree with and is actually spot on in regard to foreign influence of our politicians. However,
This is so disgusting. This
Why?
whole the left and the right can come together on agreeing that on Zog.
Wait, oh,
Literally, this is like a nightmare to me. This is like a wet dream for like the fucking ADL for some campaign that they want to launch, showing that the right and left and liberals in America agree on nothing. But the thing that they can agree on is we hate Jews and we think that they run the world.
So
You're just like it's like giving it to them.
You're saying optically this is always bad. Like even if it's true that you agree with like the commentary, that you should never sort of structure your commentary this way.
Absolutely not.
Yeah,
Absolutely not. There are so many critical anti-Zionist voices, and you do not need to lend support to the bigoted neo-Nazi ones that happen to superficially signal that is what they're saying. When if you know that that's their set of political beliefs, what's informing that? Is it really politics or is it anti-Semitism? So why would I ever co-sign that? You're principally anti-Zionist because they're not principally anti-Zionist.
What do you don't think that
They're
grippers are principally anti-Zionist?
No.
I think by
They're
definition
they're
they
principally
are.
anti-Semitic.
I think they're both anti-Semitic and anti-Zionist.
I think their anti-Semitism informs their anti-Zionism, but I would say that is not really being principally
At the
anti-Zionist.
base
because-
level is the anti-Semitism that informs their anti-Zionism.
Yeah.
Okay.
good points, in my view,
Can you
get
pause?
muddled
Because
through-
there's some arguments, I don't know that I agree with this, but let me put it to you this way. There are some people who argue Hitler was pro-Zionist. I don't agree with this, but he was pro-Zionist because he was open to the notion of encouraging Jewish migration out of the German lands for purposes and occupying for purposes of cleansing the land, right? And moving them out. And so that
Right.
would be a situation in which he's anti-Semitic for sure, but he's also, again, I'm not saying I agree with this historical picture, but there could be an argument that there could be a pro-Zionist who's pro-Zionist because he's anti-Semitic.
There are so many people that are pro-Zionist that are anti-Semites. This is not a unique revelation. Israel is Richard Spencer's favorite argument because he says it works out so well for the Jews. There's, Jewish Israelis go live in Israel, and China is for Chinese people, and Japan is for Japanese people. Why can't we have white people here? Because what is it at its basis? Zionism is an ethno-nationalist ideology. So it is blood and soil shit. And so it's not surprising to me whatsoever that an anti-Semite like Hitler and a mass murderer would actually be in favor of these sorts of projects.
Again, I think that is a certain reading of the history. I'm not saying that I'm convinced by it. I don't think he's certainly Germany was encouraging in some respects migration of the Jews outside of Germany. That absolutely is true. I'm just
There's
I'm
a quote
not
from the father of Zionism,
Okay,
Theodore Herzl,
I'm
who
just
says
saying
that
I'm
the
not a
anti-Semite
historian.
will become our best friend. Why does he say that? Because we have a shared interest. We have a shared goal in the sense that
I
they
hear
don't
you.
want us, and we want to get away from them.
I just
and
wanna-
where we want to get away to is to the Jewish state.
I just want to make sure that people are hearing me, that I'm not a historian, and I'm not
Don't
trying
give me
to
that fucking eye roll.
Hang on.
Why are you rolling your eyes?
I'm not rolling my eyes. Sometimes
did.
I inherently roll my eyes.
Inherently roll your eyes.
I inherently do that. So I just want to. I'm not saying that I disagree with you on what you said about Herzl or the statement. I'm saying I am just giving an argument that might be a broken historical argument, and so I don't want to be heard to represent that I'm asserting that Hitler was a pro-Zionist person. I'm not asserting that. I'm just saying that's an argument, and so I'm not contradicting you, Aaron. I'm just saying I want to be clear that I'm not representing history in a sort of conclusive way.
Hateful rhetoric.
I think you're the exceptionalist here.
How?
Because I think that you are like the form of bigotry that I see you be the most worried about is anti-Semitism as opposed to other forms of bigotry.
Go figure. How do you possibly make that argument?
Because you were very you were like walking on eggshells surrounding that, like about like, oh, I don't want to suggest that Hitler was like a Zionist or something like that, and I just don't think I would ever see you be
Do you
that
think
worried
Hitler was
about
a Zionist?
some sort of
Would you describe him as a
untoward.
Zionist?
No, not as far as I know.
Okay,
But
so
even the mere suggestion, you want to make it very clear.
people are
that
very
that's
particular
not-
about history and collective memory and the politics of memory, and so I just am making everything clear. I again, you said this also before. Like, I've never seen you walk around eggshells or be this scrutinizing or whatever. I think that's a little unfair. I think that I am sensitive to different kinds of bigotries. You know, I've been sensitive to the bigotry of like saying Lindy should go back to China, and I think that I.
But Amy can go back to Australia.
Hang on, no. But the whole meme of liberal surrender hands is I say that whenever I don't want to like walk on eggshells. So I think it's a little bit disingenuous. I'm not saying you're being disingenuous. I think that it makes me. I'm going to use I feel statements. I feel sometimes as though it's a little unfair for you to accuse me of that when part of my bit is trying to be like sensitive and being liberal woke sometimes. So
So Oliver MTG says he doesn't want to take a stance on something he's poorly informed about. I think that's respectable. So if that's where you're coming from,
yeah, I'm just
then...
saying. Listen, I watch a lot of Hitler and World War II documentaries and stuff.
Whoa! All I heard was I thought you were gonna say I watch a lot of Hitler speeches.
No, have you heard, by the way, the English AI translations? Do you know what I'm talking about? Where it's an English AI version of how Hitler would sound giving the speech. It's really fucking scary. But I watch a lot of, I read World War II stuff. I watch a lot of it, but I understand often how history is weaponized to make these kinds of narratives. And so I'm conscious of that. Listening to Daryl Cooper, for example, present his arguments on why Winston Churchill was the biggest villain or the chief villain of World War II and all this different stuff. And I'm sensitive to the fact that history is often used in these polemical ways to justify X, Y, Z, even frankly in the Israel-Palestine conflict and many other situations. So, and Russia, Ukraine, another one. So I just wanted to be, whenever I'm discussing like history, I'm not an expert here and I'm just representing what I know to be some argument that someone is making.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
And for me, it's really important to draw a distinction because there is no problem with Jewish people at all, period. When we're being critical of Israel, we're being critical of
the country,
a political
government,
ideology of the government. And I don't want that to be conflated with hatred.
Then you shouldn't zog post. Then you shouldn't zog post, Anna. And
that's her truth. That's her truth.
That's her truth. She shouldn't zog post if she wants to, because she literally said on a Piers Morgan panel, I think your Jewish identity does contribute to XYZ. That's not being careful.
Oh, and that's why
I'm sure she would say that's her going gloves off in response to somebody who's defending a genocide.
Tactical
or
anti-Semitism.
Yeah, she would. And I truly do believe that she thinks that there is more factuality backing the Zog conspiracy theory than there actually is. It's nonetheless, I think it's obviously anti-Semitic and it enables anti-Semitism. But I think, and maybe this doesn't matter to people, I don't think that it comes from this sort of inherent hatred or bigotry, because I never heard her say any of this shit until recently.
Mm-hmm.
She's talked about some book that she read on the Israel lobby, and I can't remember what the book was, but again, I think that she believes that She is no, it's not the protocol design. I think that she really believes she is speaking truth to power.
Maybe she does. Yeah, I think that she thinks she's a good person. I do. And do you think she's anti-Semitic?
I'm not saying good person. Everyone thinks they're a good person. I'm saying that she thinks that what she's saying kind of might sound weird, but that it's factually grounded, and that a fact
the dancing
in and of
Israeli
itself
memes.
really
I haven't heard her
can't
take that
be-
back.
No, I think she defended it, and I saw a clip of her defending it. It might have been like the Brian Collins thing. I saw her defending it.
People have to be so careful with that
That's what I'm
narrative.
saying.
There's
You
no
do have to be
question
careful.
That's
Yes.
happening. I'm still can't get over the fact that the guy used the N-word. Is there? Did he actually?
Why
say
is that
this?
so
Or many
befuddling
times?
to her that someone would use the N-word?
Just casually.
I know.
And like, what's context?
And what's the context?
I mean, just
Do you remember the Vosh thing, which is like, I did it, guys, the big one. I used
Yes,
it to.
the copy pasta,
Yeah.
right? He was like, I would call this is what I would call invoking a slur's like used for good or something like that. That's where the tactical N-word meme came from. What do you mean? Do I remember it? Of course.
Yeah.
That's what that is.
Okay.
So one of his black supporters wrote and said, "Hey, brother Nick, like blah, blah, blah." And then he started saying, "Sorry, PBD, I have to say it. I'm the real N-word. Someone needs to show these people who the real
hold on.
N-word is."
So just for context, just so I understand it, he's not calling a black person the N-word. He's trying to appropriate
I love
the
this.
culture.
This is so good. This is so fucking good. They're just so he didn't say it with the hard R, and he was referring to himself. What do you think about that? There is a difference between calling a black person the N-word.
It's Fuentes. So we're talking about like what's the context of Nick Fuentes saying the N-word? Probably not good. Probably not good. I don't think he was using it in the anti-racist context. I don't think that he was reading Huckleberry Finn. I'm not gonna lie. I think that he was probably just using it as
but
a
you
racial
would if you called yourself a real N-word yourself, you would view that
what the
as,
soft A with the soft A?
with the soft A, you would view that as fundamentally different than calling someone hard R N-word. I mean, there are shades of gray here. There are
Sure,
differences.
it's like it's racial. It's probably racially insensitive, but it would not be the same thing.
Okay.
No.
Culture, but he's using hyperbole. He knows that it gets views, it pisses people off, it inflames emotions.
I'm not
He's a
saying
very
this is better, but there is a huge difference between calling a black person an N-word.
Yeah, no, he
and,
doesn't.
and
That's not
saying,
what
like,
he's doing.
Like, there was a time when white people used to constantly be like, "Yo, my N-I-G-G-A," and I remember a lot. It was like the cool thing to do because, like,
when
Jillian.
So good.
We needed Jillian Michaels to spell out the N-word.
Why? Why did she spell it out?
Necessary.
You don't need to spell
For
it
context. For context. Well, you just agreed that's an
out.
anti-racist
but you
context,
could just say
right?
you could just say hard R soft A. You could say those, or you could say.
Why can't you spell it?
I know, but
Why
you
can't
don't need
spell
to.
it?
It's just a little bit. I just think
You
it's
don't
a
need
little
to do
funny.
anything.
It's just fun.
But
Yeah, I guess
can
you don't.
you? Can it be useful?
Can you? Yeah, I guess you can. I don't think it's useful because then people know what you're talking about when why spell it, right? Because if you spell it, you're just putting it in people's minds.
If you just say the N-word, you're putting it in people's minds.
Okay.
You've never seen that Louis C.K. bit? He's like literally saying that the white people have found a way around it because by saying the N-word, you're instantly putting it in people's
I
minds.
don't
That's
even
how you
think
say it.
I'm so not racist. I don't even think it. When I say N-word, I don't even have a concept of what the word entails. And so she kind of corrupted me a little bit there.
Concepts of an N-word.
Now you're making me say it.
I mean, Mama always.
Really?
GGA.
Ever?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Like, it was like my homie, my brother, my friend is what it meant. And I was like, the day's coming where this is going to be a problem.
Wow.
Early in the
No, it was a whole thing.
She,
The day is
Jillian
coming.
Michaels.
The day is coming.
the woman you are.
It wasn't meant to be a bad thing, but nevertheless, I was like, I don't
Listen, back
think
in Australia, I could rap Busta Rhymes' whole section off by heart, and then I moved to America and learned I'm not allowed to do that here. So
you used to be. You did used to be.
Okay, do we have any Australians in chat? Can you confirm? Can you use, if you're a white person in Australia, is it socially
Australia?
acceptable to use the N-word, the soft A, either in conversation or when performing a song?
The continent of Australia. Anyone from the continent?
We're Silly Serious when you need her.
Back in the early 10s, we remember.
Has the Silly Serious
The
ever
early
gone
tens.
to a Busta Rhymes like said?
You should hear. So when Silly Serious raps, she just
Yeah.
has the funniest cadence when she raps. She is very against the word. She's very against the word.
Wow.
But so I know that she would never do that. But I'm just saying, she has a very funny cadence when she raps, and it's really good. I don't know if she would ever do it live though, but it's a very funny cadence is all I'm saying.
How's your cadence sound?
Have you ever met a girl that you tried to date? That's all I'm going to give you. The rest you have to pay for.
Okay. Is that office hours content?
That's office hours.
Yes.
And in Paris, the Kanye song.
Yes. I'm not trying, and I'm not trying to say that this is right or wrong. I just needed clarity from my sanity if he was actually calling people the N-word.
Gotcha.
Like, because
he's dead. Look, I mean, you're right, Amy. He says things that are going to attract a lot of negative attention. He does it intentionally, and he can't be surprised when he gets negative attention. And
comment from Marchfly. Australia doesn't have the same
deep.
black history, so the N-word only comes from rap.
Australian etymology of the N-word.
Banked. You literally destroy someone's life, even if they have disgusting, bigoted, racist views. I think it has to be something very extreme, like I don't know, engaging in like
terrorism or
something like that
did it to
debanked.
Trump.
But hold on, real quick. We got to
They debanked Trump?
This is about the fuse, right?
Well, again, the executive they didn't. Trump just claimed that he was debanked, but what he was citing was these banks refusing to either like give him lines of credit or do some sort of like financial transaction.
Yeah,
and he's saying I'm being
different.
discriminated against, and so is MAGA more broadly. But there's all sorts of reasons that a bank could deny you services or forbid or not give you a line of credit or not give you a loan, and it is a ridiculous assumption to think and honestly such a victim persecution complex to think it's because of MAGA, right? That's why, and not your fucking income or your credit score or any number of other things.
Get into the next video, 100%. So Connor, let's queue up. So after this instance, Nick and Candace were beefing back and forth on X. She wanted to challenge him to a rematch. There were various things that were said, but let's just jump into this video where she joins Tucker Carlson, and this is really what escalated the feud.
The only reason I know who he is because someone sent me a video a few years ago of him attacking me, and I was like, so I'm looking at this, and I'm like, well, first of all, this kid's really talented, like legit, and I can assess that just having done the job for so long. So I was like, wow, lots of talent, native talent. And he's attacking my dad. The CIA is dad from the CIA or whatever. And I'm like, well, that's no, untrue.
I hate Tucker.
My dad dies, and I learn actually,
Rest in peace.
Was involved in that world. I was completely shocked by it. So,
Sure you were.
But that's just a fact.
Right.
This was in March of this year. And I'm like, well, how the hell would this child from Chicago?
Child. By the way, can we just can we talk about that for a second? Why do people they infantilize Nick a little bit? And I think this is another thing that's potentially very sinister about this whole little sane washing of Nick. By calling him a child, just a little child, what you're doing is, I think you're making him seem less of a threat. Oh, he's just a cute little child. Oh, he's just a funny little person.
I think Tucker Carlson specifically is trying to
demean him a little bit,
demean him and be paternalistic and speak down to him as if he's this like immature, frivolous, silly little boy that thinks he's doing something online. I think that has more to do with their big dog, little dog type dick measuring contest than it does to do with attempting to make him seem like, oh, he's just so young and stupid or whatever. I think that's what the Herd Take panel is doing.
Good point.
Don't you agree?
I don't know. Regardless of the intent, the kind of feeling you get with like this kid, this guy, this little kid, this guy, or this, when you use the term kid, it just feels like you're maybe passing him off as less of a threat, whether it's your intent or not. I don't know.
So intent does not matter when it comes to infantilization of neo-Nazis, but intent does matter when you say the N-word with a soft A.
Well, it depends on what for, right? If we're trying to decipher whether you have racist intent, then intent matters. If we're trying to decipher what the probable effects are of any given word, I think it's less important because we're just looking at the likely effects.
The outcome.
Yeah.
Dad is like he's
Blonde Philosophy says you can't say the N-word in Australia. That's true. Amy is a liar. Australian and Australian violence.
Does she mean like as a white person, it's not socially acceptable?
No, you get banned. Maybe if you live in Western Sydney. Will you be banned if you use
you
the
literally
N-word?
cannot say it.
You can't say it?
Is it illegal to say the
Are you trying to
N-word?
fact check Blonde Philosophy?
Australia. Well, I don't know because it was ambiguous what you said. AI overuse says, while Australia does not have a law specifically banning the N-word, using it publicly is illegal under broad racial vilification and racial hatred laws. Whether it is considered unlawful depends on the specific context and impact of the speech. So there are some carve-outs, but remember, that was in response to Amy claiming, I didn't know that it was a big deal to use this word until I got to America.
Everyone uses it. Everyone talks like this way, and I had to really change how I spoke. When I came
you struggled to get at first that was like a British accent and then it got onto the Australian.
It was all right.
Yeah, so then Candace goes on to say, if it makes you feel any better, he accused me of being a Russian asset. And then what Tucker says, I find this a little bit odd. I believe in Tucker's integrity.
You know, so, okay, somebody linked the actual letter of the law. Racial Discrimination Act of 1975, Section 18C, makes it unlawful to do an act, quote unquote, reasonably likely to offend, insult, humiliate, or intimidate someone because of race, color, or ethnic origin. The N-word, if directed at someone, can fall under this. It's so funny that this comes up because that is literally the applesauce thing.
The applesauce,
That is probably what that law would look like if we were to actually...
Yeah, we hate that law.
Yeah, criminalize it to that extent, or
So,
try to say that
let's say it
could
together.
be...
We're going to say it together. Ready?
What?
You should be legally allowed.
Oh, I thought you meant the N-word.
No. No, say the following.
You were like, oh, true. Say it together. Let's say it together.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. No. Whoa. Wait. I didn't say that. I wasn't going to say it.
I thought it was supposed to be some sort of like bold statement against censorship that you wanted to make.
No.
That, like, we don't support stuff like this, and to show that we don't, Straight Raid and Pisco are going to say the N-word live right now.
No, I'm not saying that. I would never say that a word. All right. What I want us to both agree on, and we'll say it at the same time, is that we legally think you should be allowed to say the N-word at a autistic 8-year-old.
Correct. I legally think it should be.
We feel allowed.
I think it should be. It should not be criminalized.
It should not be criminalized to
hurl a racial epithet at a disabled individual while they are in the commission of potentially stealing your property, even if it's an applesauce package, or even if they're a minor.
Didn't that feel good to get off your chest?
I've been holding that in this whole episode. Finally felt that tension release. It's good feeling.
Yeah, press play.
I think he's a genuine person. He genuinely loves this country. I did find the comment a little bit odd, though. I don't know if you can find it to pull up later, Connor, where he says, well, you would be more likely to be a Russian asset than I would be likely to be in the CIA because I really hate the CIA, which I feel like was a little bit of a low blow to Candace.
But then he says something that really ruffled Nick Fuentes.
The funny thing, the CIA thing is a complete lie, by the way. Hold on. And of course, this is from some Groyper account. But all of the times, for over 20 years, Tucker Carlson has admitted that his father was in the CIA. So he's here, like, playing dumb, right?
No.
And we're not playing this entire 2-minute thing. But he's like, I didn't even know my dad was in the CIA. Yeah, you did.
As a CIA, his dad's in the CIA.
Oh, they added the music. That's really good.
No, untrue. And my father dies, and I learn, actually, was involved in that world. Completely shocked by it. So no one has to believe me, but that's just a fact.
Right.
This was in March of this year. And so when I applied to CIA, and I've taken a lot of crap, including from Putin, like, oh, you're from a CIA family. Well, yeah, obviously my father worked in conjunction with CIA. I mean, that's what that is.
No!
I tried to join the CIA.
Putin even teased him for it.
So that's a
dude.
straight up lie. That's a straight up, like, malicious, intentional lie.
From Tucker Carlson. Can you believe it?
A bunch of him. He ran the Voice of America for a long time, maybe 5 or 6 years. He was an ambassador in Africa, and then he ran something called the Corporation for Public Broadcasting. I mean, the guy who took out Mossadegh lived on my street. One of the Roosevelt CIA officer. So, I mean, again, I grew up around this stuff, but
that's why it's not happening.
But they
that's not as
so
much.
Things. I mean, I applied to CIA. My dad worked with CIA. I was never
Oh.
Of this, just last year.
Yeah.
In traders or whatever. So my views on CIA have evolved based on things that I have seen and personally experienced.
You took a pretty well publicized trip with your father. Was it about 1.5 years ago? How long has it been?
Since we were in Pakistan.
Down to Nicaragua for the summer and work and get involved in the war, and support the side that we thought was right.
Where you got left behind for a couple days.
Oh no, that was when I went to Vietnam with John McCain. Yeah, I had a hassle at the airport.
And are you still traveling with your father on trips?
We spent the summer in Nicaragua, trying to get a sense of the war there, and all kinds of hilarity ensued. But yourself, my father's a great guy to travel with, and very amusing. and adventurous person who's up for anything. So I said, let's go to Pakistan. Okay.
And we have the internet to expose the lies. This isn't 20 years ago when you were on CNN, and we couldn't expose things. We can expose it now, and they still do it.
Well, I guess I would ask myself, like, I mean, I lie. If I'm really cornered or something, I lie. I try never to lie on TV. I just don't, I don't like lying. I certainly do it,
Oh
out
my
of
God.
weakness or whatever.
He did. He lied. He totally lied. How can you possibly
bold-faced
not believe he lied when he's so?
Well, I mean, his
obviously
audience
did.
is gonna take him at his word, obviously, so they don't give a fuck.
I mean, he lied about all the stolen election stuff, or lied about his support for Trump.
You're
when
right.
He was, like, talking
when a
shit.
conservative or a MAGA Republican in America tells a lie, they instantly lose all credibility, both with their audience, with
That's
people
right,
more
yes.
broadly. I forgot that's how that works,
Yes.
right?
This is
feathers, and it's this.
Yes, let's go ahead and play that one, please.
Either A, it's being driven from like a little boy insecurity, and he just was so
Little
worried that
boy.
he, like, just went on the attack because he doesn't know how to have normal relations after being banned out.
See, I believe that she is whitewashing him.
By saying
sure.
little boy, this kid.
Yeah.
everywhere.
I think there's the kind of
that could be one
And I think he's infantilizing him. It's more personal.
the angry gay kid thing going on.
Gay
The
kid.
angry gay kid thing. So
Yes.
that really upset him, and
Is
then
he
Nick
gay?
goes nuclear.
No, Nick is a devout Catholic, so he believes he's strongly.
Oh, so he can't be
So, of
gay.
course, all of the devout
there's never
Catholic
been a
priests.
gay Catholic ever.
Mhm. Press X to trust.
Oh wait, you're saying that the priests that abuse kids were all gay or what?
Would you describe them as gay if they're having sex with altar boys?
No, because when it comes to that sort of crime, it's typically opportunistic, and the attraction is primarily to prepubescents and adolescents, regardless of what their gender is. So there will be like straight adults that engage in these sorts of behaviors, even with young boys, but that's in spite of the fact that they're boys. It's not because they are. And there are some examples of, I'm sure, closeted homosexual priests that abuse boys specifically because that was their sexuality, but it's not in all instances.
I'm not on all, but you think in general, would it be a fair statement to say, like, okay, if you have sex with an altar boy as a
It's a
male
gay
priest,
Doesn't necessarily mean they're gay.
you're more likely than not, at least some version of, you're attracted to a male.
No, the primary thing in that instance, though, is that if they're abusing children, is that they're a child.
So they're pedophiles?
Yes. That's more accurate. Yeah, they're child abusers.
Can you, but
I mean,
can't
don't
you
you
be
think
both
it's
a
important to not
pedophile
conflate?
and can't you be a gay pedophile?
You can, but they're not always.
Maybe they're bi pedophiles?
Sure. I'm telling you, like the as far as I know, the decision to abuse children or whatever is not coming down to gender. It's a crime of opportunism.
So would you say, like,
And the Catholic Church is inhabited
Let's say
primarily
that a
by
man-
young boys, but I don't think that if they had been young girls, I don't think that it wouldn't have happened.
Let's say that
Think
you
it still
find
would
out
happen
that
all the same.
Lindsey Graham is going on Grindr to hook up with dudes, and he's like, "This is just an opportunism. I'm not attracted to them because they're male. I'm just
That's an
having
adult.
sex." Okay, but imagine he was like, "This is it's just so much easier to have sex with these men because it's easier." Would you say?
No, at that
yeah,
point
he's
I
not-
would be more skeptical.
Okay.
Against like homosexuality, he believes in like.
But why
freedom.
did he say this guy, Jillian?
But
I hate this. I know how important this is
why
to
did he
litigate,
say
but like I genuinely
Because a
cannot
lot of people-
stand this kind of like.
a lot of people think he is gay.
Like gossip,
weird. It is a rumor mill.
Is he? Well, he once said that it was gay for men to be in like relationships with women. Like he had this weird spiel.
Anna's seen the same clip that you've seen because you
Yeah.
referenced this as well, and I didn't know you were referring to. I've
Wait,
heard
have
that
you not
from
seen it?
fucking-
Oh my God! Wait, no, this is an all-time clip. It's maybe the funny.
I think it was like cohabitating.
Well, I'll find
with
out. I'll
your
try to find out.
wife, I think. Plus, I'm not.
But anyway, it doesn't matter. I don't care if he's gay or not. But like
Mhm.
that really set him off.
100%.
And then he goes nuclear on Tucker specifically.
Exactly.
And Tucker gets caught in a lie.
So what happened though? They're basically, aside from the little gay kid comment, they also accuse him of being a fed as well. Like, how would Nick have known? How would he have been privy to this information about my father before I even knew? he must have some type of ties to intelligence. So that's kind of the logic that Tucker is using, plus the fact that, and this is something that Milo Yiannopoulos shared, but Nick was at the Capitol January 6th. He was, speaking, riling people up, and no charges against him. So that's also something that they are leveraging to say.
Yeah, this is why people say he's a Fed, because he was like deposed but not indicted.
He was there on January 6th, but he wasn't in a restricted area.
Now, for me, before we get into the next video, that seems highly unlikely. Why would they de-platform, debank?
I cannot find this clip. I'm seeing talking to women is gay, being in a relationship for more than 2 years with a woman is gay, but I'm not seeing living with a woman is gay.
No, it's having sex with women is gay.
Having sex, okay.
Yeah.
So you said living.
No, having sex. Oh, here, I think I found
Somebody who is
Never
on their
having a girlfriend.
Let's see. Link it.
Dating women is gay. Having
Okay, I found it. Here, I'll
Thank
send
God.
it to you. It's an all-time clip.
And he's not being ironic.
I don't think so.
being honest, never having a girlfriend, never having sex with a woman really makes you more heterosexual, because honestly, dating women is gay. Having sex with women is gay. And having sex with men is gay. And it's all gay. And if you want to know the truth, the only really straight heterosexual position is to be an asexual incel. That's it. So that's all there is. Being a MGTOW asexual incel is really the straightest position that you can have. Having sex in itself is gay, I think. I think that it's really a gay act. If we're really being honest.
Thoughts on that?
Incels and chads are two sides of the same coin, you know?
Having sex with women is gay. Sex is a gay act. Very interesting analysis.
You disagree, I assume.
I'll have to think about it.
I think Nick Fuentes is
me either, but then he slaps back at Tucker Carlson and in what he calls an all-out expose, a very long stream where he essentially accuses Tucker of being a neocon, a Fed, and for having full knowledge that his father was actually involved with intelligence. So he's basically, at this point, it's like the Spider-Man meme where everyone's pointing to each other and it's like, you're a Fed, you're a Fed, you're a Fed.
Although Fuentes brought receipts and Tucker
Can
Carlson
you pause?
did get caught in a lie.
That was maybe the funniest thing Amy has ever said.
Yeah. I
And
could
it-
tell that you really thought that by how hard you were laughing.
And it wasn't that funny.
Why do you have to come for Amy like this? You single her out constantly. She's the only Her Take cast member you've tweeted at.
No,
What
I've
is
tweeted
this?
at Anna famously. Get fucked.
But
Absolutely
since
owned.
she's been
Absolutely
on her
owned.
take?
You didn't.
Since she's been on her
stop.
take?
You didn't add
Since
that
she's been on her
qualifier.
take?
You didn't
Since
add
she's been on
that.
her
You
take?
didn't add
That's what
that
I meant.
qualifier. Oh, yeah,
But
you
that's
didn't
what I
add the
meant.
qual- Okay, all right.
But that's what
sure.
I meant.
So,
We-
everyone
you-
can see
you
you
had me
weasel out of
stop-
bullshit all the time. You
You
weasel
had
out.
me stop in the okay, so you don't get to make I don't get to make the implication
Uh-huh.
that what is it that you were combing the Taylor Lorenz article through with a fine-tooth comb that I'd probably only see you reserved for MAGA. I don't get to make that implication, but you get
But-
to make the implication that I'm weaseling out of shit all the time and it's happening right now.
Well, you're adding a qualifier. You're like, you never tweet. Oh, after her
I thought
take
it was
assembled.
understood. I thought it was understood because that was the only time I said, Amy, there's no way Amy acknowledges climate change exists.
And I tweeted her
you said,
basically
we could
because
just-
you said you were like, this would be a nice goof, a nice
I didn't
bit.
tell you to tweet at her though. I think if anything, I probably fucking discouraged you from doing it.
We don't know. We don't know this. We don't know this. You discouraged
but
me
you've
from
never-
tweeting at
since-
Amy?
Oh yeah, 'cause it's fucking cringe.
You didn't tell me it was cringe.
You're like adding like this random woman or whatever to like to ask her this question that you're like demanding on the spot. Whatever.
I didn't know you
I
thought
mean,
it
I
was
told
cringe.
you that I think your JD Vance reply guy is cringe as fuck.
Why?
It's very masculine, like
So you
it's
don't
very
like my
male
tweets?
code behavior.
You don't like my tweets?
Is that what I said?
Which of my tweets do you like the best?
No, which question do you want me to answer? These are all tangentially related, but they're different. I'm telling you that your Vance reply guying drives me fucking crazy. It's very, again, I exclusively see men do this.
Tell me you like my tweets.
Please clap.
Please clap.
I like when you post clips of PBD having a stroke.
I did that one time.
I like when you do that. It's awesome,
Okay.
and it's your pinned tweet, right?
Yeah, it is.
Did you see the tweet that I made of you?
No.
No,
Don't put it up if it's embarrassing.
it's not embarrassing. It's just funny. Hold on.
It sounds like I'm going to be embarrassed.
No, not at all.
I don't like
Let's see.
that devious laugh.
So this is a clip from the last episode.
Yeah.
Aaron, me, straight being an aggressive, rude bitch, and I interrupted you and I didn't even let you finish. I'm not saying that they need to be maximally transparent to the point that you disclose. I partnered with Crest to promote this product, to sponsor it. I was paid for it. And also, here are the talking fucking points. Just by disclosing in partnership with Crest, sponsored by Crest, at #ad. All of those things can be intimated, and it's trivially obvious that you likely, as somebody who sponsored a product, did not come up with all of those materials.
I think you should disclose the financial relationship. I think you should disclose the organizational. Let me finish this point I'm saying. The organizational relationship.
I'm not interrupting you.
I don't think that you need to disclose. I don't understand
I'm not saying that they need
what's the comedy of it.
You didn't see this?
I knew you were gonna interrupt me because you tend to.
Yeah, I know. You use future sight. That's what I'm saying. You preemptively cuts off a female opponent's imagined interruption that only existed in his head. Damage doubles if I wasn't talking, and I wasn't talking.
Have you seen the movie Minority Report?
Yeah, I have, with Tom Cruise, Spielberg movie. Why?
I'm very
You're
much
precog.
Yeah,
You're precog, but for female interruptions.
Yes, I'm used to them.
Okay. There's no Minority Report. You must not be the most gifted one.
You couldn't have gotten
You must not be the most gifted one because Agatha
I
is
look like
able
a fucking
to
serial killer in this picture.
I literally pulled the screenshot from here.
I look like an
You were
insane
glaring
person.
at me. That's what I had to look at, glaring into my soul for hours.
Not
So,
hours. Not hours. I was
if
actually
you
very
don't
jovial.
like this screenshot, imagine what I had to deal with being on the receiving end of it.
Why are we
Just
talking about
staring
this?
into my eyes.
Because you hate Israel?
No, because we're talking about tweets and who's funnier on Twitter.
Someone said, that's just your face, bro. I didn't say that I'm funnier on Twitter. See, this is you, again, changing it. I didn't say I'm funnier than you on Twitter. When did I say that? This is just
Right,
you
you
changing
said-
things. Who's
Right,
funnier
what
on Twitter?
was
That
it
was
then?
never the conversation.
I
asked which of my tweets do you,
okay.
which of my tweets do you like?
Do I like?
And you were like, the one tweet that I like that you pinned one
I like
time.
when you endorse Zoran Mamdani. I like when you all caps post.
Of course, that's a
some
commie thing.
random-
Because that's a commie thing. So anytime that's a commie thing, you enjoy it.
Who's weaseling now? Who's being slippery now?
Still you.
You have to be only communist support Zoran Mamdani? Are you a communist?
No, but what I did was inherently a communist act.
Oh, okay. So me liking it is not inherently communist act either, unless you want to
no,
consider
I said it wasn't
again, your
inherently
endorsement as you're endorsing a communist candidate
You're endorsing
or
a
a candidate that commies like.
You're a communist.
And you say that you're not a tanky, you're not a far leftist. Okay, sure, dude.
So now you're going to play into that meme.
I just did, yeah. What are you gonna do about it? Future sight?
Yeah, I mean, I think that you're proving everyone right. You're proving everyone that you are just trying to turn my liberal audience into a bunch of Stalinist punks.
You can't even keep a straight face. You're already cracking. I can hear the laughter in your voice. Give me a fucking break.
No, it's not at all.
He did, yeah.
Something is going on. I never followed this guy's content, but he's suddenly all over my X feed. But I've never
Who
That's what I'm
asked?
telling you guys. It's blowing up in the
The same fucking thing. Who
Who
gives
the
a fuck
fuck
when it's on your
asked?
X feed, Lindy Lee? Shut the fuck
Just
up.
talk about him. Jeez.
conversation. So let's go ahead and play this next clip, please.
Between me and Tucker, one of us is going to call the other gay. I mean, really?
Ooh.
Like, let's just stop with the pretense.
I don't get what that means.
You know,
Tucker's
me and
not
Tucker, I don't think either of us are the epitome of like macho alpha
Uh-oh.
males. You're going to call me gay and then you're going to go, oh, like, really?
Yeah, that is
Bow
good. That's
tie,
good.
Daddy's
Honestly,
boy
I don't think
Tucker
it
with
is.
the-
At least he's self-aware.
Girls laugh.
feud. I don't
You're
think it is.
calling me
It's
gay?
really-
I don't think any of us really have
It's
a leg
actually
to stand
hurting
out on
Tucker's
that one.
reputation.
Oh,
He's actually doing damage to Tucker.
I think that's him
Like,
coming out. Can you pause real quick? I think that's him coming out a little bit. I will say, I think it shows that the hatred of homosexuals is like a hatred of women, because
It's a cousin to misogyny for sure.
right,
Homophobia.
like they hate gays because they are women, in their minds.
No, they're feminine.
They're feminine in their
It's a
minds.
femphobia.
Yeah,
That's what it is.
and it's like the opposite of being gay is being macho, right? How could you be gay if you're a macho? You know?
Yeah, or masculine. Yeah, for
Right.
sure.
Have that clip
Someone
where
tell
we
me,
talked
okay,
about
can I
the
ask a
CIA
question?
ties more
Yes.
specifically.
Here's what I don't understand. Why is this blowing
That's
up in
okay,
the
skip
national
it. We can
conversation? What are we meant to take away from this?
Well, really, there's like now
What
this.
is the point of the
I
show?
actually think that it's.
What's the point of anything?
Why are we doing
Jillian
this?
questions reality itself.
We need an existential Jillian meme where it's just her in the universe behind her.
Why are we doing this? Do I even exist right now?
Do I even matter?
Disturbing because I do see Nick Fuentes as different from Tucker Carlson. Tucker Carlson used to be a neocon, and he's been remorseful about that.
He has been.
Absolutely remorseful about
Bane.
that. And so he.
Show me where Tucker Carlson has been remorseful about this in a
Have you
genuine or
never
sincere way.
even
What the fuck?
been there? What did you think of that guy when he was like, "Have you been Dave Smith?"
He's
to-"
a moron, and his book is riddled with factual errors.
Did you read the book or part of it?
This is Douglas. I read excerpts from it. Douglas Murray, right? That's his name.
Yeah, it's his name, Douglas Murray.
Is not anti-Semitic.
Have
He
you
has
ever
not
been
said
there?
anything negative about Jewish people, but he is critical of Israel's government. Nick
Tucker,
on the
gotcha.
Tucker, yeah,
With ya.
and Candace kind of falls in that
I
camp,
know.
although she said some stuff in the past. Anyway, putting that aside,
Like
Then
that Macron is married to his dad, who's a trans woman. He said some
The
stuff.
fuck is this accent? The fuck is this? You're
It's a
supposed to, are you
silly
trying to
voice.
imitate Candace?
No, it's just a silly little voice. So,
Okay.
so you're gonna stop every time I do a little silly little. Yeah, this is a very.
I was just informing my
Funny
viewers that you
thing
were
I
attempting to. Yeah, I'm laughing really hard. That you were attempting to mimic Candace Owens
No, I was just.
with that.
People enjoy me for my little voices that I do, and it's a funny thing.
Pisco's Hour, known for its and Pisco's up known for his comedic timing and improv skills. That's why people really watch
the
you.
comedic stylings of Pisco. No, I just said it the way I said it because I said it that way, you know.
I don't think that's a good example of Candace Owens being a neo-Nazi, though. Probably statements that she made related to like Jews.
I didn't
would
say
be.
they were. All I'm saying is, are you even following what Anna said?
I'm trying to balance a lot of things. Responding to DMs, looking at chat, listening to her take, focusing on what your commentary.
Yeah, you're kinda
I'm
losing
hearing funny little voices.
These voices.
I should be more focused. Her take is consistently very, very engaging.
This show.
And
Can I
he
just
has
pause?
said this recently.
This show is going down in quality.
By that I mean it's probably going up in quality a little bit, which means it's not as fun to react to. It's only fun when it's a fucking shit show.
What sets me apart from Tucker and Candace is I blame the Jews, right? And
Whoa.
so that's like it's almost like a competition, and I'm worried because
it's a race
Nick
to the bottom.
did catch Tucker Carlson in a lie. It
He
turns out
did.
he actually did know about his father.
Yeah, I
He
saw
did.
the montage of all the clips.
Like a year ago, he was talking about it on the Sean Ryan show. We're going to show the clip in just a minute. And since he got caught in that lie, now a bunch of people in Tucker's audience have turned on him. They think he's CIA, and that has increased the popularity of Nick Fuentes.
As we can see
I
evidenced
got it.
by this.
I'm
Let's
with
go.
you.
Let's,
I got
let's
with
pull
you.
this up right now. We can see that Nick's response video to Tucker and Candace, two of some of the biggest names in conservative media, like it outperformed their segment by nearly.
I mean, I don't know that looking at discrete individual tweets and looking at their engagement will really be a good metric to determine who is the bigger conservative
do you
side.
think
So
Nick
say
Fuentes-
Tucker Carlson, who has been around for literally over 2 decades.
I'm gonna say
offering
it.
political commentary is bigger.
I'm gonna say it.
Mm.
I think Nick Fuentes will become bigger than Tucker Carlson in 5 years.
Well, that's not. I don't think that's controversial to say. I'm saying right now, I still think that Tucker Carlson commands far more. Like Tucker Carlson can get access to like mainstream platforms.
give it 5 years. I'm concerned about it.
Probably less than that.
I'm very concerned about
I
it.
mean, he's already met with Trump. He met with Marjorie Taylor Greene. So
Double.
Yeah.
So this guy is catching a lot of attention right now. One thing I just want to mention is that Nick has been talking about this stuff long before it became acceptable. And
oh my god, that sounds so bad. Nick has been talking about how the Jews control the world long before it became acceptable.
She's a groyper. I mean, that's a groyper narrative
Right.
that
was
Nick actively
questioning
pushes.
What's
But she's been reluctant to say he's anti-Semitic. I genuinely don't think that she believes that he's anti-Semitic, and she thinks that, again, bold truth teller, just calling it as he sees it, and his political analysis is sharp in this respect. And she doesn't want to say that that's inherently anti-Semitic. So I think she thinks there's a truth basis to it. But there's also nothing like mutually exclusive. You can be saying something truthful, but also be a bigot or bigoted. Right?
No.
No.
No, you can't.
And cool.
Well,
let's carefully.
Yeah, and I don't mean cool in the
what's
literal sense.
acceptable and
I mean
cool?
it's trendy right now for people to be critical of Israel. It's people are seeing it. We have a gang mentality, a herd mentality. People need to see that it's okay to talk about something, question something, before they start injecting their own opinions.
I think it's really interesting that Tucker isn't just getting it from Nick. He's getting it from people like Laura Loomer, who's accusing Tucker, I think, baselessly, with all respect, of being a Qatari agent.
Well, okay, here's the thing. Laura Loomer is a neocon, even though she purports not to be, or is in favor of neocons at least. She claims she's against them and is like purging Trump's administration of.
I mean, the reason why she's in favor of it is because Trump is in favor of it. Trump is not nearly as anti-interventionist as people fucking think. She says on the PBD podcast, whether you want to admit it or not, America First and Donald Trump, who is the head of the America First movement, is a Zionist. So therefore, he is interventionist in a significant way. And if you want to try to claim that he's not or whatever, you're actually the one that's not in line with the America First agenda. Because the America First agenda has and probably always will be very, very pro-Israel.
I couldn't agree more. I think that people are misreading and reshaping the MAGA, what MAGA stands for, because the ultimate, I think, definer of MAGA is Trump himself. He's the person who is the head of this movement, and he's always been very, very pro-Israel. And so people who are like, it's not America First to be pro-Israel, depends what you mean by America First. If you mean the ideology of Donald Trump, it is America First to be pro-Israel in that sense.
Of them, that is not true. And out of the two, in terms of who would be taken seriously in terms of criticism of the Israeli government, obviously Tucker Carlson has more credibility because he doesn't just wrap it into, oh, it's the Jews. He's being critical of, he's being precise and critical of the government.
I think that's precisely why people are coming after.
That's yes, exactly. So
well,
I'm like,
I think it's good for me to say it too, because
Yeah.
I also just want to say something. Anna, you and I have butted heads over Israel in the past. I mean, we've been doing the show for a number of months now. Again, I'm actually famously known for changing my mind. My mind has changed.
Yeah, but why did you change your mind, you fucking grifting bitch? Everyone knows that you fucking flip-flop and follow the money wherever you think it's going to come from.
Cool it with the sexist language.
You first.
Change, even since the first episode of this show.
I think a lot of people
on
which issue?
On Israel.
Okay,
on what
I do
Israel's
want to say,
doing
I
in
just I
Gaza.
feel like it's important for this to be said though, because
Remember when she was literally saying Zohar Mamdani is a massive anti-Semite who can't be near the New York mayoral office whatsoever, and if you support him, you hate Jews? She literally said this to Dave Smith of all people.
That's such a great point. I totally see this kind of like very delicate touch that conservative media people have on darlings like Tucker Carlson, on even Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens, when they have said shit that's way more sus, in my opinion, than Zohar Mamdani.
the stakes are so high, and I want to give you credit. And the situation has only solidified your perspective. At the start of the show, I was willing to give Israel some benefit of the doubt. I just was.
No, is this her moment?
Dude,
is this her
she was
moment?
not giving Israel the benefit of the doubt.
Is this her
she
moment?
was just like repeating Hasbara talking points.
Is this the moment?
But I also want to be clear.
Where she's going to turn against Israel?
This has nothing to do. In fact,
hasn't she kind of been doing this? I think she said something in the last episode that was you probably didn't see it or whatever because I finished it when after you left, but like that was more critical of Israel than she previously had been. So she can see which way the tides are turning.
Israelis are protesting against Bibi Netanyahu. My problem was with his regime and the two
I
far
almost wish
right.
we could say his party because
his party is a huge problem.
I have to admit,
huge problem.
You guys bring up things that are alarming. So it's like it's trendy to bash Israel, and you're seeing.
Why does she do that with her
chaotic hate
eyes? And
then it.
Can you pause real quick? Like when she elongates what she says, it just kind of triggers me the way she talks. She always used to
all
talk
of her
this way.
affectations and the way
She
that
looks
she is.
stunning. I mean, she's glowing, but Just the way she.
Must be noted that she's beautiful.
I don't know. We should be doing that, and I think it's the part, and just the way she's like. I mean, it really just triggers the fuck out of me. I don't know.
Sends into then the Jews and.
It's not I'm not saying that as an endorsement of what's happening.
No,
it's
I know
an
you're
astute
not.
observation.
I know you're not.
We can see the
but
anti-Semitic
this is
rhetoric
just-
increasing as well as
yeah,
legitimate
it's
criticism
very
simultaneously.
dangerous.
And the issue with
Amy
his
is talking over
message
everybody.
so watered
Shut
down
the
and
fuck up.
discredited By
She's spitting. Let her cook.
lumping in all of that rhetoric. You know, no one's going to take him seriously.
It's so funny that she's like, we need to, like, her and Anna both have been like, we need to separate, like, Jews and Judaism from, and like anti-Semitism from genuine criticisms of Israel. We need to not fall into being anti-Semitic or whatever. Like, they actually think that they're not being anti-Semitic by praising Nick Fuentes for drawing attention to the Zog conspiracy theory, and all of them agreeing on that.
And he was saying this before everyone else was. That was British. I'm sorry.
And so I don't want legitimate voices on the right to be destroyed because
Which legitimate voices? Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens?
Tucker Carlson. Again, he
Legitimate
sounded
voices.
presidential,
Yeah.
according to...
Oh, that's right. When he was like, I just think it's Epstein guy. Kind of weird. He's being let off, and his wife
Yeah,
was...
saying that the streets of the city smell like halal food and weed, and that trans people are Teaslers.
Did he say that?
Yes.
Very
And that's
presidential.
turning TPUSA
I mean,
thing.
it technically is presidential in the sense of our current president.
You sure?
Oh, like
Given
the
that
Tucker
vulgar
lie,
definition
like,
of
I don't know
presidential,
what's
yeah.
going on with that. I don't think Tucker Carlson is CIA.
Sean Ryan, if we could find that one, please. But so here's what I want to ask: do you guys?
Who
think
made
that it
fucking
could be a
Amy the host
possibility?
here? This is supposed to be
It's technically
Jillian's
supposed
show.
to be Jillian, yeah.
What the fuck
Are you
is
really
Amy
that
doing?
much more upset that it's
pissed
Amy
me
and not
off.
Jillian?
Yeah, Amy doesn't give off host energy. She's the youngest
let
one
me-
on there. She's the dumbest one on there, and that's saying a lot. Actually, Lindy.
You like this word dumb, calling people dumb and stupid, especially judges that say that Ryan Mullally won in debates.
Wait a second. What's wrong with the term stupid, dumb? Did you hear what he was like? He said in response to that, though? He's like, yeah,
was
I
it?
mean, if a judge says random shit and it means that I won, I'm not going to call their rationale stupid. Anyway, I just think,
I mean, why would anybody forfeit their W?
yeah, true. Why would they?
Okay, so you're making fun of him for saying that, but he's not giving it up.
No, but would you say that? Like, oh, yeah, you won the debate, and, you know, straight away won the
I
debate.
thought the bigger thing is obviously that he's falling back on the fact that he's like, well, they're not legal scholars, they're just laymen.
It's a legal
so you would
debate.
expect. Yeah, I know, but you're being judged by like a jury of your peers, and you know most juries are not going to contain within them like legal experts, scholars, or even
No,
lawyers.
but if you're
or
having a
anything
legal
like
debate
that.
that, like, so like the Supreme Court is making rulings based on legal arguments, you know, like that I think it matters to the audiences, and like when the questions are asked in the Supreme Court, you know, I would kind of think if you're going to have a debate between two lawyers on a topic of where the nuance of the legal stuff is, like that's what's interesting, I think, to at least some members of our audience, like they care about getting in the weeds. I think Ryan, it was so funny. I'm curious what your thoughts are on this. Ryan was like, the one mistake I made is I should have explained that Congress passes laws that courts need to interpret, and that connection, I needed to make that connection. Like, is that
was
what
the
we
one
were
mistake.
like? If that's where we're at in terms of the legal debate between the two lawyers on, and he even said it's like, you're the one person that I think we could get more in the weeds than any of these other creators on this specific issue. It just feels like I didn't fucking know Gibbs is inviting these, you know, bozos to come judge a legal argument, but you know, he could take the win if he wants.
What were they? Oh, come on! You cannot stand that he was crowned the winner of that debate. What the fuck do you think your
don't give
conversation
a
with him
fuck.
last
I
night
don't give a
was?
fuck.
You were literally trying to say that that they were stupid, that they had a dumb
No,
basis for
but,
it, and
like,
that you still won.
No, hang on a second. It, in terms of like who made the better arguments, I think I definitely won. I could maintain that. In terms of who convinced the bozos, yeah, I mean he won that. In terms of convincing the bozos, you can care about one contest over the other, but in our actual follow-on discussion on the actual issue, he sounds like completely fucking deranged.
I know, but it's not about how rigorously factual or coherent or logical your arguments are, and you know that.
No, but
being persuasive is a completely different
Oh
skill
my
than
god,
being
I
factually
really
accurate.
can't handle you. So when someone says to you,
This is not
we're
controversial.
We're gonna have a discussion between two lawyers, and we're gonna have a panel, and we'll have a moderator on there.
Mhm.
One, do you want them? Okay, we don't have to bring this up. We don't have to bring this up because people are, Joanna's talking shit in the chat. But I really do
Let me
think
see
that. Yeah, it's just annoying. Like,
sore loser, exactly.
He basically said, "Oh, this person who went off vibes, legit went off vibes. That if she had voted for me and therefore given me like the 2 out of 3, that it would have changed completely his outlook on how the conversation went." Which, what do you think of that contention?
I mean, I think that it's a post hoc rationalization. He liked that the judges said that he won.
Yeah.
And he, you know, when you're applying what rubric you think that they used to say that he won, it's simultaneously vibes, but also objective. So it's the correct answer because he won. But if they had ruled even slightly differently and you had been the winner, then suddenly maybe we need to call into question what metrics they're using to determine who actually won because blah, blah, blah.
All I'm saying is if that last woman gave on vibes me the win, I wouldn't be coming on, but like that would be not something I'm proud of. I'm just saying I wouldn't be proud of that at all. And like, what do you think? Do you think would you be proud of that?
You wouldn't have felt like you won fair and square at that point. It still would have been decided.
If someone
I think that you then the issue is that you don't really like being judged by a jury of your peers. It seems like you want to be judged almost by other lawyers.
Well, yeah, that it depends on the context and what I thought going into like I didn't know we were gonna have a ranking system at all. I thought it was just gonna be a conversation and the audience comes to their own conclusion. But yeah, no, I think that there are some conversations which are highly technical, which I think it matters who the judges are, right? Like, and if the judges are explicitly saying like, hey, I felt like impeachment is the right way to punish a former president, like that has any bearing whatsoever on what we're talking about, just because you happen to have a policy rationale that you think impeachment is better to punish former presidents. And someone else literally says, vibes wise, I'll go with Ryan. Would you feel proud of that if you're making a legal argument? I mean, fine, you can be proud of it.
I wouldn't feel proud of that, but I could contend with the fact that the vast and overwhelming majority of Americans are not legal scholars. They probably can't even name how many amendments we have within the Constitution. Like, they don't know the rights, like that.
I don't know what you find that is responsive to. Do you think that that's responsive to what I'm saying?
If you didn't interrupt me and you let me complete my thought, maybe I could give like a fully fleshed out answer. So you're gonna let me finish? Okay. Well, I'm saying that you just said that if we're having a highly technical legal argument, maybe they're not the best judges, and for some cases there needs to be maybe you should have been judged by other lawyers, and then in other cases it would be more appropriate to have a judge that is comprised of peers that are not legal experts or whatever, depending on how sophisticated the legal arguments presented are going to be, how in the weeds you're going to get. But I think, like, why even bother with being judged by other lawyers? Because your audience is always going to be majority laymen, and the majority of Americans interpret and understand these decisions as laymen. So I think it's far more important to prioritize being able to communicate to an American public that does not have a legal background than it is to win among legal scholars.
Okay, so you're
be declared a winner of an
I
argument
don't find that
online
anything
by
that what you're
legal
saying.
scholars.
I don't think anything you're saying is responsive at all to what I said. I don't think it's relevant what you just said, but I'll address
I don't care.
it.
You have tunnel vision with this, and the way that you want I think that you believe
annoying,
that
right?
who should win these sorts of debates or whatever.
So
It should be like based off of, again, not who is like the most persuasive, but like who is the most factually accurate, and that the most factually accurate person or logical person is necessarily the most persuasive. That's not the case. You can be entirely persuasive by lying.
Let's back the fuck up and let's actually just have a conversation about this exchange, right? And you tell me what you think about this.
This will not be pointless.
I get incredibly frustrated when like someone brings up a point to have a conversation about a thing, and then someone else just like doesn't respond to it. Like, don't you think that that's like that's disrespectful? And the people are like, why do you want a tunnel vision of conversation? Like, if we're having a conversation about a thing and someone says a thing and the other person doesn't respond to that thing, like, don't you understand why someone can be like I get frustrated by that? It annoys me. Like, I said something and you say something that like it sounds like you're responding to it, but like you're not actually
disrespectful.
Well, what do you think it is? We're just like saying words that aren't like interacting with each other.
I think sometimes what you believe is not a responsive or relevant answer to a question or inquiry is, in the opinion of the person who is answering, to be relevant. Or the point that's being made is really is what I'm saying, is that you are not asking, you have the wrong priorities, or you're not asking the right questions.
So I want to give you an example of it. So I understand what you just said. That you just said that like people can have different disagreements on what is relevant and what is not relevant. I agree, but then you have you have an explanation about why it's relevant. I'll give you an example of when this frustrates me. So when I ask like Hutch, this frustrates me, right? Hutch, my boy. Hutch, do you think that we should disclose X, Y, Z? He's like, well, I think that I would do this, and I would certainly do it. That frustrates the fuck out of me. Or when he's like, well,
I know when it comes through, and it's very aggressive.
When someone is
it's not fun to watch.
Hey,
it's
okay, but isn't it? You're frustrated by me insisting, hey, why don't you answer the question? Why don't we like actually resolve the thing, right? Like I want to resolve. You find it frustrating, but when someone dodges, the people who are all kind of like on that side of, hey, we should be disclosure, they're frustrated by the non-answer, So like, I think that in the context of these conversations, maybe sometimes they're more loosey-goosey conversations if I'm having one with like CTV. Do you know what CTV is?
Critically thinking better.
Yeah, okay. So you know the lore, the Twitch politics lore. Like, when I'm having a conversation with him, I'll go wherever he wants to go. If he wants to talk about, Pisco, the thing is, marijuana is...
Like, really simple?
No, because it's kind of that kind of chill conversation. But when there's actually like, we're having a discussion about a thing, and it's not just like a loosey go with the flow type situation where it's just some more podcasting and riffing. It does actually frustrate. Maybe this is a flaw of mine.
But Live and Learn is a podcast where you riff, and then you gave an example of Hutch being non-responsive to a question, you getting frustrated. So even that format doesn't give Hutch the leeway. That's why I said I do think you think Hutch is simple, or you think CTV is simple, not Hutch. Hutch is your boy. You think CTV is simple, and so therefore you're giving him more leeway with what he is. Like with him taking the conversation in all sorts of different unrelated directions, and you'll just follow him down. As opposed to Hutch, you demand, even though it's on a casual podcast where you're like supposed to be riffing, you were getting frustrated because he was not being direct. He was not answering directly. But you're telling me, has there ever been an example where you have refused to answer a question because you felt it was not relevant to the subject matter at hand?
Yeah,
and the person was like, answer this, and you said no.
Literally the dog meme where the baton guy is saying, do you fuck dogs? Do you fuck dogs? Do you fuck dogs? Like if we're not
right, and they're probably frustrated as fuck that you won't just answer that and move on.
I understand that, but what I mean is like, I think I just answered your question, which is like, have you ever not answered a question that you thought was not topical, right? Like, yeah, there are times I think that like maybe I have a normative view of conversations that if we're trying to resolve some issue or we're trying to really have a conversation, I don't think it's a conversation. It might be like riffing and just being chill or whatever. And like sometimes you and I do that. Sometimes me and CTV do that. Sometimes on Live and Learn we do that. But when we're actually having like jumping into a topic, it is not satisfying to me if we're talking past each other and not addressing what each other is saying.
It's not satisfying, but it's not rude to me. Because I think a lot of people form their opinion as they're speaking. And I think that I can see you get very, very aggressive. You get very, very testy and upset very quickly because you think people are being intentionally evasive. I agree that they're being evasive functionally, but I don't think it's intentional because I think people are working through, you're presenting them with these novel hypotheticals and questions that they have not really entirely thought through. And so they answer a component that is tangentially related to it, but not directly addressing what you have asked. And they do have to be pushed to do it, but it's more like I don't think it's not an intentional reticence in the or at least not a malicious one in the way that you react sometimes.
I think
you think people are like intentionally dodging, and I think that your threshold for when you think people are intentionally dodging is very, very sensitive, and for me it's not very sensitive.
Maybe that's true, but like, so I'll give you another example from the conversation post from Ryan, where we're discussing a particular issue, which is, would it be illegal for the president to order a prosecution explicitly because of someone's race? And I asked like a couple times, like, would it be legal for the president to do X, Y, Z? And it's like, a court taking a look at that question would not be able to answer it. So he's now talking about like whether or not it's justiciable by the courts, not whether or not it would be illegal in his mind. And that's a kind of nuanced example there, but where I think he's aware of what he's doing there. I'm not asking about the justiciability of the claim. I'm asking about whether it's legal or illegal. And it is incredibly, and again, maybe I am the A word. Maybe I should be on Love on the Spectrum or whatever.
You are.
But
no question.
I get super frustrated and upset and angry when like people are not responding to what I'm saying and have to repeat myself. And again, that could just be my personality flaw. That could be my issue. But like, I'm asking something or I'm addressing something for a reason. And when someone just goes out and starts talking about justiciability when I'm not bringing it up, or saying like, well, I would do it, when I'm asking, should you do it? I'm asking an ethical question, not like a prognosis question or a question about like what is likely to occur. Just I'm asking them their ethical take. It feels oftentimes that it's a cop out, maybe not always, but certainly after like I clarify once or twice, it just does drive me crazy. It drives me crazy.
Then most people drive you crazy because you ask most people, how would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning? And they're going to say, but I ate breakfast.
Yeah,
So
most people-
that's why I think it's valid to feel frustrated, but it's a separate thing entirely to say that you ought to act on it. You ought to be hostile and belligerent immediately. People know what they're doing, because I honestly think that it is better and more conducive to conversation to assume that they don't, to politely ask, repeat the question and say, I feel like what you addressed is a little bit tangential. I'm specifically trying to get at this.
I try to do
but
that,
when you
and
go,
people be like,
I'm
"Oh,
trying
that's
to repeat
super."
the question, do this or whatever, you get so aggro, so hostile that it is just awful to watch. It's not fun to be on the receiving end of, and it
I
puts a person, it makes them very, very defensive. And I think what you should do is repeat the question to Ryan, and then say, I think that you're hiding behind that because you either don't have an answer, or you have an answer that you believe is going to be unpopular and you don't want to stake it out, and then just call them out that they're doing that.
Okay.
Is that what you did?
I mean, I
In
did
that
eventually.
conversation?
I
I
did
didn't see it,
eventually.
but I
Yeah,
can't
I
remember.
pushed and pushed and pushed, and I did it the hard way. And I was like, hey, I'm not asking whether it's justiciable. I'm not asking whether it's this. I'm not asking this. Please don't bring up what it up. Please don't bring up the. And I feel like I have to do that sometimes, especially with people like Ryan. Like I have to be like, I'm not asking justiciability. I'm not asking what a court would do. I'm not asking what the realistic outcome would be. I'm not asking what. I'm only asking whether you think it was legal. And it really does feel that I have to like take the things he's saying that he is purporting to be responsive to and say, I'm not asking about like the the policy oriented argument. I'm not, and like basically say this, I'm only asking da 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 da. And that's the only way in which I can proceed on like this beautiful point that I have in my head, right? Like, I think it's beautiful. I think it's very interesting. I want my audience to see it.
Yeah, because litigator brain, lawyer brain.
And maybe it's just an aspect of the question asking of it, and people feel very uncomfortable with the questions related to it.
I think that like Ryan is a originalist, right? And he thinks the immunity ruling was valid. As far as I can tell, the immunity ruling is based off of some kind of legal apostolic tradition, where he is basing it a lot off of precedent, and it's actually less to do with the text of the Constitution and more to do with the interpretation of previous justices of the Constitution as it pertains to the Nixon ruling. So I'm not surprised whatsoever that you're attempting to pose a hypothetical legal question and get his answer. And he's like, I can't answer that, because so much of his answers rely not on the text of the Constitution, but on previous judges' interpretation of the Constitution, other people's interpretation. So if they're not providing him with the roadmap, he really is kind of at a standstill, and it can't answer any of your questions.
I think I'm trying to play in his world. I often am very thoughtful about, and this is also, I think what you're saying now dovetails with what Joanna just said in the chat, which is also triggering me, where she says, because the conversation is all about you. I literally think the opposite. Oftentimes this only comes up in the context where someone else brings some shit up, right? Someone else accuses you of X, Y, Z. Or, someone else says, what I really value are these natural rights. What I really value is originalism. So someone else has brought up something that they either value, that they care about, or a point against you. And they want to move off like their allegation, like, wait a second, you just made this claim. I'm only addressing this because you said it, right? And so oftentimes I feel, sometimes there's a particular point that I want to push, and so the conversation is about me. But this also often happens when someone else makes an accusation, someone else says something that they value, or some statement, and I'm only responding to what they said. So it's just a way that I like to, if we're having a kind of serious conversation about an idea or the law or a policy thing, I do like it to be more narrow. And if it's just I say some words out of my pie hole, and then he says some words that sound like they're topically related, it feels like we're not even having a conversation. It feels like some kind of public performance, some kind of like artistic display that people can all.
That's what lawyering is.
Oh my God.
Don't you think?
This is an example of it. I'm not saying lawyering is or isn't something. I'm not saying that like this is what advocacy is. I'm not saying what is the best thing to convince people. I'm literally not making a prescription beyond these are the conversations I like
in your brain. Truly, because if this is how you conceive of language and conversation, then it's not surprising to me that this is the way, this is how this is how frustrated you get, because this is how most people navigate conversation. It is not,
dude, you're triggering me.
it's not linear. It's not linear whatsoever. And you want it to be, and you have to put in extra work to be able to do that, and that work is very frustrating for you, I think.
Aaron, never change. You're doing it right now. Do you realize that?
You've done it to me. Do you realize that? I think that you would say, I have never done this to you. I have had multiple conversations with you, not like viewpoint discrimination related to what constitutes violence, just these highly pedantic arguments where you stopped being willing to engage because you were so defensive about being led down a path that you will not meet me on my line of questioning, because you're constantly trying to assume what's the next move? Why is she asking this question? What is it going to lead into? I don't want to commit to priors that might lead me to a conclusion that I'm not trying to validate. And so I'm telling you, I'm telling you that I feel that you have done this, and you say it's completely invalid, and you don't like hearing that you've been the one to do it, but you have. I'm telling you. And Ryan has done it to you, and everybody has done it before and has been on the receiving end of it, and you're not special that you haven't done it before. It doesn't matter that you're able to clock other people. You do it as well.
So just be clear. I wasn't saying, do I do it as well? Am I a hypocrite? Like, that's not the conversation I'm having right now. I'm telling you the kind of conversations I like to have and what frustrates me. And so whether or not I'm a hypocrite, I don't think I do this. I think I do answer people on their lines of logic. I think we get into the weeds. I'm happy to get into weeds and I give like infinite amount of time to individuals in my caller lists, to people who like come in and call, and I give them all the time in the world. I don't like dodge those conversations. I'm open about that. I have literal office hours. People ask me whatever they want, so I do not dodge like lines of questions or inquiry. I try to be as comprehensive as possible. I'm really trying to answer questions at all times. You can disagree or whatever, but strictly speaking, what I just said wasn't whether I'm a hypocrite, whether you're a hypocrite. Like, I'm just trying to describe the kind of conversations I like to have and what makes me frustrated, not whether or not I'm a hypocrite. I mean, but again, people will look at that and be like, you're too limited in your conversation. You're trying to be a dictator with the conversation. I've heard it before, but I tell you what, like, frustrates it does frustrate me, like when we're trying to ground out in a conversation, when I think people aren't responsive. Now you can move on to the conversation. You can be like, yeah, I understand what you're saying. I think, I don't know if I have an opinion about that, but I'd also like to talk about X, Y, Z. So conversations can be fluid 100%. I'm just saying, and they can also be like, not structured in this way where we're just kind of riffing and talking about whatever and just observing, commenting and whatever. But like specifically in a conversation where we're trying to like ground out details, get through some topics, see whether we agree or not. Like what we were doing, for example, with is this racist? Is it anti-Semitic? I think that is like it just makes me insane when people are not willing to address what was being said and just like talking past each other. That's just me, though. That's just me.
It drives me insane, but I feel like I'm far better at managing it than you, because you get physically agitated. It starts to impact your performance. You get more verbally aggressive. You get hostile. You are like, oh my God, you're rolling your eyes. You're just like in physical anguish. And I just don't even, I'm so glad I don't have your temperament. I'm so glad that it doesn't trigger me to that extent, because that seems emotionally exhausting.
I'm not as weaselly as you sometimes. I think that I try and do my best to answer questions and not like divert from the path when I feel like
sometimes you're not as weaselly as me sometimes. So sometimes you are weaselly, or you're saying that sometimes I am weaselly?
I think you're more weaselly than I am in general. But maybe that's better, and you're able to comport yourself and have a better demeanor in stressful situations. I mean, that could be true.
What if my way of dealing with what I feel to be irrelevant lines of inquiry to the topic at hand is to be evasive or slippery, as you might say? And that's how I find is a better way to corral the conversation back to what it ought to be about. Not that I'm saying that I do this, but
I think that will be a high burden to show that you're purposely evasive to get the conversation back on track. I don't know how. Maybe you can make that case.
Because you can't conceive of anybody else steering a conversation in a different way than you choose to steer it. So I'm saying the tunnel vision.
I can conceive it.
Tunnel vision. You think that there's one correct, objective way to have a conversation. There's lots of different ways to engage in dialects with people.
I'm not saying there's one objective. I literally said the types of conversation I like to have.
By one objective, did you think that I was saying that you literally meant that is the only way to ever have a conversation, that I'm saying it's your most preferable way?
So I think that when you were saying objective, I take that to be independent of one subjective stance. So I do think that when you say objective, you don't mean subjective. So am I meant to believe that when you said objective, you meant subjective?
I'm being hyperbolic, or I guess ironic, and saying that the way, like, I'm almost like cosplaying as you. The way that you conceive of it is that this is the best way to have a conversation, and that you are so convinced of that you functionally conceive of it as objective. But I'm not literally saying it's objective.
I literally conceive of it as subjective. I said it's what I prefer to do.
And if other people don't comport themselves in compliance with the way that you see it, you're going to jump down their throat, be hostile, be physically agitated, and render it practically impossible to structure the conversation in any other way. So really, there is no other way that somebody else could try to have a conversation with you that doesn't conform to your prior notions of what you feel is the best way to structure a conversation.
I think the proof is in the pudding. We spend most of our time not doing this. We spend most of our time just riffing and like making fun of her take and like building off of each other. And so, no, I don't think that
we're building off the content. If we had to build off of each other, it quickly descends into...
I don't think so. If we were talking about something that where like we weren't... Let me think. About like
we were talking about the money and politics thing, and I thought that you were... I felt like you were being intentionally obtuse at different points.
I don't think I was. So let me try to think about that conversation.
No, nobody thinks that they are, right? And I don't think I'm being weaselly, but I see a lot of people say that I'm very weaselly.
When you're like, well, what's the difference between public disclosure in the context of X versus the context of Y? I feel like I'm not being weaselly by trying to address what I see as the difference in either the social or legal requirements for disclosure in one versus the other. I think
obtuse.
Well, in what way do you think I was being obtuse?
Because you'll do this a lot. I see this in lots of different conversations that you have. You furrow your brows and you're like, I don't know what you mean by that thing. I don't know what you mean by that characterization. I don't know what you mean by that word. What do you mean by that?
So if I don't
and you put it back on them because I think that you I assume that you feel that they have used a word incorrectly, and you've placed the burden on them to actually extrapolate what they mean.
Okay, so
because
and
really
thing.
it becomes a test about do you actually know what the words that you're using literally mean?
No,
even though I think you know what they mean, but you're not willing to meet them halfway and grant them that charity. You want them to do all of the work.
So this is not at all the case. And let's use the bribery example. I don't think it's the case. Sorry, I'm going to use I feel. I don't feel it's the case, Aaron. I really don't feel it's the case. So let's take the bribery example. Before I get there, if I truly don't understand what you mean when you use a term, we can't proceed, right? Like, how can I proceed if I don't understand what you're saying, right? Like, I have to have some notion in my head of what you're saying before. And this also happened, by the way, as an example, outside of this conversation with Ryan, where he was like, I think Amy Coney Barrett's opinion was better. And then I'm just like, well, what do you mean by better? Do you mean like better with more according with originalism? Do you mean like you just prefer the policy outcome there? If I don't understand what Ryan means when he says the opinion is better.
You ask a secondary question to clarify what he means. But I think that I'm not talking about instances like that. That's completely reasonable. I'm talking about times where I feel, again, I said you feel or you come off like you're being intentionally obtuse, where you know the spirit of what someone's reaching for, but you pretend as though you don't, and you force them to clarify when I think you could be meeting them halfway, but you're like, I'm not going to argue. I'm not going to do any work for them.
No, that's
and I'm not going to argue a single thing. And I'm not going to grant them that.
So I'm going to talk about the bribery situation where you're like, it's essentially legalized bribery. So I'm like, in what sense is it bribery? Like, and then I'll say, I take bribery to be some official act in exchange for a benefit, a private benefit for a private purpose. That's what I understand a bribery to be. So it's not the case that I'm doing no work. I'm just like, I don't really see how this is bribery. My notion of bribery is XYZ. What do you mean when you say bribery? Do we have a shared notion of bribery? And if the answer is no, that what I mean by bribery is some kind of generalized corruption, and then I'm like, okay, well, what do we mean by corruption? Like, isn't it important, like, in order for me to assess whether it's true that I find that this kind of like 501c4 situation to be legalized bribery, I need to know what you mean by that. And we need to actually come around on that.
And in that case or whatever, I am making prescriptive arguments, and it's going to also include description, and that's going to depart from the status quo. That's going to depart from the current notion, understanding of what constitutes bribery, because I'm saying it's insufficient. I'm saying that it ought be expanded. It ought be understood in a more broad way than the currently narrow interpretation that people understand it either colloquially, legally, socially, professionally, etc., in all contexts of life, that it's insufficient sufficient to conceive of bribery as solely just this, because when you look at XYZ practical examples, would you not say that that ought to be under the umbrella of bribery?
Yeah, then that's fine to say. And then I can just ask, like, well, what is this expanded notions? What are the metes and bounds of this expanded notion that you think bribery is insufficiently covering? So in that sense, even if it's some sort of aspirational, you recognize that and inherent in what you're saying, that the current laws of bribery don't cover this. Me asking what you mean by this aspirational notion and what you think it should cover, that has to be fair game. I can't just be like, okay, it's essentially legalized bribery and not have in my head an idea of what you mean when you use that term or when you are trying to normatively adjust the term. And so I think it's totally...
Well, that's the thing, is that you feel that people are playing private language games, or they're using language in an idiosyncratic way that means that they cannot have a conversation with somebody else because, again, they're playing private language games. But that's the difficulty with kind of switching between, like I'm talking to my own audience that is more left than yours, certainly, right? And if I say to my audience that is full of left-wing people that have a broader understanding of what ought to constitute bribery, it goes without saying that when I say this is effectively legalized bribery, I'm not going to have too much dissent in my chat or anybody else being like, what do you mean by that? Because that doesn't conform with the notion of bribery as we understand it. Certainly not how I understand it. Nobody uses it this way.
I need to know what you mean. They might have an understanding what you mean, but I don't have the conversation. I need to know what you mean. I need to know what you mean by that.
There's the issue of having to disaggregate the descriptive, and again, contending with, oh yeah, there's the colloquial understanding, which is what you have, right? Which is a more conservative definition of what constitutes legal bribery. And then there's having to make my affirmative case for why I use bribery in this way, why it ought to be understood, and also explaining how some people, without me ever having to clarify, understand what I'm getting at when I say this is effectively legalized bribery.
So when you say, for example, this 501c4 chorus is essentially legalized bribery, I don't know what you mean by that. I need to know what you mean by that.
That's clear. That much
I need
clear.
to understand. So it's not problematic. It's not bad faith. It's not Weasley. It's not what, like, how do I respond to that if I don't have, like...
Well, I felt you were being obtuse in that conversation because I was saying, I was trying to explain, like, what benefit is conferred to a donor by... like a dark money, opaque donor who we don't know the name or identity of in some cases. In this case, we do. We have some information of the private donors that have put money into the 1630 fund. We have a public track record of them consistently donating to pro-Democrat Alliance super PACs. And in this case, that money has been funneled into Chorus. And then they have the Creator Incubator Program. And we learned that some creators are paid up to $8,000 a month, not for deliverables, but for a participation quota in certain Chorus newsroom events. So that's one aspect of it, but also so they can mentor them. But that is counterintuitive to understand, like, why we give somebody money. In most instances, when somebody is being given money, it's in exchange for a service that they're going to offer or a product that they've sold to somebody. But in this case, people are being, and some no-name influencers are being paid up to $8,000 monthly, almost $100,000 annually, for Chorus to teach them things. They're paying them so they can teach them. And the things that these creators are saying they're being taught are things that like how to use a ring light, how to, improve video thumbnails, information that is not, that to the extent that I believe if David Pakman is offering like a mentorship program, that's not the sort of information I would think that they would be mentoring these creators on. That's very, very superficial social media 101, how to get your channel.
So now we're actually having the conversation opposed to talking about in what way I'm being obstinate or in what way I'm being, but I'm happy. Like, I think there's a confusion here. Like this is an example.
Sure, but let's go back to the subject
I just want to
at hand.
say, this is an example of now you're actually having the discussion and not talking about how I was in some way obstinate or being a bad person, or like, not saying bad generally, but a bad person, but like not contributing to the conversation. So you understand that this is an example of when I would be frustrated, because instead of proving the point that you made, which, like, I felt in this debate you were XYZ, we're now actually transformed the conversation kind of organic. It was so organic how it flowed, right?
Yes, that's how a conversation flows.
And so now we're not
and it's
talking.
so offensive to you. I'm sorry.
But understand, like, I'm trying to paint you a picture from my position, right? You accuse me.
I know your position. You're hyper autistic. I know this bothers you.
I want to make sure the audience understands my position, because I don't think this part is hyper autistic. Aaron essentially, and I don't take it any negative way. Aaron accuses me of doing some bad conduct in the discussion, and so she starts what she gives some sentences, she talks about it, and then magically, now that accusation
magically
goes away, and now we're just talking about the topic. Do you understand? So we're not even talking about whether I behaved poorly in that content of that conversation. We are now talking about the topic itself, and that is maddening because now I'm in the place where, wait a second, you just accused me of something, and I wanted you to explain how I did that thing, and now we're actually having a conversation on the substance. You know? You understand why it's frustrating?
God forbid.
No,
God forbid the subject move off of Pisco and to something more substantial.
But this is the thing, right?
That's a joke. That's a joke. That's a
It's
joke.
like you
Sweet
brought
summer
it
child.
up.
It is a joke.
You brought it up, right? So you brought
Well,
it
we
up.
said earlier in this conversation we'd return to it, and I didn't. And I figured we're not going to. But
No, but what I'm saying is you brought up the notion that I somehow behaved in a inadequate way during the conversation. And for that to magically transform into now, well, let's talk about course again. That is frustrating because I'm like, holy shit, you just accused me of something and I'm not able to respond to it.
I am
You
a
know?
wizard. I'm a witch, you guys. I
You're a wizard.
magically transformed this
I do want to
conversation
respond to
by
something you said,
allowing it
though.
to organically
I'm
flow.
happy to move off of that, but and just actually talk about what you just said, because I think that this is important. What they're trying to do, the benefit that they're receiving is these creators are in a better position to give more of the content that they're doing. That's the benefit, and that aligns with the social benefit interest of the 501c4. So yes, it makes total sense, right? If you like a thing and you're giving them money to do more of a thing, of course that makes total sense. What about that? Like, let's say that you really love this public performer who's like doing jazz music, and you say, listen, buddy, I love what you're doing. And so I'm just going to give you $5,000 a month so that you don't have to worry about your job as much and you can focus more time on being in the subways and doing this jazz, because I just think it's such a public benefit to the to the world. That's a grant. And yeah, Bimbo's saying it in the chat. That's how a grant works. And so there's nothing weird about that.
Scholarship. He calls it a scholarship.
No, but that incentive structure isn't odd or weird. And that's literally what, by the way, the people
In
who
the
give
context
me
of political opinions, it's not good to me. Not really.
Why?
Especially
If
absent
it's
disclosure.
disclosed?
Especially, I just said especially absent disclosure, because political opinions and are especially like those contingent on current events can be highly dynamic. And if you are accepting money for the current content output that you have at a particular moment in time, you are then financially incentivized to continue on the trajectory that you are on, and you are disincentivized. There's a chilling effect on you expanding or changing your mind on certain topics. That exists as well. And
I mean,
when we
wouldn't
look
that be-
at
wouldn't that be
how
true of,
people
like,
arrive
your-
at political
your
speech
audience?
and opinions, we think that like a good reason to hold a certain position would be because you organically change your mind of your own volition and not because you are financially incentivized to change your mind or to not change your mind. I'm sorry, what'd you say?
Yeah, isn't that true of like any money you get from your audience? I mean, you're incentivized to do what
Right.
brings
That's why
you
I'm
the
saying that
money.
these
I
libs
mean,
understand, the IRI and Hutch understand audience capture. They understand that financial incentives exist not only with your current
so-
audience, but also if you want to pivot and change to try
right,
to
so just
attract a
disclose
different
it.
audience.
But it's not a problem inherently. Like there, I imagine that like if there were a bunch of people who are spreading, safe sex practices among schools, and they were saying this is how you use a condom and this is why it's important to have birth control, et cetera, and they were receiving money from some social benefit organization to do that work. Yeah, I guess they're less likely to now embrace abstinence only education or Christian whatever, I guess. But as long as we disclose it, yeah, I mean, they have a financial incentive to do the thing that the social benefit program
But
thinks
if
is
you learn
good.
that, if you could know that that person came and had a genuine change of heart, and they told you privately, I've had a genuine change of heart. I don't think comprehensive sex ed is the way to go. I actually think that abstinence only education is superior to comprehensive sex education. And yet nonetheless, they tell you, but I'm not going to state this publicly. I'm going to not disclose. I'm not going to change my mind because I rely on this program for money. This is my livelihood. I need to kind of stay the path on this. So even though I have changed my mind, I am not empowered to voice that opinion to the public. And so what you have is somebody pushing a ideological, political, social message that they themselves do not even believe in for
again,
monetary reasons.
that could be true. I understand that, and I would love to live in a society in which everyone could be their true self, their authentic self, and get universal basic income and not have to
Be a
worry about
communist.
these things like whatever. But that's just like exist. There are always going to be situations in which there's an appearance of leverage or actual leverage over someone because of financial conditions and material, whatever conditions. But that's just
we can regulate to try to minimize them, or to make them more transparent, or to make them more fair. That's that is the definition of reform. Think of it. That's like this to me is like 2A people, and they're like, you can't regulate evil, right? You can't regulate evil, and the unspoken part of that is you can't regulate all evil. So why bother trying? But you can, because we have data to suggest that red flag laws, for example, would reliably decrease gun violence. But because these people, the 2A people, are looking at it black and white, they're like, if you can't stop every school shooting, what the hell is the point of this? So we shouldn't even do it at all. And similarly, I see these types of arguments related to campaign finance, disclosure, etc. You're bringing up, you can't, that will always exist, right? So kind of what it seems to me you're hinting at is, why bother even trying to make it more transparent, more fair? Because it just seems like no matter what you're going to do, there's always going to be these mechanisms where you can get around it.
I think
that's trivially obvious of everything.
I think that like this would essentially say or characterize as evil any kind of private patronage. You know, if I commission you, if I'm a patron or a consistent customer of yours, in some sense, you know, maybe I'm going to conform my conduct so as not to offend my biggest patron or my biggest customer. If I have an engagement with some kind of restaurant, maybe I'm going to make sure that I'm not saying the worst possible anti-Israel content because I let's say that restaurant happens to be very pro-Israel. Maybe I'm going to conform my political content so as not to undermine that customer relation. But there's always going to be societal pressures to do X, Y, or Z. And so I think it's almost like and some of these pressures are positive, right? Some of the times, like we do want in some instances people with power, influence to exercise that. For example, in the context of boycotting, right? Boycotting sometimes is a good thing. I guess that you probably support the BDS movement, right?
I support the tactic, the movement itself.
Okay, at least the tactic of divesting from Israel, presumably because you think that like. Yeah, this is an exercise of financial power and associational power, and this is one of the powers I think inherent in voluntary transactions and associations that might cause pressure. But like, is that inherently an evil thing? I don't know.
You said social power though, but we are talking about financial power as well.
I think we are talking about both. Yeah. But,
and I think that if you only analyze it from the social dimension of it, that's not as consequential. The stakes are lower, and that is not always going to be the public interest. What you're talking about is like your personal interests, and kind of maximizing that to your own judgment, right? About like, oh, ought I say this, or like, what did you say? Be critical of Israel around somebody who I know is very, very pro-Israel, and a patron of mine or whatever. Maybe there's an example of like a chilling effect in that social situation, that individual social situation, but broadly, it doesn't impact your willingness to state that publicly in some other forum or some other context. But if we're talking about things like political opinions and how much it could be influenced and shaped by money, it's only amount like $8,000 a month, $96,000 a year, for no deliverables, just participation quotas or whatever, for people to question like, what is it that they're investing in and what is it that they're getting out of this?
Do you feel I didn't answer that?
Makes sense.
I mean, the answer is what they're paying for is more content from these people.
Right, but that's the criticism, is that these people are incentivized to kind of stay the course of the political beliefs that they already hold.
What's the evidence that if the set contains people of diverse political opinions, at least on issues, for example, Israel-Palestine, and certainly,
right.
So like, I'm not so sure that there's, if you were a creator, what kind of, ideological through line would you be wanting to maintain? And if it's just doing what you're going to do anyway,
because if because these people can have all the criticisms of the Democratic Party that they want to have, but still, if they're in favor of the Democrats and they're still anti-Republican, I think that puts them in the club, regardless of how strict they are or how outspoken they are about their criticisms of Israel. That seems to be the compelling interest in this case. But if one of those creators started to say, actually, I don't know about being so pro-Democrat, and I think in this particular race, you ought to vote for the Green Party. You ought to vote for the Working Families Party. You ought to support the DSA candidate over the Democratic candidate. I think suddenly that could jeopardize their relationship and Chorus's willingness to work with them.
Okay, so this
right?
is the ultimate example. Yeah, maybe it would. This is what I think is the ultimate example. Let's say that you have essentially the same thing, but for anti-genocide people, influencers. And then someone's like, well, hang on a second. I actually don't think it's a genocide anymore. And I want to say that, Israel probably should, exile all these people from their homes because Hamas needs to be destroyed. Like, would you be like, okay, that's, yeah, obviously the person is disincentivized from taking that position because of the funding stream.
Why would they get to remain in Chorus though? Because they said it's not really about the position on the genocide. It's about if they're still amenable and to Democrats.
It's a hypothetical of a equivalent type setup, but instead of Chorus, it's anti-genocide, pro-Gaza, pro-Palestinian leftist creators. And in that context, you could just as easily say, well, this fund is for anti-genocide leftist creators, and we shouldn't have basically.
Chorus says they're pro-democracy, right? But pro-democracy effectively is synonymous, as far as I can tell, with being pro-democrat, because every single creator part of it is amenable to partisan Dems or a partisan Democrat themselves.
Oh, okay.
From the co-founders to the creators within
Would
them.
you be against a grant program, put aside the dark money, so just a grant program that's funded by the public, to fund anti-genocide, pro-Gaza leftist creators? Is there anything wrong with that? And it's okay. So, but anyone who receives that money, they're going to be incentivized in the same way not to change their opinion. So that same kind of incentive is there. So it sounds like that incentive structure isn't bad, right?
No, that's not. Something can still ought to be legal, right? But you can recognize that there are negative externalities to it, and then you can try to, narrowly regulate to attempt to minimize those. It doesn't mean it needs to be outlawed entirely.
I'm not saying
and the way that
you try
to mitigate the way that you try to mitigate the downsides is through things like disclosure. Or
But that's the extent to which I agree with the critique, is that they should have disclosed. But
that's the extent, and that's it. You didn't find anything else compelling or strange.
Right, but the existence of the incentive to maintain the status quo because your participation in a grant program, that can't be. That's not inherently evil. I'm sure that's true of any grant program.
Who is saying it's inherently evil? I feel like you're arguing with the strawman. I don't know why you keep saying inherently evil. I'm saying that there are pros to it, there are cons to it, as far as a policy discussion is concerned, I want to maximize the pros and minimize the cons, and I think that means introducing more legislation surrounding stuff like this so there can be more transparency with the public, because it's in the interest of the public in the first place.
So I understand that we're now talking about reform, what things that you might want to support in terms of government regulation. Totally respect that. That's an interesting conversation to have, 100%. I'm just saying, you would not have a problem with a fund specifically to fund creators who are anti-genocide, pro-Gaza, lefty. That's fine. And if there were a fund, again, put aside the dark money stuff, that says we are here specifically to fund pro-Democrat creators, and exactly the same thing, you don't have an issue with that.
No.
Okay. So
I can tell you where the issues might pop up, but I don't inherently have an issue with it. Inherently,
even though the individuals who are recipients of the fund would be incentivized, quote, not to change their opinion in both cases.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's now we're just talking
People
about the dark money and the disclosure.
Cynically. Yeah.
Okay.
And to the extent that you realize somebody within that organization is holding a position disingenuously to be the recipient of that grant money, that should be exposed.
It should be exposed if an individual takes that money and maintains a position that's disingenuous to the mission
of money. If you know that, and if you have evidence that somebody within the organization, one of the most outspoken members of it, in fact, is only holding those positions, only propagating them to the public because of the money or for disingenuous reasons, So that would be a downside to that. And then that individual ought to be like exposed, right?
Yeah, so I think when you add in disclosure, it's a kind of a self-policing system in that sense. I don't know. I feel like maybe there's something about the dark money stuff there that we should regulate it at bottom, but I'm not even convinced of that. But anyway, this is an interesting conversation. I do appreciate our conversations. I think sometimes I do impose a level of linearity. That's just the conversations. When we get into these topics, I like to drill down on the details very narrowly, and I'm sorry if that frustrates you.
No, it's not. I just think that you can sometimes miss the forest for the trees because you're looking at the individual components and you don't ask the right questions, and you break it all down, but you never put it back together and zoom out and see what is the net effect of this. And like somebody pointed out, like in my chat with dark money, the entire thing with it is that the kind of direct causative, there's enough degrees of separation and plausible deniability that you can always back up and say, oh, well, they didn't pay me directly to say this. They didn't, they always stop short of like explicit deals, right? There's never language that explicitly enumerates or demands. It is, but it functionally reproduces the effects of bribery.
Here's something from the chat. If it's dark money, how would you know what to do?
What do you mean?
So if it's opaque where the money's coming from for you as a creator, right? All you know it's coming from this fund. And if it's opaque to you, who's donated into the fund itself? In what sense? How could you sort of calibrate your conduct to conform with donors or fund sources that you're not aware of and have no conception of? You understand what I'm saying?
Right. Well, this is why there shouldn't be dark money in the first place, so people don't have to individually field this. That it is, they just have to disclose it, and then it's known to the public, and it's easy for them because it shouldn't take investigative journalism with every single instance of dark money to uncover and unmask who's behind them. It would just be far easier if the default is not, you don't have to disclose, we have to undertake a journalistic investigative enterprise to be able to figure that out if the disclosure and transparency is from the start. Because what you're doing is you're relying on everybody to self-police and to do their individual due diligence. And sometimes, for all you know, those creators or people involved may have done their due diligence. They may have found something unsavory, but because they know most people don't know that, they could take advantage of that, engage with the program anyway, and say, eventually this will blow up. And when it does, I can just play dumb and say, oh, well, I didn't know that. And how was I supposed to know that? I like that, that can't be incumbent upon me to know. I think that definitely happens when it comes to dark money. And I think that's what happened in the case of Tim Pool. There were red flags that went up. They were happy to accept answers that they were skeptical of, but they knew had enough plausible deniability that they could feign ignorance.
We've already talked about this.
Foreign versus domestic, yes, but principally underlying it.
Not just that. The knowledge that you have a 501c4 or C3 organized under the laws of the United States, subject to American oversight, subject to American laws of disclosure and compliance standards and regulations. And yeah, I think that it has a Wikipedia page, again, known commodity. And ultimately, I think that's a very different situation than the tenant situation.
And then the question that this related back to is, what are you supposed to do when you can't know the source, right? Like, how do you proceed?
Yeah, right. But if you don't know the source, how do you know to conform your conduct to sources that you're not aware of?
Then maybe you don't take it in the first place, right? You don't take it at all because it's so shady.
Well, I mean, you could say that again, this will come back to the donation thing, right? For the donation stuff, you don't know who these fucking people are that are donating to you. They could.
But what did we say about the super chats?
Yeah, I understand there's no mutual obligation there, but there's no mutual obligation between you. There's an obligation between Chorus and the creators, but there's no privity between the creators and the 1630 fund. There's no privity between the creators and the funders of the 1630 fund.
Right, that's what I said, degrees of separation that allow for plausible deniability. And it's not a direct quid pro quo. It never is, right? Everybody stops short of these explicit deals, but it's just effectively, it's delayed, It's like you've heard about the revolving door shit, right? How a lot of politicians in America go on to be lobbyists after.
Say it one more time, sorry.
A lot of politicians, legislators, even staffers in the United States go on to become corporate lobbyists after they leave office.
Yeah.
and then they end up lobbying their own former colleagues. Okay, well, what's the incentive there is to construct, if that's what you're angling for after you leave the current job that you have, there's now an incentive structure to craft favorable policy while you're still in office for the industry that you're attempting to enter once you're done with this phase of your professional career. That's effectively a delayed bribe, in my opinion.
There, at least there's a connection to power and the use of and regulation and, you know, captured agencies. Here, we're just talking about influencers that influence the public, not direct legislation or regulation.
But what is this just influencers? Why just influencers?
That is,
because that's very powerful, especially independent media and like how much it's shaping.
They may be powerful, they may not be
point.
powerful, but they're not crafting regulation. They're spokespeople. You know, maybe they're influencing public opinion on whether people should support regulation, but like, isn't that what a democracy is about? Is having people debate issues and put forth arguments about what regulations should exist and not. I just don't think it's comparable to this kind of funnel.
That's what lobbyists claim that they're doing, right? That they're providing an informational role and that they have expertise and that lawmakers need to make informed decisions. So they launch these multi-million-dollar campaigns to attempt to influence them by giving them speeches or whatever.
Lobbying?
Does that follow from what I just said?
I'm asking.
I think it should be tightly regulated, again, not banned entirely, because there are free speech concerns. You know, political spending is obviously, to me, a form of expression that is and ought to be protected under the First Amendment. Yeah. But that doesn't mean that it couldn't be, there can't be regulations surrounding it in the same way that the right to a gun in the United States is protected by the Second Amendment, but that doesn't mean there can't be regulations surrounding it. I feel like I'm talking about just like issues with gun ownership or whatever, and you're like, wait, we gotta ban all guns now? Because what you're talking about doesn't follow from that. Doesn't follow from that at all.
I mean, you want to regulate lobbying, but in in what respect, Charlie? I mean, you want to say that they can't talk to politicians, maybe? Like, what I'm saying is, like, maybe I agree with some of these regulations.
They have this in other countries. They have different times, like the amount of time that you can actually spend campaigning is limited. You can't start engaging with prospective candidates. Like once it's like 6 weeks out from the election, they have to discontinue any and all communications because it's getting too close to the election or like stuff like that.
Okay, I'll think about it.
And I don't think that that's impositions on free speech. I think that that's reasonable. They have this in developed countries or whatever. Like the United States is very unique in the sense that we have these election periods. It feels like an election just ended, or we're about to have another election.
That's good. That means we're working as expected. Hey, I got to bounce in a second. I just want to say, really enjoyed this episode. The Her Take stuff, you know, kind of shocking what they're doing here. Well, they're kind of whitewashing Nick Fuentes a little bit, just a little tiny bit. But I do appreciate
is it really that shocking
the
given,
convo.
Given who's on there?
I guess not. I guess not. But yeah, no, I'm going to raid into you, Aaron. Everyone should follow Straighter Aid on Twitch, follow her on YouTube. And yeah, I super appreciate the content today. The Trump speech fucking sucked. He seems okay, though. What do you think? Seems okay?
Unfortunately, yeah. Really quick, I got a chatter is begging me to ask you, do you think, what is your feelings on Citizens United? We talked about this at the beginning, but I think they missed it.
I lean towards it was probably correctly decided, but it's not a strong opinion. I struggle with it. I'm of two minds, but my leaning is that it was probably rightly decided.
We don't like to hear it, folks.
I know. I'm sorry.
Cringe,
what can I say?
cringe. Boo, RIP, FML, FMCL, FML, FML. Okay.
All right.
RIP Bozo. Not
Bye.
a fan. We are not a fan. Bye.